install it. So
Yeah.
Thanks for being here this morning, bright and early. It's Wednesday, which I guess is better than Monday, as someone said a few minutes ago, but still first thing, and I appreciate it. I'm Jacob West. I'm Chief Technology Officer for Security Products at HP, and I lead a group called HP Security Research. This is a fantastic team. I'm really excited to work with them. They get to work on organic research areas like malware, vulnerability, software security research, tracking threat actors. Then we get to take that research and deliver it through HP's products and to HP's customers and in the form of thought leadership broadly to the security community. So it's, in my opinion, a team filled with some of the smartest, coolest people at HP, and it's really a pleasure to work with them. My background is out of a company called Fortify Software. It was acquired by HP back in 2010. Many current and former colleagues here in the room today. And my job there early on was as a researcher, and I was a researcher. I went on to build the research team. Now I lead a team of researchers doing a lot of other things at HP. But it's really been a fantastic experience to work, in particular, with OWASP over these years. You know, my background is in software security. It's in software security research, and so it's great to be here with a group of folks like you guys talking about a topic that is so near and dear to my heart. Today, I'm not mostly going to talk about software security, though. Today, mostly I want to talk about where the adversaries are today in terms of their capabilities, some models and ways of thinking about those capabilities and understanding how we interact with the adversaries, in particular so we can more effectively disrupt them, and in particular talk about how the industry can do a better job at collaborating, particularly by sharing in as near real time as possible information about the attacks they're seeing, analysis of those attacks, and in some cases, hopefully, mitigations or responses to the attacks so that we can start to present as an industry a more unified front. We know that the bad guys are attacking us with the same techniques again and again. Right now, we're fighting all those battles one at a time. We could do a much better job of responding in a coherent, collaborative way. And so that's a point that I want to leave you guys with today. So I just finished, as I mentioned, I came from Fortify, and I just experienced my 10-year anniversary, if you count from when I joined Fortify as an intern back in 2004 all the way through to today. And I guess that has me feeling a little nostalgic about the industry and where we've come from, where we're going, where we are now. So I want to start off just by taking a few sort of snapshots in time leading up to the problem that we have today. So first off, when did the problem begin? Well, the problem began when we started decoupling software and hardware, right? So in the 60s, IBM started shipping software systems that weren't physically part of a hardware package that you got from them as well. And as soon as these things got decoupled, we started introducing the possibility of software behaving in ways that the programmer didn't intend. We started adding more flexibility in the behavior of the software, and that added more opportunity for bad guys to do stuff that the designer or the developer didn't plan for them to do. So pretty early on, we figured out that it was important to verify the code that we wrote to try to avoid these mistakes, right, to keep it as straight and narrow as possible. And so things like the Orange Book standard started to mandate or suggest automated verification of code to find vulnerabilities, things like static analysis. Cool, that stuck around for a while. Around the same time, people started breaking stuff, right? As soon as we started wiring these systems together in more and more larger and larger networks, we found ways to do damage to them. And so people like Robert Morris started exploiting systems, in this case for research purposes, but others for less white hat reasons. And at the same time, or nearly soon thereafter, people started automating those same techniques for breaking systems. So tools like Satan were the first penetration testing products that replicated what attackers were doing to break into these potentially vulnerable software systems. We've made some mistakes, and we've repeated them. So buffer overflow looks a lot like cross-site scripting, and we still see an awful lot of cross-site scripting today, not to mention an awful lot of buffer overflow still. But for the most part, and this is the part we should all be satisfied about, especially in a group like this, for the last decade or so, it has been accepted that security is one of the core requirements of the software that we build. It has to be built in. It can't be sprinkled on or layered around the software after it's finished. It's got to be a core requirement, just like performance and functionality have been for a long time. And that's good. You know, in the time before before this became standard practice, a lot of people said, oh, I've got a firewall or an antivirus, or I pen test the crap out of it before I deploy it, and that tells me that it's safe. Now we've got a pretty universal concept that security has to come in from the bottom up. But where does that leave us? It's nice, and looking around a group like this, it's fantastic to sort of pat ourselves on the back and say, oh, look, we've got everybody treating security as a core component of what they do when they build software. But as an industry, we spend $46 billion, this is for 2013, trying to defend against cyber attacks, trying to protect these systems that we admit we need to build to be more secure, but still fail to do so, at least in every case. Worse than the $46 billion that we spend is that we're not getting more successful. We're becoming less successful in many ways, or at least the attackers are becoming more successful if you agree that it's zero-sum. So also 2013 numbers, there was a 20% increase in breaches over 2012, so there were more breaches by a significant amount. And the more disturbing number is that the average cost of one of those breaches went up 30% over 2012. So not only were there more breaches, but on average, those breaches cost the target organizations substantially more than they did the year before. Why is that? So we face an inherent structural imbalance where the attacker has to be right the attacker only has to be right once. And we on the defending side have to be right every single time. So if the attacker comes after us 1,000 times, and we block them 999. That seems amazing, right? 99.9% accuracy. The one time they get in puts our organization on the cover of the Wall Street Journal. They win, right? There's no cost to them in many, many failures as long as they have an eventual success. Worse yet, research shows that in 2014, we'll show up barely half-staffed. So 40% of IT security roles will be vacant throughout 2014. Doesn't mean we have the wrong skill set or the wrong people in particular roles. There aren't even butts in seats. We have no coverage for 40% of effectively the troops that are fighting those battles on our behalf. Now, I think it's appropriate that we're at a university because I slip in a little tangent here that isn't always appropriate, but I think here it will be. 40% of security roles are vacant. What about all the people that aren't in security roles but contribute to security on a daily basis? And in particular, I'm thinking of developers, but I think QA engineers, operations folks, anybody who contributes to building, operating, deploying software has a role to play. And for the most part, these folks are not well equipped to solve the problem. Here's a chart that shows what it takes to become a doctor, at least in the United States. I think it probably looks fairly similar here, but I apologize for not localizing the slide. The important thing is it takes a long time. You're looking at 8 to 12 years of school or on the job, but still being overseen practice of your new skills. What about developers? Do we put developers through 12 years of training before we set them loose on systems that we all depend on? No. Developer is lucky if they go through a 4-year undergraduate degree, right? We've got plenty of people, and it's easy to learn to code, to learn to build systems without any formal education. But we certainly don't put the level of postgraduate, ongoing, in-depth education into this that we do into the field of medicine. And I would hazard that there are a lot of similarities between these two fields. We both depend on them as a society a great deal. Both of them rely heavily on R&D, on advances in technology, advances in research, and both of them change very rapidly. So to be an effective doctor, to be an effective developer, you have to be able to stay on the cutting edge of technology and research effectively. So maybe it's okay. Maybe we're giving undergraduates what they need in those 4 years to contribute to security in the right ways, to do a good job. Maybe that's not part of the problem. This shows 9 of the top 10 computer science programs in the United States. We don't cover the 10th because Caltech doesn't publish their syllabi. But what we did is we dug through course syllabi for the undergraduate computer science degree track at each of these schools. And we graphed out how many courses, either elective or required, with either a complete focus on security or with at least one topic touching on security, those undergraduates likely experienced as part of their degree track. And the important color is, the other ones are interesting, but the really important color here is dark blue. How much dark blue do you see on the graph? It's hard to see, maybe. None. There's no dark blue on the graph. Dark blue is a required course with a focus on security. So if you graduated from one of the top computer science programs in the United States last year, this year effectively, there's no guarantee that you would have taken even a single course focused on security. You might have had a lecture or a week of lectures on it, but you won't have had any in-depth treatment whatsoever. And these are the top programs. So, in the meantime, we're building these systems. We're going into battle sort of half-staffed. 40% of the seats are empty. The people building our systems, frankly, haven't been educated in the right ways to build them securely for the most part. And we're seeing an explosion on the adversary side. Over the last few years, there's been a lot of discussion around different motivations behind threat actors, whether they be hacktivist groups with social motivations, whether they be nation-state backed, or just the natural evolution of organized crime into the digital space. I think talking too much about these individual motivations is kind of a red herring, though. The attackers are becoming more capable. They are putting more pressure on our understaffed security teams and our undereducated development teams. But the way they're doing that has nothing to do with what they're motivated by. So focusing on why they're doing these things is not interesting to me. I think we had to talk about how they are becoming so effective. So one way they are becoming effective is they're increasingly organized around an underground marketplace. And as with any other marketplace, as we're in a school of economics, I believe, so it's an appropriate topic, those market forces lead individual actors and groups to specialize because they can make more money on the market by being expert in a particular area of capability. And the result of that is they specialize and then they monetize those capabilities to provide services effectively to other threat actors, other adversaries. And what you see now today is that a large attack is typically comprised of multiple groups, one individual or group orchestrating other specialists to provide different aspects of the attack. And in order to effectively respond to this, this is what we should be focused on. We should be focused on the techniques and the ecosystem that they're using to compromise us or to be so successful, rather than on why they're doing that. That's interesting for spy novel material, but it doesn't really have much to do with mounting an effective defense. All of these factors are combining to put us under a lot of pressure. There are more adversaries. Those adversaries are more effective, more specialized, more organized, and driving more monetary reward for themselves than ever. At the same time, we're understaffed. We're building more software than ever before. Our technology is evolving rapidly. Think of the adoption of mobile, for example. We've got developers that probably weren't that well prepared today, and now we're cycling them through ever more quickly changing technology stacks and expecting them to keep doing the right thing at the right time. This is a bad situation for the industry. We're in a tough spot, I would argue. And again, the thing that we need to do most is to start to work more together. And the starting point for that is to talk a little more about how one of these composite breaches is actually affected. So when you have specialists working together, what do they specialize in? What are the boundaries between different groups and different capabilities? So at HP, we like to talk about a 5-stage life cycle for an attack. And various models like this have been around in the industry for the last 10 years or more. You could have 7 steps, you could have 3 steps. 5, I think, is a good number, but you'll get the idea. First up, the adversary does research. They want to understand who their target is. Maybe they want to understand the technology profile. So what server software do they run? What programming languages do they use? Maybe what network security infrastructure do they have in place? Or maybe they want to research individuals at the organization. Maybe they want profiles of the top 50 executives at HP so that they can then spearfish or do targeted attacks against those particular personas. Whatever it may be, there are actors out there who specialize in this research, gathering information, building profiles, and then they raise their hand on the underground and say, I have a profile of Hewlett-Packard and their top 50 execs. Who would like to buy access to that? And you can go on forums today and see exactly information like this, hopefully not about HP, but certainly about other potential victims. From there, whoever buys that information goes on to use that to get an initial beachhead within the organization. This infiltration stage is about gaining some initial access, maybe by compromising a weakness in network security, maybe by compromising a vulnerable application, maybe through social engineering. But whatever it might be, this is, as I said, getting that beachhead, that initial point to then launch further attacks within the organization. Then we have discovery. And this is one of the most important phases. Internal research shows that the industry spends 86% of our investment on preventing infiltration, and 14% spread out across the other 5 stages that I'm going to talk about. That basically says that we're going to fight the entire war here. And we're going to assume that if someone passes this stage, they get that initial beachhead, then we've lost, because we're not investing at all in finding them once they're inside. And that seems really problematic to me. Discovery is all about expanding on that beachhead. It's about finding other systems, access to broader areas of the organization, and eventually the ability to discover and capture additional assets, because that's what it's really all about. So during the capture phase, attackers identify and bring under their control in some form whatever the core assets they're after are, probably intellectual property, private information, et cetera. And then the final phase is they exfiltrate those data back out of the organization. And focusing in here on discovering the adversary once they're already in the organization and monitoring and protecting those key assets so that just because they have access to a system doesn't mean they have access to, or especially the ability to then exfiltrate the assets protected by or leveraged by that system. That's where we need to focus, and that's where a collaborative response can be very effective. Because the techniques that attackers use to infiltrate organizations and the approaches that they use to discover and capture more assets once they're inside are often quite common between different targets. And the more information we can share about either breadcrumbs that indicate an infiltration or malicious activity that represents an expansion of that infiltration, the more we can prevent those earlier, identify those earlier in other organizations. And this is really the core idea of the collaborative or community-based approach that I want to talk about. So I'm not the first person to talk about sharing or collaboration in the industry. This has been a popular topic for the last year or two and a topic among niche circles for many years before that. In particular, groups like the ISACs, FS ISAC for financial services, IT ISAC for my industry, have built small communities of peer organizations that do share with one another and do effectively form circles of trust. But these approaches, ISACs and others, suffer from some pretty significant limitations today, and I think that's restricted how widely adopted they are and how much impact they've had on the industry. So some of the challenges are, and I'm not just picking on ISAC, I think there are other organizations that fit this bill, relatively manual and slow to act on. So they require copying and pasting information between otherwise disconnected systems. And they typically rely on a human analyst to really synthesize, understand, and then act on the information that they provide. And that takes a lot of skill and a lot of human cycles, a lot of time. They have limited participation, and this partly has to do with the way they've grown up. They've built up around particular industry verticals and, in most cases, geographic regions within those verticals. And those groups are trusting of one another, but not necessarily interested in broadening out that circle of trust, or at least they historically haven't been. I think we're seeing some signs that that's changing. By having sort of artificially limited participation, though, they get a very narrow, very influenced view on the landscape because of who participates in them. And that necessarily makes collaboration and a unified response less effective. And then finally, and this kind of has to do with the slowness that I talked about earlier and the need for a human analyst, these organizations and communities tend to produce intelligence that's not directly actionable. They produce information that is useful for a human analyst to act on or to make sense of, at least, but not something that will necessarily feed directly into an IPS or another network security product or something that you can do to prevent the attack. So what are some important aspects of a different approach to this? How can we sort of address some of those weaknesses of current approaches to sharing or to collaboration? There are 3 key principles that I want to talk about. One is organizations today don't need another intelligence feed. They, in fact, typically don't have enough analysts in their security operations center to deal with the intelligence that they're already receiving. And so to be a big benefit to those organizations, a community really needs to produce intelligence that's directly actionable. It needs to be automated. Effectively, its consumption needs to be automated in most cases. And that doesn't mean that it needs to address the super high value, very complex attacks that an analyst would typically be focused on. Rather, an automated approach should focus on dealing with the more commoditized type attacks in an automated way with as little human intervention as possible, and then freeing up those human analysts to focus on the more complex, more insidious, more targeted attacks. They need to produce, or a community needs to produce, intelligence that is contextually relevant. It's great to read a 60 or 70-page report on a group in another continent and learn all about their motivations and all about their membership and where their buildings are and all the rest. That may or may not be the most important thing to my organization today. And if I'm a CISO or a director of security somewhere in the organization, my job is to keep my company, my organization safe. And I need intelligence that is filtered and targeted to be relevant to me and my organization and the threats I face. And then finally, we believe that an open approach and one that's based on common standards is the only way for a community like this to be effective. Without openness, you end up with vendor lock-in, and you end up with, just as those existing groups have a narrow view based on the type of company they are and where they live in the world, without open standards, a community built around sharing intelligence is going to be locked into a particular vendor's view of the world and what their products are capable of identifying or protecting against. And that would be really limiting in terms of the community benefit of what we're talking about. So to give you an idea of the kind of automated system that I'm proposing here, this is just a simple kind of flow chart of a community. In the center, we have a cloud-based system that includes a forum and a big database of shared or analyzed intel. On the left-hand side, you have an individual member that has access to that community and can submit and receive information from it. You have a community of other members, and then you have some back-end sources of intelligence, ranging from open source intelligence to licensed commercial feeds to targeted research that HP could provide if this is our community, or that someone else could provide if they were hosting it. When a member sees a new attack and they want to see what the community knows about that attack or that threat, or they want to share, maybe they already know everything about it, but let's say they don't yet, and they want to expand their knowledge, they want to connect some more dots. They submit a query, maybe from their SIM product, into the central community. That's shared out with the rest of the members, who can then basically review that, collaborate on it, and correlate the information contained from the initial subscriber with other events or mitigations that they've identified locally. They can then share that analysis back with the community. It can be enriched or correlated with other external sources. So I think the main value here is the community information, but maybe there's additional information to connect the dots or provide additional context on top of that. And then the results are shared back with the initial subscriber. To give you an idea of some problems you could address with this, and these are just some simple examples, but I'll share them with you anyway. Imagine brute force login attempts. I think a prime example of a very commoditized attack. Not something that keeps people awake at night, not something that gives people a promotion or causes them to lose their jobs, but a real problem for many applications, many systems today. The current approach is the attacker attacks, tries to log in, tries some more, maybe you catch that in the application, maybe you catch that on the wire in an IPS, and then eventually you figure out, hey, this guy is brute forcing me. I'm going to tell my SIM about the IPs that he's attacking me from or the techniques he's using, and I'm going to try to block him on the wire. Now, across a community of similar targets, you probably see the same attackers using the same techniques to try to take down multiple organizations. And the current approach is that all of those people are basically on their own. They each have a lead-up of attacks that they use to identify the problem, and then eventually they put a protection in place. Imagine if these three companies were collaborating. They were part of a community or a system like the one I showed on the previous slide. Now, company A sees an attack, and it reports, hey, I saw this IP address brute force login, trying to do a brute force login on me. Hey, community, watch out for this attacker. Now, that allows the community to share with other companies, imagine company D, who's just participating in the community, information about that brute force login attempt, but with a very low confidence. One member of the community saw it. Hey, you should be on the lookout for it too. Now, that same attacker goes after company B. Company B is also part of the community. They tell the central server, hey, this attacker came after me with a brute force login attempt. Now, the central server, the community, is able to say, I've seen this from 2 different sources. I've seen the same attacker target 2 different member organizations. I've got a little more confidence that that's a bad guy, that that's something that we should be on the lookout for. So I'm going to raise the score on that intelligence that I share with other members of the community. And then finally, you see where this is going. A third company sees the same attacker, same technique, shares it with the community. Now the confidence score is much, much higher because it's been correlated across 3 organizations. And in particular, a subscriber to this community could then put a rule in place to take automated action if enough other members of the community have seen a given behavior. So maybe 1 or 2 wasn't enough, but once 3 other companies saw this attacker mount the same kind of attack again and again, we're actually going to push an automated protection into our IPS to prevent attacks from that IP. So here the community is basically getting ahead of attackers by looking at concentration or repetition of attacks across different member organizations. And it's a way for the community to then basically respond much more quickly and nimbly to a series of attacks across organizations than they could previously. Another example, looking at a multi-stage attack, something that involves some reconnaissance followed by some attack phase, malware delivery, or something else. For the most part, these are run from different source IPs. And so just because you've identified reconnaissance doesn't mean that you're then going to be able to protect against the second stage of the attack. You probably have to wait and identify that second stage independently, in fact. So traditional approach, you see the attack, you see the recon, you put that into the IPS, then you see some attacks from a different source, and you're not able to protect against those yet because you don't know the association between them and the initial reconnaissance. Imagine a world where you're a part of one of these sharing communities. Then, when an organization sees that initial reconnaissance, not only do they put a protection in place against that, they also query this community and say, hey, what do you know about reconnaissance from 1.1.1.1? The community can then respond with a correlation between that and the resulting attack IPs. And so if one member of the community has seen the connection between these 2 phases of the attack, then other members of the community can actually get ahead of potentially the reconnaissance, if that's been shared with them, but more importantly, they can get ahead of the eventual second stage of the attack because other members of the community have made that connection, connected the dots between the reconnaissance source and the eventual attack source. And so here you're actually proactively defending against an attack that you haven't seen at all, but by seeing a precursor of it and comparing that precursor to a community source of intelligence, you're able to predict the next stage before you see any actual indication of it. So I think one of the most important points is that these communities are only as valuable as they have participation. And so if we build a community of IPS vendors or of banks in North America or of security vendors, I'm going to be fine on time, thank you. As you build one of these communities, and I think we see this throughout the industry today because most security vendors have some form of collecting telemetry data or sharing intelligence. The more these are based on a single product or in a single geography, the more limited their view is going to be, and the less the claims I'm making about collaboration are going to be true. So we're big proponents of some standards, in particular STIX and TAXII being developed by MITRE on behalf of the DHS in the US. These are standards for, in the case of STIX, representing threat information, broadly speaking. And then TAXII is a communication standard, a bus protocol for sharing that information between different systems. We're big proponents of this because we think if the industry actually begins to build these communities and build support for these standards into our products, then the diagram I showed before with subscribers and a community and sharing through a central server can involve any organization in the world. It doesn't matter whose product you use. It doesn't matter whether you've focused on the network layer or on another aspect of your security. You can tie into that community. You can communicate with it. And assuming there's some information there that's useful to you, you can consume and act on it in an automated way, in a machine-to-machine kind of way. That's what these allow. And we think that's really, really critical for collaboration and sharing to have the kind of impact on the industry that it can. So to conclude, I'll leave you with this quote. Looking at those numbers, we spend almost $50 billion a year trying to protect against attacks. There were 20% more attacks last year than the year before, and those attacks cost 30% more than the attacks the year before did. Looking at those numbers, we really have to do something significant. We can't just keep going with the status quo. We have to turn things on their head somehow. And 2 years ago, when I talked with CISOs at financial organizations, for example, they looked at collaboration as really, they looked at their security posture and their ability to defend their organizations as a unique differentiator, as a competitive advantage against other organizations. And over the last 2 years, I think, and this is speculation, I think because we've seen so many more successful attacks, we've seen so much kind of professionalization of the hacker community, those same organizations are now much more willing to work together. Increasingly, and this is anecdotal, I have conversations that tell me my entire industry is worse off because of ongoing successful attacks. You know, if I'm attacked or my competing bank on the East Coast is attacked, it hurts the entire industry because it hurts our customers' confidence in online banking or in the kinds of services that we want to provide to them. Maybe it's mobile banking now. We need to protect the industry as a whole. And that's what I'm hearing, and I believe that that means we're ready to start to collaborate. The missing piece today is the technical infrastructure to really allow that and to allow it in an automated, open, and contextually relevant way. And so there are other vendors along with us. Microsoft made an announcement yesterday or the day before that they just launched a big automated threat sharing platform. I think there are a lot of people focused on this problem today. There are even some little startups making a business around it. I think that's good because I think that the technical infrastructure and the platform for doing these things is a must for the industry. But it's not sufficient. We have to go to the next step, which is actually to build these communities and begin to work through concerns about competition or concerns about revealing secrets about our organization so that we can start to mount that unified defense. So with that, I will stop talking for a minute and hope that you guys have some questions. I know it's early in the morning, but please, anybody have any questions? I've covered a lot of topics, so feel free.
You said in one of your slides that
I don't have a specific answer to that. I can speculate. I think it's most of the things you listed. So I think our systems are, every year that goes by, more complex, more difficult to build in the first place and to fix. So that makes the cost of fixes go up. I think one of the big increases is actually user expectation. Right? So in more places now, we have to notify people. When we notify them, those people have stronger expectations about what we as an organization are going to do for them. You know, maybe it's identity theft monitoring for a year or something like that. So basically, I think the impact for the organization beyond the technical fix is going up over time. So I think those two are probably, if I had to list my top two, those would be it. The systems are harder to build, harder to fix, and the impact of a public breach is greater in terms of the response necessary to deal with the customers and the users and the perception around it. Sorry, wave or something. Okay, there you go. Absolutely. So two key concerns. You know, I listed the three that I thought were most important: automation, relevance, and openness. You could keep adding to that list, and near probably 4 and 5 on the list would be trust in the platform, trust that your information isn't going to be compromised or exposed, and also trust in your peers, right? That they're not going to mislead you or that they're not going to misuse information that you share with them. And so building both a platform that can be trustworthy and a community that can be trustworthy are really important, and that's going to come down to people, basically.
I mean, it's very interesting that you say this platform needs to be vendor neutral and open. Who would you see should do that? Is that a government? Is that a community like OWASP? Who are you calling to action?
So we're building it right now. We will host one of these that will be open, built on those open standards. Down the road, I'd like to make that platform available to other groups, though. I think there are big communities within the government who will never interact with HP on something like this. And I think there are groups in the private sector, like the ISACs. OWASP maybe is a good example. Cloud Security Alliance could do something. I think there are private groups that, given the right technology platform, could go do a lot around the people part of the problem. But I don't know how that's going to evolve, frankly. One of the concepts we're building in from the ground up is multiple communities. So it's not one big kumbaya, happy circle of trust. It's lots of overlapping circles of trust with different degrees of trust between different groups of peers, basically. And so I think you might see, even on an HP-hosted community, an OWASP subgroup that only shares within itself, for example. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Great. I saw a bunch of hands sort of that way. Anybody? Yeah.
Well, from my opinion, let me say, and that increase of might also be directly linked or caused by the less money that we spend on software development itself. So for me, it sounds a bit like we now focus actually 5%.
So, preaching to the choir, we have to build more secure software. I've spent my whole career advocating that and will continue to. The reality is we've got a bunch of pretty broken software out there already, and the attackers know it. That's why 84% of the attacks go, or 84% of the attacks go after the software. So they know that's our weak point. We have to do something to mitigate that in the meantime while we fix the software of the future. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think this kind of stuff is still really important because we're still seeing attacks on a daily basis and we can't fix the software fast enough. One other comment, I'm also excited about, I talked a lot about IPS and network security, blah, 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 I know. I'm really excited about getting more real-time visibility into the application layer so that we can feed application layer monitoring and event information into something like this. I think if we were sharing information about the attacks specifically on software systems across different organizations, we'd be much better at fixing them, and we'd have much more data about how to prioritize which attacks were most prevalent. So I think there could be kind of a nice segue between the two. Each month, yeah.
So basically it sounds like
So this is in closed beta with our customers right now, and it'll be launched soon. Yeah, the regulators in the United States won't let me say more than soon because I'm traded on the stock market, and then you might go buy or sell some stock based on what I say, and it would be terrible. But soon. It's real today. People are getting real benefit from it. We're going to basically grow that like a good, proper cloud service incrementally. Who else? Please, sorry.
You say that you, as a company, are not really interested in the identity of the attacker, whether it be like a criminal organization or like valuable intelligence by cooperating with the CIA, let's say, or FBI. Attacks from a specific country or government. Get more information about the modus operandi and then share best info.
So government agencies, including Secret Service in the US, who focus a lot on cybercrime-related stuff, are a great source of intelligence. And I think one of the questions that the community broadly has to answer is how much do we want to collaborate there, and which direction does information flow? If one of these communities existed today, would everyone in it feel comfortable sharing what they see with the government? I don't know. I think that's a valid question. Vice versa, would they feel comfortable consuming intelligence from the government and trusting in that source? I think that's probably more likely than the former, but it's a tricky question to answer, frankly, how much collaboration you see there. And I think that's one of the reasons why lots of different circles of trust with different levels of transparency make a lot of sense. Because there might be a certain kind of information that I'm willing to share with the CIA, but a bunch of information that I'd rather not. Who else?
You can share sort of like brute force logins or something. I mean, is that what login is, so everyone is on the same playing field?
I'm not going to show an example of brute force login. Was that the question, or did I misunderstand?
So is it like 1,000 attempts in 1 second or whatever, or is it, do you need a common criteria for an attack in order to share?
You need to be able to communicate what the criteria were. I don't think you need common criteria necessarily. So when you report to the community, hey, I experienced a brute force login attack, as you just sort of said, that name means nothing. I need to quantify that somehow, and that's part of what the STIX standard does for us, is it starts to let us represent the different aspects of a threat in a structured, machine-readable way. And that then makes the ability to communicate and hopefully take automated action based on that information possible. I was going to say easier, but actually possible. Please. So we're incredibly focused on the software layer. I think, based on obviously our acquisition of Fortify, our continued investment there, we think that's one of the most important aspects of security. For us, it's one of the fastest growing areas of the business, so that's a nice sort of reinforcement that we keep investing there. The scientists think it's a good idea, and the finance people do too. I think there's a bunch of opportunity for both better runtime monitoring in close to real time of the application layer and of application internals, and for more active defense or response at the application layer without rewriting the code and redeploying the system. How that fits into this and what the specific sort of low-hanging fruit are, I can't say today, but it's an area of very active research for us, and we think it's really important. Kind of to the point I made before, there's a ton of broken software out there right now, and we can and should fix all of it or throw it away if we can't fix it, but we got to keep using it in the meantime, and so we need to put the spare tire on so we can get to the mechanic shop, I guess. All right, winding down. Any more? All right. Oh.
I was just saying just 1 minute before.
So 1 minute to spare. I've done well. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time this morning.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Adrian Winkles. I'm the local Cambridge chapter chair for OWASP. I'm also the local conference chair as well for my sins. I'd like to welcome everyone for coming to AppSec Europe 2014. I hope you're finding the experience of coming to Cambridge and for this conference an enjoyable one. I hope to think we have quite an exciting programme over the next couple of days. We've just had 2 very successful days of training. We're up to 7 training providers and the project summit as well. So there's been a lot of useful work done, a lot of useful experience gained. I hope the next 2 days are going to be just as rewarding. We've just seen Jacob West from HP give a very informative keynote. We've got Dr. Steve Murdoch from the University of Cambridge talking about anonymity on the internet for this afternoon's keynote speech. Tomorrow we have Lorenzo Calavara, who's from Royal Holloway's Information Security Group, who's going to be talking about CopperDroid and those type of issues. And we're finishing up tomorrow with Wendy Seltzer from W3C, talking about some of the latest web standards and security that are emerging. We have an exciting guest speaker who is coming on Thursday. Dr. Richard Stallman, President of the Free Software Foundation, is going to be talking about freedom issues with websites. We also have the winner of our Women in AppSec, Catherine, who's here as well. Catherine here at all? Thank you very much. I'd like to extend our welcome and our thanks from the committee for coming along and for accepting the award. Thank you very much. I'd like to just brief you really some of the other things that are going on over the next couple of days. You've seen the full conference programme, which is both on Sched and available in the conference brochure. But particularly some of the other things you may or may not be aware of. We have the vendor exhibition area, which you obviously can't miss as you walk into registration. But some of the things you might not be aware of is everyone's seen this horrible bit of paper that's been sitting in there. I say horrible bit of paper, but this extremely useful bit of paper which could be to your benefit, which is actually the vendor passport. If you wander around all the gold sponsors, get a signature from each stall and take it back to registration, you can enter it into a prize draw, and we have a number. All the main gold vendors have submitted prizes, things like a Nexus tablet, Amazon vouchers, I think I saw an Xbox, I suppose, and there are other prizes as well. And those will be drawn on Thursday afternoon at conference close. So that bit of paper, if you haven't got one, please go to the registration desk and get one. Take it around the vendors, get your signatures, put it in the ballot box that's going to be available on the registration desk. Okay. Right, other things that are going on, apart from the exhibition area, we've got the open source showcase. Both OWASP and other non-OWASP open source development projects are being demonstrated on the first floor of the lab building. You can go up the stairs via the registration desk, and there's a number of OWASP volunteers up there demonstrating their live the projects they're involved in. Go along, if you've got a few minutes during coffee, go up, have a look, please take part. Other activities we have, Capture the Flag, starting after this session, I believe, in Lab 028, is running today and tomorrow. My colleague from the Cambridge chapter, Stephen van der Baan, is hosting that, so if you fancy doing a bit of challenging hacking while you're here, please have a go to go and take part. And I believe that's going through till 6 or 7 o'clock this evening, should you wish to take part. We also have the conference dinner tonight. Everyone got a ticket for the conference dinner? If you haven't got a ticket for the conference dinner, can I please ask that you return it to reception or registration? We are a little bit oversubscribed, and there is a waiting list for people that would like to go. So if you can't make it or you don't feel like going, can you please hand it back in, because somebody else might well be able to benefit. We have, I ought to say, the conference dinner, if you haven't seen it in the conference brochure or on the website, is at Homerton College, which is part of the University of Cambridge. We've hired the Great Hall, so one of these big sort of Gothic, if you imagine Harry Potter and Hogwarts, you imagine that's the sort of style of building. We've got that laid out in Hogwarts style with long benches. I haven't quite managed to get the owls, but it was planned. It was planned. We have an exciting conference program as well. We have the sort of the standard breaker, defender type themes. We have a mobile theme. We have a research and malware theme. We have a DevOps theme this year. So there's a number of exciting programs. Please have a look in the conference brochure. Go on to Sked, have a look, book in your sessions, mix and match depending on what you want to come and see. Dip out, go into the open source showcase. Above all, enjoy yourselves. And I'll try and get around as many people as I can during the conference dinner tonight. I may even buy 1 or 2 drinks. Okay, thank you very much, and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
So this is just a quick introduction from the OWASP organization. With me are my dear fellow board members, Owen, and where's Jim? Jim here in the front, the big man in the front. Sorry, forgive me. And yeah, Big Chief, I salute you. Yeah, yeah. And Fabio, where's Fabio? Fabio, raise your hand so that people can see you. Okay. Well, Fabio is definitely rocking around, so whenever you see one of us, feel free to ask questions and give your comments and your feedback. We also have with us here today Laura, who's our conference manager, and stand up, Laura. Yes, stand up so people see you. Yeah, ooh. And Genevieve, or GK, depending on what you read in the emails. So if you're having questions about your chapter, then she's the person to go to. She's the one in charge.
Excuse me, but
yes, please, sir.
the real work in the OWASP Foundation, keeping the organization running, would that be us, the board?
No. You know the answer. Who does the real work?
It's the staff.
Well,
Those two and the community.
yes. Now you get 100 points, okay? So yes, it's the staff, of course, and our community, all the volunteers. Actually, we are just riding along, we're just having a good time, drinking beer. Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't drink beer last night, but I have to catch up with you. Yeah, that's the curse of being German. Okay, but maybe to give you a little introduction, some background, some ideas, some inspiration. Maybe let's do some gymnastic in the morning. How many of you did register online instead of writing a letter or calling? Hands up. Yeah, okay, we're all awake. Excellent. How many of you did pay online? Yeah, exciting. How many did buy your flight ticket or your train ticket online? Yeah, nearly everybody, again. And if you didn't find the venue, what did you do? Did you have a paper map or did you have one of these? Yeah, okay, you had a paper map? No, okay. And when you had questions, did you use a phone to call or did you send an email? All these things are possible because we have the internet and because we have trust in the systems that we are using. Because we have a certain amount of trust in the security of the systems that we are using. And there was an interesting study done by BCG on behalf of ICANN, and they found that the difference between countries that are using, that have a free, frictionless internet, that is free, open, and secure, and countries that don't, makes up about 2.5% of their GDP. You know, 2.5% may not sound a lot, but if you're living in the UK, our whole research and development in the UK is merely 1.7% of GDP. So that means just by having that and having a secure internet, you basically get your whole R&D for free for your whole country. So now maybe you can understand a little bit how important a secure internet is for everybody, for a society as a whole. Just to give you a feeling. I found that pretty stunning, actually. And going forward, I mean, 2013 was a busy year. At least for me, it was crazy busy. And I can imagine for every one of you too. And you hear all these breaches and these stories. And looking back 10 years, I think mostly you heard like, oh, there's a virus, NIMDA, love you letter, whatever. Now we are moving on. Now we are seeing threats to applications. We are seeing trouble with Target. We have all these breaches. Actually, I just did a poll about some news in the last few weeks. This is actually just the last 2 weeks. Maybe, okay, they are revisiting Target because they are just riding on this one. Where you see Heartbleed is still on the rise. Senators are suddenly talking about cybersecurity. I mean, they didn't really talk about us 10 years ago. So this is growing and growing, and we are just halfway into 2014, so stay tuned, there's more to come. And with that word, I'm actually going to hand over to Owen to speak a little bit about the current status at OWASP, and, well, talk to you in a minute.
Right, so I'm not sure how interesting this is going to be for most people. Probably as interesting as sometimes. All right, so what is OWASP? Who is OWASP? Yeah, we've gone a long way. I've been with the foundation for about 10 years. I suppose, what are we? We're just a collective. I think we've grown significantly, and we have some structure. It's debatable if that's working. And I think we've got a lot to learn. But primarily, we're open source. We're seriously vendor agnostic, and within reason, we're radically open. So, just a few stats on this. How do we go forward in this thing? There we go, okay. So yeah, we have a bunch of active projects, some more than others. There's a lot of work, Jim included, leading this, to try and figure out which projects we should sort of re-engineer. Some projects are old, some of them are great, but they haven't been updated in a long time. And in effect try and categorize them, because what we need to have solutions which industry will use in order to solve this security problem a little bit. Some of the projects we have at the point in time are really, really good. But now maybe the energy's falling off. And a lot of the problem with open source is there's tons of energy in the beginning. We get the first release out, we may get the second release out, and then things sort of fall off because it's not a company, it's volunteer driven. So that's something we're really trying to do. It's pretty much try and re-energize, recategorize, and focus a lot on quality. And productize is a bad word for open source, but we're trying to make some of the projects consumable by industry, such that they can be used to solve real problems. They're not just like hobbyist sort of oddities, they actually do something. So I think that's pretty interesting. We got a bunch of active chapters. Some of those I'm not sure how active they are. You know, Jim Manico, again, has probably visited most of these. But hey, Jim. So the thing is, yeah, if you want to start a chapter, for example, Ireland, we've got 4.5 million people in our entire country. We've got 2.5 chapters. We've got a third chapter in Cork, which may be set up soon. We've got one in Limerick with Marion. Is Marion? Hey, Marion. And then we have, let me see, no, he's not here. So yeah, we have 3 chapters. We've got about 400 people on the mailing list for the sort of the common chapter mailing list. And it's very active, you know, and we try and encourage developers, because I'm a bit tired in my career talking about security to security people. I don't know about you. What I really like to do is try and engage developers and people that write the software, defenders and builders, as opposed to breakers, because breakers know this already. So encourage you to try and push your chapter ahead. You know, try and do some cool things, and even to meet people, as just people is always a positive thing as well. Yeah, we got lots of participants. You know, we got a reasonably big mailing list. I think 42,000 sounds big, but if you realise how much code and how many developers are in the world, it's not that big, and we've got a long way to go. Citations, yeah, like a lot of industry uses and abuses OWASP. Being abused by industry sometimes is good. It means we're doing something. It means it's something that we're doing as a community which is obviously seen as having value. You know, it's become some form of standard. So, and then obviously we have government, right? A lot of government, FSA, financial, regulatory, monetary authorities, you know, globally, privacy, etc. You know, all of these sort of government legislations and compliance, and including PCI, all refer to OWASP, which is a really cool thing if you think about it, because OWASP was a bunch of people with a common view, and all of a sudden what we've done and achieved in the last 10 years is actually being used in the real world. We're not just thinking and talking in a closed environment, we're doing stuff that makes maybe a difference. We've got lots of academic supporters, which is great, you know, including this fine university. You know, and I think one of the things we need to do, and I see more and more in that case, is undergraduates, computer science, trying to get in there, trying to give free training, trying to make undergraduate computer science people be aware that are they being trained in even sort of a couple of hours of application security. So here we write code, you know. Here we write, you know, how do we write sort of C++? How do we write .NET? What is the internet? And you learn that stuff as an undergraduate. But do you learn much about security? I think there's a little bit of a push on it. Some universities do have, you know, post, you know, master's degrees, etc. But the majority of them, in my experience, seems to be, for some reason, in digital forensics. I haven't seen a master's degree in Europe. I haven't seen it, doesn't mean it's not there, in, say, application security, which would be pretty cool if you could get to that point. It's always crypto or digital forensics, these sort of traditional security things. So, okay, we have paid corporate memberships. So these are organizations, again, for people who don't know, they pay, they keep the lights on, they help pay our employees, run our website, fund initiatives, fund projects. You know, these people are very valuable to us, and these people don't get a whole lot back. These people understand that what we do helps them maybe be more secure, or else it gives them a baseline from which to build something for themselves. But we don't give them any extra. Maybe they get a couple of conference tickets a year. That's it. But you know, to be honest, it's more a positive thing. Memberships, yeah. So these are paid-up members, and this is surprising. So we've got 43,000 plus people on the email list, but we've got 2,002 actual paid members in OWASP. Membership is $50 a year. It's not a great deal. The majority of other organizations will charge a hell of a lot more, but I think the thing we have to get past is that being a member in OWASP, you don't get anything extra, right? You don't get anything. It's free anyway. So why be a member? Being a member gives us the ability to continue this initiative for another 10 years. If we don't have money, unfortunately, in the world we live in, we need some money to keep our website going, et cetera, and employ some of our great staff. So membership, if you haven't paid it, please pay $50 tomorrow. Or come to me, I'll take the money off you. Right? Yeah, that's all I've got to say. So do you want to? Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Owen. Here you can see some of the chapter meetings we had, one in London, actually 2 pictures taken here, yesterday from the training, and this one, as the lady in the front gives away, is actually from AppSec APAC in Tokyo. So I just thought I want to share these nice views of a global community for all of us. As Adrian already mentioned, you can see our sponsors. These are the sponsors for the EPSEC EU here. Thanks a lot for your help. And well, I find it usually quite convenient because you don't have to call 10 people to find something out. You can just walk by, have a sandwich, have a nice chat, and well, maybe you find something interesting. To close is maybe a call to action. Owen mentioned that in open source, it's often a little challenge to keep the energy going. So there's great ideas, there's great people, and the great opportunity at OWASP is that we bring these things together. So you have the chance here to interact not only with the speakers, but also with each other, come up with nice ideas, and just remember, OWASP is free to use. Let me just put this here, sorry. It's free to participate as well. So you can do whatever you want. And it is free to contribute. So I encourage you, when you see something interesting, when you see a great talk, go to the project leader in the front, go to the presenter, exchange ideas. Maybe you want to join, maybe you want to contribute. Maybe you want, it's very easy. You just join a mailing list, sign up, and you're in. If you're not yet in a chapter, as you've seen, we have nearly 200 chapters. There will be a chapter near to you, like the sales agent would say. So just go there. Join the project. We have a global community list. So if you want to discuss OWASP topics, sign up for the global community list that we have. Maybe you find people in Tokyo who are working on the same issues like you are. Maybe you want to start a project together. Share the security knowledge that we have here. And what I would, oh, one more thing. The guys in black, you might be wondering who the guys in black are. I mean the guys in the black t-shirts. These are the volunteers here to help you. So again, wait, not yet. One more thing is coming. So again, the point is, when you are talking, talk to these people because they have ideas, and you may never know what's underneath. So, with that word, have a great conference, guys.
Just so you know, coffee is served back in the exhibition area in Lab 005 and Lab 006, so it's split between the two rooms. We have about half an hour
Okay. So, good morning. Welcome on a presentation about somewhat controversial topic of JavaScript cryptography. I'm Krzysztof Kotowicz. I'm a web security researcher. In the past, I was researching HTML5 vulnerabilities and browser extension security. I was a pen tester at Cure53 company. Now I'm an information security engineer at Google. And this presentation will mostly cover research I was doing while working at Cure53. Two important disclaimers. The first one is I'm not here to represent Google, so every sentence I'm telling you represents my opinions, not one of my employers. And there will be no 0 days, so every vulnerability discussed here is already fixed or is publicly known already. So maybe let's do a quick show of hands. Who of you thinks that JavaScript cryptography is a good idea? Okay, there's a few hands. Who of you thinks that it's a bad idea? Yeah? Well, you can actually Google it pretty easily. It's a terrible idea, at least if you Google it. So there's two prominent blog posts about it from a few years ago. The first one by Thomas Ptaczek, entitled JavaScript Cryptography Considered Harmful. And the second one by Nate Lawson, final post on JavaScript Crypto. And if you take a deeper look at those blog posts and other opinions on JavaScript cryptography present in the, say, security or crypto community, you can derive multiple arguments. So why is it a bad idea? First, it's not needed. Because in order to do some computations in a web application, do some computations on secrets, let's imagine, I don't know, AES encrypting. You first need to deliver the code to the application, to the client, and only the server delivers the code. So server has the possibility of tampering with the code or backdooring the code itself. So any sort of computation being done client-side implicitly gives the trust to the server. And also, you need an SSL or TLS encryption anyway to deliver the code and prevent man-in-the-middle attackers to tamper with the code. So if you already have a secure channel between the server and the browser and you trust the server, why doing the computation on the client in the first place when you have much more control over the environment server-side? So it's not needed, usually. Also, it's dangerous. One of the most prominent things with JavaScript or web security is XSS. So exploiting an XSS vulnerability basically can backdoor any sort of computation done in the same origin. So it's dangerous. And also, it's hard. So the JavaScript language itself does not give you much features needed for cryptography. Say there's no big integer, native big integers class. And also the quality of the libraries there when the blog posts were announced was pretty poor. So you can imagine that JavaScript crypto is doomed to fail. So developers read the articles, asked about opinions, and stopped doing JavaScript crypto, and we all lived happily ever after, right? Well, actually, that was not the case. Now we have multiple cryptographic libraries available. There's crypto primitive libraries, there's some protocol implementations like TLS stack, there's multiple OpenPGP implementations done in JavaScript, there's user applications built upon those protocols, there's custom crypto protocols, so there's a lot of actual cryptography being done in JavaScript. From a researcher's point of view, this is an ideal situation because now we can analyze the code that is actually written and look at the vulnerabilities or problems with JavaScript cryptography that are based on real-world scenarios. This is not a theory. So I had taken a look at a few of those libraries, and I decided to take the following approach. First, I would analyze the code of those libraries, find the vulnerabilities that are actually present, not the theoretical ones. Look at the problems that the crypto is actually facing. Understand the root causes of those vulnerabilities that I found. Try to compare the situation to native crypto libraries. Fix what is fixable or propose fixes, and describe the limits of JavaScript cryptography. And this is what the talk is actually about. So if you take a look at cryptography vulnerabilities present in JavaScript libraries, you can divide them into two sort of buckets. The one bucket consists of problems that are present because of the features or lack of features within the JavaScript as a language. And the second bucket is the problem of basically web platform. So web platform gives certain restrictions or operates in a certain model that poses problems to doing crypto well. So let's take a look at language issues. But first, do we even care about specific language being used to code cryptographic, say, protocols? Does it even matter? Well, I would say it does. And if you think otherwise, you probably are going to fail. I repeat, you are going to fail. So, yeah, it does matter. Language features can pose problems, real-world problems, and there can be vulnerabilities because of that. So what is JavaScript as a language? It's a very tricky one. So it's a dynamic language. It's a language which is weakly typed. It's a language with sort of unusual inheritance model based on prototypes. It's a language with an implicit global object that also poses problems, and the parser is pretty forgiving. So if you take a look at just a short example of those problems, is that code is actually a valid JavaScript. It's an alert one. Obviously, you can derive all that. This is all being done on like type coercion being done by the language itself. So you can construct pretty much any code in JavaScript, arbitrary code, by just using six characters. This is just an example. The slides are not really visible here, but basically, there's a lot of gotchas in JavaScript or quirks resulting from the fact that JavaScript is weakly typed. So this is actually taken from the page called wtfjs.com, and there's multiple issues being described there. So I would encourage you to just go there and check how weird JavaScript can be. So one kind of a problem. So the Boolean true value is equal-ish to string true, but if you try to compare false to false, it's actually false. So it's not the same, right? Or for example, the minimum value is not actually less than the maximum value derived from math object. And while null is, or type of null is an object, so null is an object, it's not an object. So yeah, and there's multiple ways of triggering this weird behavior in JavaScript. As a result, developers actually, when coding applications, not only crypto applications, they don't use types in JavaScript in general. They don't use, for example, instance of. This is very rarely appearing in JavaScript code. And this matters to crypto. There can be real vulnerabilities occurring because of that. And this is one example of such a vulnerability. It was pretty famous, I think, last year or 2 years ago. So CryptoCat, an application doing encrypted multi-party chat in JavaScript, in browser extension, had the problems with the random number generator entropy. So when it was generating private key for a user, which obviously needs to be secure, it does not, it needs to be long enough, the entropy needs to be big from which the key is generated. So it used the CryptoCat random string library to seemingly generate a private key based on 64 random bytes. This is in a comment. But actually, if you take a look at the implementation of the function, it generates a random string of length size, so 64. But actually, because of the values of the parameters here, it consists only of the decimal digits. So it's 64 decimal digits instead of 64 arbitrary bytes. So the amount of entropy is way less. And this is all because of weak typing. I mean, if the developer had used like byte array, he probably would not have the problem that he was facing now. So because of that, because of this stupid mistake, but again, coming from the language features, he lost a lot of entropy, and there were several other issues with the entropy there, and the key was actually brute forceable by certain attackers. The other thing with JavaScript is magic properties. So again, let's take a look at CryptoCat. It's a multi-party chat application. And in order to communicate with someone, you need to exchange keys and generate a shared secret. So this is a piece of code that is run when you receive an initial communication from someone new in the multi-party chat channel. So it checks whether we already have a public key stored internally in a variable for this particular sender. And if we don't, there's an exclamation point here. So if there is no such a key yet, well, just assign the value coming from the wire and generate a shared secret for that chat member. And later on, when you decrypt the incoming message from this new or already known sender, you just check whether you have a shared secret already for the sender. And then you compare the HMAX and use AES to decrypt the actual message. And this one is obviously secure. I mean, it looks sane, maybe apart from this comparison of HMAX, which you should do constant time, but that's another problem. Unfortunately, JavaScript has a certain property that allowed the attacker to change the logic of the application. So there's a proto property of any JavaScript object, and this one, at least for the usual dictionary, like the one used for shared secrets or public keys, resolves to a new object, an empty object, and empty object is actually true. It's a truthy value. So public keys, proto. So if there's a sender called proto, let me go back to the slide. If there's a sender called proto, it would resolve to true. So you would never generate a shared secret with someone called proto. And then, if you checked for the shared secret, this would resolve to true as well. So you probably have a secret, right? And then you start accessing the secret. Here, shared secret sender HMAC. And this one obviously fails because shared secret proto is just an empty object. So the result of that was whenever someone called proto joined the multi-party chat, he broke the chat for everyone else. Again, this is only because of JavaScript feature. But this is not unique to JavaScript. Certain languages also have these kind of problems, like Python has magic properties as well, and you can do some attacks or influence the logic of the application through magic properties. So this is not really unique to JavaScript. The other thing with JavaScript is silent errors, and this one can be really dangerous. So if you try to construct an array and then access an index which is not yet present in an array, it doesn't throw any error. It just returns undefined, which is better than C, because C would basically allow you to browse like a memory range which is not available for this array. At least it wasn't defined there. So But the problem is, it just silently returns a value. And there's a second thing you can combine with that. So this is actually a Unicode character or code point. So in JavaScript, a string does not consist of bytes. It consists of Unicode characters or code points. So a string charcode add function returns a value which usually is less than 256, right? But if you supply a Unicode string there, actually the value will be greater than, it wouldn't fit in 1 byte. So there's a lot of attacks you can do with Unicode on JavaScript libraries, but I would like to describe one attack which is very relevant to crypto. It's a 16 Snowman attack. It's an attack discovered by Daniel Dreschenbacher on the JavaScript AES library implementation. And it uses those 2 quirks of the language to form a really nice attack. So first, a little bit about AES crypto. How does it work? Well, it's a block cipher, multiple rounds block cipher. So you have a plain text. Then you perform operations with a key on that plain text. Then there's multiple rounds doing, I think it's 9 rounds in AES. So there's a few operations being done repeatedly on that plain text. And there's a last round after all with just mixed column step is removed from here. But the important thing is, first, after you add the round key, you perform operations on SBox. SBox is just 256 hard-coded values for the AES cipher. So you perform operation on plain text with this SBox. It happens repeatedly, and you get the ciphertext. The decryption is in reverse. I will just describe the decryption later on. So this is the vulnerability. So if you supply a plain text which consists of Unicode characters, the sub-byte function which accepts a state of the cipher. So this is basically in the first round. It's a plain text, somehow modified, but it is a plain text. And an SBox value. This is again 256 hard-coded values. It tries to find a matching SBox bucket to replace the state, but actually this one is not 256 anymore. It does not fit in a byte. So it doesn't find any value in the SBox matching. So this call returns undefined. So after calling this function, you get a state from consisting of high bytes, let's say, or values that don't fit within a 1 byte, and you replace it with just 200 or 16 bytes undefined values, 16 undefined values. So you lost the first state completely. So you basically kind of bypassed the first round of AES. But there's interesting thing happening further on. So we have a state which is undefined, which would probably trigger some tricky things in the JavaScript. Maybe it will throw an error afterwards. But there's another function in AES implementation here which allows us to go back from the undefined to zeros. This is a mixed column step. And if you take a look, there's just a lot of XOR operations. And in JavaScript, 0 XOR undefined is 0, because why not? So after processing this function, after executing it, you get an undefined, XOR 0, which is 0. So you go. So after the first round, here, before adding the round key, for any arbitrary plaintext being done here, like Unicode plaintext, you would result in a state being 16 0 bytes. And then there's another round doing processing. But then we get the decryption process. So if you with the library, if you encrypt a Unicode string, you get a ciphertext which is sort of modified because of that quirk. And then you try to decrypt the same string with the key that you don't know. And all the computations are being done in reverse. So at the last round, you get back the same zeros here. And after that, you call inverse subbytes and add round key. So inverse subbytes basically applies the same transformation as the subbytes function. It just processes the inverse S-box. It's a feature of the crypto cipher here. So basically, we have a state which is 16 0 bytes. And for every 0 byte here, it tries to access the bucket for the S-box, for the Xbox constants. And it always ends up being the first one, the first bucket, the 0 bucket. So you end up with the state being, actually the first value in the inverse Xbox bucket is 52 hexadecimal. So you end up with the plain text, after all, being 052, 052, and after that, you just add the round key. You XOR the whole thing. So what you did by decrypting this modified ciphertext is you end up with just an AES key, which you shouldn't know, XORed with 052 bytes. So this is a simple inverse operations, and you XOR the resulting plaintext with 52 bytes, and you get the key. This is a beautiful attack coming from just the features of the language. But again, this is not just a JavaScript problem, or this is not a problem that only occurs in JavaScript cryptography. So there's similar things being done, or similar failures being done, for example, in GNU TLS, the vulnerability from this year. So what happened is, it's a TLS implementation. So when it verified the certificate of the server, there was this function called check if CA. And this function basically validated whether the certificate is being signed by the trusted issuer. And if so, it returned, as you can see on the comments, it returns true or false. Well, actually, it returns an integer here. In C, there's no exceptions. So usually, what you do to report errors, you return negative values. But the caller for this function only compared to 0. So whenever you were able, as an attacker, to trigger an error condition, which is pretty easy, you just supply, a certificate which is invalid in a certain way. This return value started being negative, like -1. And of course, this bypassed this, the condition wasn't met here. So the abort step in the certificate verification wasn't being done, because it would only fail if the certificate wasn't trusted, but there was no error condition in between, like during the verification of the certificate. So again, you return an integer, but you treat the value like a Boolean, and this is the root cause of this problem in C implementation of TLS stuff. Looking back at the language issues, they are not unique to JavaScript. They are present in pretty much any language that you try to implement cryptography in. But you can overcome them. You can use the ECMAScript 5 strict mode, which disables a lot of quirks of the language. You can use a sort of JavaScript compiler, like, for example, Clojure compiler, which allows you to actually enforce the types being declared during the compilation. So it allows you to implement strong typing within a language which doesn't support it natively. Also, obviously, the development practices like code reviews, testing, unit testing, integration testing, continuous integration, they also immensely help to produce a code which has less probability of being vulnerable. But the more interesting problems to JavaScript cryptography are actually web platform issues. Because JavaScript is not an abstract language, like executing in some mindset, right? It's a very concrete implementation. JavaScript always runs within a JavaScript engine, and there's multiple engines right now. That language engine runs in an execution environment, like say a browser renderer process or server process, like Node.js, for example. There's also different APIs available to JavaScript code, like say DOM implementation, if it runs within a browser, web crypto for some browsers, a browser extension API, and so on and so on. So there's different things that the JavaScript code can actually call. Also, because of those environmental issues, there's different restrictions being placed upon the execution of the code. Like the most famous one in web is same origin policy. So you shouldn't do things that affect other origins or applications from other origins. There's like a block or policy that prevents you from affecting other origins. There's content security policy. There's iframe sandboxes, extension security policies. And all those policies actually affect any JavaScript program. And those conditions are actually much more important than the language issues themselves. The first vulnerability type arising from a web platform is obviously cross-site scripting. Well, cross-site scripting is all over the web, and you already know that. I mean, it's over. But when thinking about JavaScript cryptography, we need to think of XSS in different mindset. XSS here is basically an equivalent to remote code execution, because that is what the attacker is actually doing. He's supplying the code which executes on a client, and that code can bypass certain security guarantees coded within JavaScript application. So what can XSS do for crypto? Well, almost everything. It can replace a random number generator, a very tricky attack. It can exfiltrate the secret key. It can replace the public key in asymmetric cryptography. And obviously, because XSS is such a, say, popular vulnerability, it also is present in cryptographic code. So when I took a look at Mailvelope, which is OpenPGP implementation in the browser or integration, it allows you to use PGP within Gmail interface. And there's usually when you implement something like this, there's a very simple attack which almost always works in the browser again. So you have a public key of someone, of your victim, and you can encrypt any sort of arbitrary message to the victim, right? So you encrypt a message called, with XSS payload basically, HTML message with some JavaScript code. And what Mailvelope did was, of course, it decrypted the message safely somewhere in the extension code. But then, in order to be user-friendly, it embedded the resulting plaintext back into Gmail interface. Because ultimately, that's what you want to do. You want to read the email in Gmail interface, in the UI of Gmail. So through that vulnerability in the extension, obviously it used like email HTML assignment to achieve that, which is technically a DOM XSS vulnerability. So through exploiting this vulnerability in the extension, the attacker could actually execute arbitrary code in the context of Gmail. So I could read any other email, I don't know, set up email forwarding, exfiltrate contacts, whatever. Or make a URL addressing attack to kind of enforce the user or convince the user to reveal his password, whatever. But this is not bad enough. I mean, this only allowed the user to exploit the Gmail application. It didn't have access to the private key, for example, because it was separated by same origin policy. It was the computation over the ciphertext was being done in another context. So this was an interesting case, but not as catastrophic as the next one. So the next one is CryptoCat. Again, so in order to talk with someone at CryptoCat, you need a shared room, like a chat room, which is called conversation name, I think, in the code, and of course you need a nickname. So CryptoCat only validated the nickname upon entering it in the user interface. So you could copy the code of CryptoCat, remove that validation being done, and start a conversation with someone, embedding angle brackets and starting putting JavaScript code in there. And when you start a conversation with someone or join the chat room, the code would be trusted by CryptoCat extension and just embedded in the DOM of the extension. So what can you do with this? Well, CryptoCat had two versions of the extension. The one was implemented as a Chrome extension. And in Chrome extensions at that time, there was already content security policy enforcement. So the attacker could not execute JavaScript. But what the attacker could do is to embed any sort of HTML, say static code. So potentially you could only do some UI spoofing, maybe convincing user to type a password, something like this, like replacing certain messages and so on and so on. So the capabilities of the attacker exploiting that vulnerability in Chrome extension were pretty limited because of content security policy. But in Firefox, the matters are much worse. There wasn't any content security policy present at that time at Firefox extensions. And even worse, if you have an XSS in Firefox extension, what you can do is you can execute arbitrary code on the machine as a OS user, which I can install malware through that vulnerability by starting a chat with someone using the Firefox extension, Firefox CryptoCat extension. So you can imagine that XSS here is a pretty big deal. And this is much more destructive vulnerability for JavaScript crypto as well than the language issues like those weak typing, for example. But again, remote code execution is not unique to web platform. I mean, this is a vulnerability that cryptographic applications are facing year after year. For example, this year, you could exploit a GNU-TLS SSL client. So a server supplied an information to a client or sent certain byte with a long session ID and triggered a buffer overflow on the client side. And of course, there was a possibility of executing arbitrary code. So these kind of vulnerabilities, and I really encourage you to think of XSS in terms of remote code execution, because that's what it is. These type of vulnerabilities also exist in native crypto applications. Other type of issue coming from web platform, actually present in the code of the applications that I've looked at, is the usage of math_random. Math_random used to be the only random number generator available to JavaScript applications. The problem with math_random is that it's not cryptographically safe, and you can recover the state in some browsers. You can even recover the state cross-origin, so by forcing the user to, in a second tab, if you are able to execute JavaScript code, you can trigger certain conditions which enable you to know this current state of the random number generator, and with that you can predict the computations being done on the second tab in a different origin. Right now, fortunately, this issue is kind of fixed, because we do have now in almost all of the browsers a native cryptographically safe pseudo random number generator. It's being done by web crypto. So there's this function you can call instead of calling path_random. In Node.js, there's a separate function being available as well. But as it turns out, even when there's a code available doing cryptographically safe PRNG, people still use math_random. For example, For example, in OpenPGP.js, this is obviously an OpenPGP implementation in JavaScript. There was an RSA encryption padding, according, of course, to the specs. And it used a pseudo-random function here to construct a padding for RSA. And this is actually essential to RSA security, that the padding being done here is generated or is unpredictable by the attacker. Another thing, CryptoCat, again, is my hero. It's an XMPP implementation as well, and it uses a certain protocol called BOSH. And in BOSH protocol, there's a session identifier and request identifier. And these are, it is critical for them to be unpredictable and non-repeating, like a nonce. But CryptoCat used a Strophe library. So again, this is not a vulnerability in the CryptoCat itself. It's a vulnerability of a dependency that CryptoCat relied on, which is an interesting problem to security as well. But technically, through that vulnerability, you could exploit CryptoCat. So obviously, it used math random function, even though the safe alternative was already available. But again, is this a problem only occurring in web? Not at all. Let's take a look at OpenSSL Debian fiasco. So in 2006, there was, the case actually occurred in 2008, so the problem was present in the wild for 2 years. So what was the problem? Well, OpenSSL, in order to feed the entropy to the random number generator, it uses multiple sources. And one of those sources is actually reading an uninitialized memory with the assumption that the bytes are, they can be anything, there's no control over it, so it serves the purpose well. But obviously, it's not a good developer practice. So the Debian maintainer for OpenSSL analyzed OpenSSL with Valgrind. It's a tool that checks for memory safety issues. And obviously, there were warnings being triggered because somebody is trying to access uninitialized memory. That's usually a vulnerability. But he didn't know the code well enough, so he asked the mailing list for OpenSSL developers, saying, hey, I'm running this with Valgrind, and these are warnings. What should I do? Maybe I should remove those, code lines triggering. And they said, yeah, possibly, there's no harm here. So he removed it. And as a result, the only entropy source was actually the process ID, which is way too small for seeding a random number generator. So SSH Keygen, which used OpenSSL library, on Debian for over 2 years, it could only generate only 32K possible private keys. So, as you could imagine, at 2008, when the issue was made public, pretty much everyone had to replace their private key. It was similar to Heartbleed. Another kind of problems, timing side channels. So the thing is, in crypto, you can derive a lot of information from side channels. So you don't attack the crypto directly, you attack the effects that the crypto triggers. In JavaScript, it is very easy for the attacker to execute code which is pretty close in the execution environment to the application being attacked. You can even enforce the code to be in the same thread via using iframes. And Eduardo Vilanova demonstrated an attack using iframes, exploiting timing side channel vulnerability that allowed him to cross-domain brute force a number being used by the crypto code in a certain origin, in a different origin, by just repeating and measuring timing, measuring the timing differences. Timing side channels are present in real JavaScript applications. For example, this one is present in the OpenPGP RSA, the encryption and the padding. Again, this function should be side channel free. This is essential for the security of the cipher. So it should always execute in the same amount of time. Unfortunately, there's multiple return points. There's a branching being done here, so you can measure differences in time based on different input values to this function. But this is, again, not something unique to JavaScript. Multiple libraries are, or multiple code bases are vulnerable to the same kind of problems. For example, this year, there was a timing side channel in Java Secure Socket extension, which was able to exploit the fact that the TLS stack implemented by JSSE generated a random number only under certain conditions. The conditions where the padding is invalid. And only measuring precisely the time of that, you could construct a successful attack against JSSE. Other kind of problems, not really unique to JavaScript, actually not even coming from JavaScript, is direct memory access. So I guess you all remember Heartbleed. It was not a crypto vulnerability per se, but through lack of bounce checking, you were able to extract the memory of TLS server. So this allowed you to bypass the encryption promises being done by SSL because you backdoored the whole thing. Fortunately, JavaScript is a memory-safe language. We don't have any, memory initialization thingies. We don't have buffer overflows, so we're good, right? Not really. If you take a deeper look at the language, again, it's not an abstract language. It is being run in the JavaScript interpreter or compiler or execution environment. And this one is coded in native languages or non-JavaScript languages, and these can have buffer overflows. So there were multiple, even this year, there were multiple vulnerabilities in the JavaScript engines that allowed the attackers to execute arbitrary codes. And this was not XSS, this is something deeper. You execute like a native code. This one was pretty cool. It was found by GeoHot. So what he did is he initialized an array buffer object and redefined the getter for the byte length property of this object. And it was a function which returned a pretty big value. So he simulated a really small array buffer which pretended to be pretty big. And through that, he was able to read and write arbitrary memory areas. So when you want to do cryptographic computations in JavaScript, the real problem that you are facing is not XSS, because that one is easy to solve if you have the control over the code. The real problem that you are facing is that the browsers are an attack surface for you as well, because the attacker might exploit the HTML parser, the JavaScript engine, the network stack, and through that, you can, for example, read arbitrary memory areas to, extract private keys of your application. And the problem with web here is that pretty much visiting any URL in any sort of tab can potentially execute the code that exploits those vulnerabilities. So what actually happens when you exploit say, HTML parser vulnerability in a browser? Well, in Firefox, it's kind of game over, because Firefox internally, it's a single process. So you can access the information all over the place. Like there's no process boundaries here. In IE, Microsoft uses multiprocess in implementation. And in Chrome, Google went even farther. So there is a separate process for every tab you are visiting. And there's also a sandbox. So whenever somebody exploits a renderer, he still executes code within a sandbox. So to say, he cannot, without escaping the sandbox, which is a separate vulnerability, without escaping the sandbox, he cannot read the memory from, say, another tab. So basically, if you are able to execute arbitrary code, you can think of it as sort of installing a malware on user's computer. And this is, again, not something unique to web platform. I mean, crypto software was bypassed by simply installing the malware. Like GNU-PG, even in the FAQ, mentions a case where like the security promises of GNU-PG were bypassed by the drug administration authorities by simply installing a keylogger on the victim's computer. So for JS Crypto, you need to look at the browser as an equivalent of an operating system for native crypto applications. So browser security in this scenario is sort of equivalent to host security. Unfortunately, there's one difference, and the difference is the application delivery. So in order to run something on your computer natively, like say an application, a desktop application, you need to install it first. There's a certain process, and you need to download it of a certain code repository or something. In the browser, you can execute arbitrary code by just visiting the URL. So as you can see, it's much easier to exploit the browser than it is to execute arbitrary code on the machine. So essentially, the web platform is a huge code execution playground running happily any code supplied all through over it. And only same origin policy can sort of isolate the applications. And the isolation is required for crypto operations, as you can probably imagine. So is JavaScript crypto doomed then? Because if you create a perfect application, there's no XSS there. You can trust the server to not backdoor the code for you. You put it on a website, there's TLS with perfect forward secrecy, whatever. And you can still be backdoored by just anyone executing the code in a second tab of your victim's computer, right? And exploiting the browser. So how can we fix this problem if it is fixable? Well, only browser extensions can help you here. So browser extensions are usually executed in a separate process, at least for certain browsers, and they have a sort of isolation from other websites. So by moving all your crypto code to browser extension, you can have the sort of isolation as much as you can get that would protect you from exploiting the browser itself. They guarantee a secure signed code delivery because you install an extension. You don't just run it by visiting the URL. There's a separate storage area, and there's way better separation than just same origin policy. In Chrome, you also get the process isolation. So extensions are guaranteed to run in a separate process. Unfortunately, it's not a perfect solution. And the open problems are, well, your extension needs to somehow usually cooperate with the website. So you need to create an API for that. And this API needs to be secure in order, for example, not to trigger the XSS vulnerability or allow the attacker to, I don't know, replace the key by just, I don't know, allowing arbitrary website to call functions which should be restricted by the extension. And also, obviously, in Firefox, XSS basically destroys the whole security promises because you can execute arbitrary code there. Open problems. Well, we still don't have the mlog equivalent for JavaScript cryptography, so eventually the secrets can be swapped to disk, which is a problem. We don't have complete control over the execution environment, so even if you have a constant time code or constant time-ish code in JavaScript, the optimizer of the language can still do magic, and that magic may cause timing side channel to be possible. We don't have a secure story yet, though Web Crypto does promise interesting things here. And also, the real problem is actually that the extension is silently auto-update now in the browser. So theoretically, you have a secure extension in the browser, but somebody forces the producer or the author of the extension to backdoor the code, and you get a new version silently, this sort of problem. And we don't yet have a full process isolation, so under certain scenarios you can end up executing in the same process as the extension. So the summary, JavaScript Crypto, looking at the code, is way better than it used to be. There's still a lot of vulnerabilities, but these are, I would say, manageable. So the JS crypto flows mentioned before, like XSS, these are not real problems. The real problems are the platform issues, especially the direct memory access thingy and exploiting the whole browser problems. Yeah, and basically what you can do is move all your crypto code in the extension, because executing the code in the website side of JavaScript applications gives you 2 weak promises, gives you 2 weak security guarantees, and there's just too large attack surface available to the attacker. And this is all. So I'm open to questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Sometime Google announced its own extension called end-to-end encryption. So did you analyze it, and what is the result?
Well, I'm actually one of the team members of end-to-end, so yes, I have analyzed it. It's currently an open source, so basically it's an open PGP implementation in JavaScript as a browser, as a Chrome extension. So yes, I have analyzed it. I encourage you all to go ahead and try it. It's under a vulnerability rewards program, so if you find any exploitable vulnerability, you can actually earn money of that. It's all open source, and we really try to make the extension as secure as possible. And we are aware of all the problems with JavaScript Crypto, so we kind of learn from others' mistakes.
Why did you try to implement some, crypto tools in browser RP, not as JavaScript, not as extension?
You mean why did we?
Why didn't you implement some web crypto or something like that in browser to give?
Because that's not the problem that we are trying to solve. Doing that in the browser certainly wouldn't earn a lot of trust in people, because Chrome is not open source, right? So there's still a possibility. It's not auditable. So, and with open sourcing a library, we encourage people to use JavaScript Crypto even outside Chrome, outside any sort of our or Google-controlled environment. And actually doing crypto implementation in JavaScript is advancing the field, I would say. It's something that we all needed in Google and outside of Google, so that's why we have taken this approach. Yeah?
I saw you talk about the vulnerabilities in crypto applications, but there are also crypto libraries completely written in JavaScript, like the Stanford crypto library and the BitCrypt. Evaluate them because
Well,
they are built by universities, right?
yes, unfortunately they are pretty old and not well maintained right now, at least the Stanford one. So yes, I am aware that there are implementations of that, and I have no knowledge of any vulnerabilities from that particular pieces of code, but I would say we need more modern libraries, because now JavaScript gives you the possibility of say typed arrays, byte arrays, and web crypto, and that wasn't available at the time when Stanford library, for example, was created.
So, is it possible with current browsers implementations to create an NSA-proof extension for encryption? So no Google and no anybody else producers?
I mean,
can
usually
second that?
it's not a. I mean, potentially, it's a philosophical question. I mean, you cannot trust anything ultimately because everything can be backdoored, like down to the level of firmware, the CPU, microcode, and so on and so on. So, if NSA or whoever has the capabilities of backdooring something down to the firmware level, well, no browser is going to protect you from that. It's just it's ultimately a question of how paranoid or how what kind of mindset do you have? What attacker do you want to be protected against, or what kinds of attacks? Yeah.
We've been looking into the server side, so I mean, Node.js, are there specifics?
I mean, JavaScript is JavaScript, so obviously you don't have the whole web platform issues. Let's say second part of my presentation. You still need to be aware of the weak typing issues of JavaScript, and actually Node.js gives you certain, say, native primitives which can help you, like it has a TLS stack. So there's a lot of things already being implemented in native languages that you don't need to code in JavaScript because they are available. So I haven't looked deeply into Node.js, but I am aware that there's a good work being done on that front. Yeah.
Probably can write extensions in Firefox and in Chrome. And how about Internet Explorer?
I haven't been researching Internet Explorer lately, so I wouldn't be able to give you an answer, but I wouldn't expect that to be really possible or feasible.
So you would like to use an extension. Active Web Crypto API, which
Yeah, but Web Crypto doesn't give you everything. I mean, you still need an application using the Web Crypto.
you miss at least key management.
Yeah, and this is usually the real problem in crypto, right? Where do you store the keys and so on and so on.
But you think that you have to write a Web Crypto in a separate memory extension and not
Yeah. I mean, Web Crypto is thought out as being just an API available to JavaScript. But
supporting legacy browsers.
yeah, I know that.
The biggest problem is if you're writing web applications and you want to secure.
Yeah, I mean, it is a legacy problem, like the problem with legacy applications, and it's software development problem essentially. So yes, we have certain features in modern browsers that allow us to finally have something much more safe or secure, but you have older browsers, and you just, if the browser vendor doesn't support the users, like stops updating the browser, stops adding new features to it, well, there's only so much you can do.
Hands up if anyone's heard of it before? Okay, that's good. I would have heard if everyone did, but that's why we're here. We want to get this project out there. We want more people contributing. We want more people using it. So this is start about where this project came from and where myself and Sean have come from. So my name is Mark Dennehan. I went to college in Dublin, the Dublin Institute of Technology, and in my course I had an internship stream and went straight into IBM. Now, first off, everything I say is my own opinion. Same as Sean, his opinion, nothing to do with our employers. Disclaimer there in the slide as well. But I did the internship stream through my course, and I was lucky enough to secure an internship in IBM. So I was there 2 days a week for 2 years, and my boss, Jason Flood, was training me in pen testing. Now, I don't know how you guys are trained in pen testing, if any of you have been, but mine was like a baptism through fire. A lot of headaches leaving, a lot of concentration going on, and it was difficult. And the resources out there are really for people who, not really there for students. They're kind of people who are already well established, understand all the terminology, and you're just touching up. So I had a hard time learning it. So when it came to sorting out a final year project for my course, I thought about taking everything I'd learned and squashing it into an application. And that's where Security Shepherd has come from. And Sean?
Hi, my name is Sean. I went for the more academic approach. I didn't do internship. I was a year behind Mark. I needed a final year project. Mark provided an idea. He wanted to expand to the mobile levels. So I started work on that. So initially I started off by developing one app, and I wanted to have multiple levels based off that one vulnerable app, vulnerable in many different ways. But then it became clear that would be a better idea to sort of have one app per level. So I created it like that.
Okay, so Security Shepherd, so I don't know if anyone went to Jacob West's keynote at the start of today. He mentioned that the top 9 courses, in computer science courses in the colleges in the USA don't cover security properly. And when I went to college, which isn't that long ago, it's only 2 or 3 years, they didn't teach application security at all. It was only crypto. And if you wanted to, you could do some sort of forensic work. And even still today, I know that the DIT are starting to introduce application security because they're using Security Shepherd now. But it's kind of a rarity to see, and we wanted to fill that gap because there were other projects that kind of tried to do it, but not the way that we wanted to. So Security Shepherd stack is pretty simple. We just run off Tomcat. You can use any application server you want, but I was really impressed with Tomcat. The biggest instance I've run, biggest workshop I've run for Security Shepherd has been with 1,700 users. Obviously not in one room, but 1,700 users. So it's pretty much with default settings with some SSL enabled and stuff like that. We use MySQL for the database. We're utilizing a SAPI for the encoder to make sure we haven't got any cross-site scripting where we don't want it. We're also using Antisamy for some of our levels. We've got bad implementations of Antisamy. We've ripped out some of its functionality. And we also use it to detect cross-site scripting because where we can, everything in Security Shepherd is an actual vulnerability, but its damage has been limited. So you can't take an SQL injection level and use it to compromise the platform because you're doing it as a user that only has privileges to the level. So everything's real except they've been limited. So, but in some instances like cross-site scripting, short of virtualizing a browser on the server, we can't actually make it real. So we detect that with Antisamy. So the way we approach Security Shepherd for someone who's been a student and is learning pen testing, or if you're giving workshops to students, you might find they don't actually know anything about the language. So let's say you're trying to teach SQL injection, you're giving a demo, and you realize that 5 out of the 50 students you have don't actually know MySQL because they don't bother going to the classes, or they don't know SQL. So we give them a whole lot of information in a lesson. The first time you encounter a subject, you're given a whole load of information. You can see there's piles of it there, and it's written in layman's terms so that any student is going to be able to understand this. And after you've read the lesson, there's a small challenge. It's just the bottom there. We'll walk through some challenges later on. But there's a small challenge that pretty much tells you how to do it. So put in or 1 = 1 here, and you're going to get the whole database table. Now, the reason why this is different is because after this lesson, further on in the game, there's challenges that build. Okay, there's a little less help, and a little less help again, and another bad fix. Okay, so I want to talk about how dynamic the platform is. Before we start looking at it from a student's point of view, let's look at it from a administrator's point of view. So I wrote this in DIT, I wrote it for my final year project, and to make it really appealing to my supervisor, it was written as to be used in colleges. So that's where the whole platform was geared originally. So the first thing that admins can do is just cheat sheets. So let's say you're teaching a class of hip young kids, and you're not too sure. You don't want to be shown up in front of them. You can actually just enable cheat sheets and work through the application yourself. It's going to give you everything you need to do to go through it. Now, let's say you want to, as well as that, you can also modify the cheat sheets so they're less interesting, less help. Just the tips they might need. So maybe a week before their assignment's due, you can enable them. As for module management, we've got a whole load of stuff. If you look here in this previous slide, we've got lessons. Then actually, I'll just open up a browser. So this is the way we're going to show Shepherd. I'll just show you as it goes. So at the moment, it's in a capture the flag kind of style, because originally we had it as you can just do it in any order you want, kind of similar to how WebGoat does it. But we realize it's not very engaging. If you sit in a room of students or you just give them free rein, they're just going to get bored. They'll have everything they can possibly do. They're just going to get sick and tired of it. They're not going to do it. So what we started doing instead was we had it in a CTF kind of layout. So they get one challenge at a time. And to progress through it, they get one challenge and they move through it to unlock the next challenge and the next challenge after that. So you can have it that way, but if you wanted to, you can change it to an open floor plan. So then if I refresh the page, you'll see I've got all the lessons I want, and I can go through all the challenges that come up. So you can see we've got loads of content in there. So what else can we do? I'm just going to enable CTF mode again now. This is a live instance of Shepherd, actually, if anyone wants to give it a go. We're running this over the internet, so if you go to owas.securityshepherd.eu, you can have a go at the latest version of Security Shepherd in the exciting CTF platform. So what else can we do here? We can enable module blocks. So in the CTF mode, it's one level at a time. It's a little bit more interesting, but let's say you want to stop people when they get to level 8, because you want to walk through that one with them so they really understand it. You can just enable a block, and they won't get past that. They'll be told to get a coffee or something. What else can we do here? So we can open and close modules by their categories. Let's say we don't want to touch off CSRF. Maybe that's going to be too complex for my students. They can't do it. So we can just turn all those levels off. We can gear the experience to exactly what we want to teach. We only want to touch off XSS, or we only want to do mobile issues. We can just disable everything else with a click. You can enable feedback, and this gets used a lot when you've got your students doing this. You don't want them to be cheating off each other. So what you can do is, well, you don't want them cheating off each other anyway, but you can, let's say you want them to do write-ups. You want them to talk about the issue, make sure they understand it. You can enable feedback so that they put their write-up in the end of each level, and then the admin can just look at it. Easy as pie. So, sorry guys. As well as that, if you're running a workshop, it's kind of difficult to read the room sometimes. Sorry, view progress. It's kind of difficult to read the room sometimes and hard to tell who's lagging behind. So you can just get the progress and see how people are doing. So we've got 3 people on the live instance at the moment. One guy's done 5 modules, one guy's done 1. If this was in a lab and we were running it together, I could just run over to the guy who's done nothing, because obviously he's got stuck in the first level. And now I can just walk him through it. And you can kind of keep the pace of the whole room up by just targeting your help at the right people. You don't want to be helping the winners, because they don't need it. Okay, so user management, this is, there's loads of stuff in here. You can create admins, upgrade people to admins, add mass amounts of players at a time. If you want, you can close registration. So you can only have a very specific amount of users. You can just throw in all your class, and then only they can sign in. If people hit this, they won't be able to register, and then they can't get into the application. Okay, and then there's configuration as well, just for setting your DB credentials if it's non-standard, and all those sort of things. So let's talk about it from the user's experience. So every time you complete a level, you get some points. The levels at the start are really, really easy because it kind of picks up in pace, as we talked about. I think the first levels are worth 10 points. max. If you finish level first, you get some bonus points. So all of a sudden you're ahead of the game. Works out about 5 bonus points for first place, 4 for second. Goes on that way. But once you throw this up on the board, people become really, really competitive. I've seen best friends hate each other instantly. It's really interesting how gamification really entices students. And once that's up there, they're all of a sudden, it's not about learning anymore. It's about screwing over that guy. And it is really cool. You do see people trying to help their friends though, and it's sweet, but they're not learning. They're not really learning. So what we have is, in any level where there's not a hard-coded key, in some we have to have hard-coded keys like SQL injection. The database has a key in it. We can't generate that when the user gets it. But in anything else, we have a user-specific keys. So the base key, which is completely random, is encrypted with the user's username and their key that they don't know. So if you give your key to somebody else, it won't work. And we'll know that you gave your key to them. And then if you want to penalize plagiarism, you can. But if you put in enough bad submissions, you're going to get docked 10% of your points anyway. So gamification really works very well. And we I did a lot of work with the HoneyNet last year, the HoneyNet project in Dublin. And we ran a lot of CTFs last year. And we used the Security Shepherd platform for this because it already supported a scoring system, and I built it robust. I was pretty sure it was going to hold up. And we ran it at AppSec Ireland in 2012, and ran fine. Then we stepped it up. Fabio Serlio helped us out and got us a gig to run the OWASP Latam CTF. It was an online tour. And I think we had about 600 users, and I think we had 200 gigabytes of application logs. It was hammered so much. And we weren't hacked, which was a great story for us. AppSec EU, slightly less users, but same amount of impact. And the global CTF as well. I don't know if any of you guys saw that. That was used using the Security Shepherd platform. We also use it in some on-prem CTFs in Source in Dublin, Facebook last year, and then Iris the last couple of years. This is just for managing the levels. It just hands out the levels. That's all it does. And what myself and Sean were talking about was that there's no real projects out there for, if you want to create a CTF, it takes a lot of work because I'm sure the guys inside have put in loads of planning into not being hacked themselves. I haven't been in, but I'm sure they have because I've done this sort of stuff. So why isn't there a project out there that will just enable you to take your CTF levels, just plug them in, and then you're running a CTF, and you're not going to be damaged? So the Security Shepherd platform is being forked into just to do that as well. So let's dig into some levels. So has anyone ever tried to teach CSRF to a student? No? Yeah? Is it difficult? Yeah, they don't get it. It's really bloody hard. So I think that what we do for CSRF is kind of unique. So here's the application. We're signed in. Everything on the homepage tells them how to play the game, tells them how to get their next levels. So to start off, you can see I'm signed as attacker mark. To start off, all I need to do is click Get Next Challenge. Now, this isn't the way that the levels are ordered for the normal game. This is just for the demo. But the first one is CSRF. And we can see there's an unholy amount of help there. CSRF is pretty difficult to understand, so there's got to be loads of help. So we can hide all that. And this is the challenge I was talking about, to get past just the lesson. So we can see there's loads of help. And it's pretty much a jigsaw. The pieces you needed are highlighted. And the objective of this challenge is to CSRF an admin. Now this isn't real, this is simulated. Because with CSRF, you don't know when your attack's going to execute. So for the lesson, we decided it needed to be an immediate response telling them if it worked or not. So it's a simulated attack. So you CSRF the admin with an image. It worked. You got your user-specific key. Okay, that's just the lesson. Okay, and no student reads the lesson. They just skip it. To be honest, what you kind of find is the students decide, do you know what? I'm just going to throw in all this information, just get through the level. They do it with nearly everything. They just do. I did it, I'm sure. So what we have to do is we need to reinforce what they've learned with a challenge. And in 99% of the time, they always go back to the lesson and read that little bit to get them through this bit. So you can see here's a form where players can submit their own images. And we can see Victim Sean's already put in a meme there. So what we're going to do now is instead, we're going to put in our CSRF attack for this level. So we have the path there, so we throw it in, and then our user ID instead of example ID. So the idea here is that this is an actual real vulnerability here. To pass this level, there's a function that just signs it completed for you, and anyone can call this except yourself. Okay, so you need to CSRF someone else to sign the level completed for you. So we're signed in here as Victim Sean. He's already completed all the levels. So we're going to go to CSRF1, which we just did. And he's loaded the page, and there's attacker Mark's image. I've CSRF'd them. Now when I go back to my browser and refresh the page, my next challenge isn't going to be CSRF1 anymore. It's going to be CSRF2. Super. Now, it's been pretty easy so far. We're just using image tags. It's not that involved. We're going to step it up a little bit now where it's iframes for the users instead, and it's a post request instead of a get request. Now, for you and me, a post request, it's just a HTML file. But for a student, they're tearing their hair out, they don't know what to do. They have to go back to the lesson again and read about the post request part. So all we need is a HTML page. I've got one prepped. There we are. It just forces the browser to send the request. So I've got that on Dropbox. So I'm going to just put the Dropbox link in there, post a message, and we'll see when it loads up here, it's going to say increment failed. Because I can't increment my own CSRF counter, I need someone else to do it. Okay, this is another real issue. It needs to be well formed for it to work. So Sean signs in, CSRF2, and we can see increment was successful there. He signed it. Okay, so we're building slowly for the students, okay? They do get this. It's the best way to teach them CSRF, in my experience. It's better than any talk, anyway. So now we've got them doing very simple CSRF. What about now bad fixes? Okay, so the next challenge I'm going to talk about is CSRF Challenge 4. So we can see that it's another post request, and we've got an example ID, but this time there's a CSRF token that needs to be in the request as well. So let's actually have a look at this. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to update our attack so that we have a CSRF in there as well. I'm just going to throw in 0 because we just don't want it to be null. So new tab, hitting my own page. And here's a request going to the server. CSRF token equals 0. Heading to os.securityshepherd.eu. And we can see the increment failed. Okay? We'd expect that. We can't do it to ourselves, but let's dig into it a little bit further. We can see that I'm actually sending it to the wrong place. It should be CSRF4. So we click go, and in the response we can see no CSRF detected for this challenge. Your token is now 1. 1 is a really shitty CSRF token. I think we can all agree. So, and the more we dig into this with new sessions, we can see that there's actual really, really easy to predict all the ones. There's 2, there's 1, and there's 0. And if you do it enough, you realize they're the only possible CSRF tokens for this level. So now your student needs to step up a little bit. They're not just sending one request. To guarantee they solve this level, they need to make your browser send multiple post requests to ensure they're going to pass the level. So we can see there's our attack vector. And when we load it up as Victim Sean, we can see, boom, 2 of them failed, 1 of them worked. Okay, so that's how we teach CSRF with Security Shepherd. Now, I challenge anyone to improve on that because I can't think of a better way to show it. CSRF is the most difficult thing for students to understand, and when they've gone through it on that, they're actually capable. They understand it. They know that they need tokens. They know that they need random tokens. And as the levels go on, they know that they need to have secure non-storage, and you can't be able to get other people's nonces. So I'm going to hand over to Sean, because Sean specialized in making all the mobile content for Security Shepherd.
Okay, so when I was putting together the mobile content for Security Shepherd, I decided to call the apps Mobile Shepherd. The biggest challenge was how to deliver these apps. I could provide them to the user individually, so I could upload them to the Android market, but you'd have to download all these applications individually. And they were too singular in purpose to be on the market anyway. Secondly, people would have to set up the Android SDK, and maybe not everybody who takes part in these challenges is an Android developer. Thirdly, the Android emulator, in my opinion, isn't great. It's kind of slow, so that's also not a viable option. So what I decided to do was I looked out, did some research, and I found the Android x86 project. It releases an open source Android VM regularly. So what I've done is I've created my levels, I've released and signed them, and then I've loaded them onto the Android x86 project. All you have to do is download a VirtualBox image and import into VirtualBox, and then you have the environment for Mobile Shepherd set up. So I'm going to go over some of the lessons I have already. So this is what it looked like to start. Insecure data was lesson number 1. So we got a username and login. The vulnerability isn't here. So what we're going to do is we're going to look elsewhere. As you can see, the account is locked. So the target here is an administrator account. So Alt F1 throws up the command line interface, and we go to the data directory where all the apps are usually stored. So we identify, we see them all there, and we identify the one we're looking for, which is IDS, Insecure Data Storage. So whenever you're using a database in an app, a folder called databases will be generated, and the DB files will be there. So usernames and passwords are all stored in the DB file, and as you can see, the admin password is in plain text. So there's there, battery777. And that is also the key to pass the level.
It's important to remember that all these levels that Sean's walking through have when you load them up in the web app, there's descriptions on what you need to do.
Yep. Client-side injection. This is client-side injection part 1. So you can't really attack the database in this instance because it's been encrypted, but there is a username and login, and that's vulnerable to injection. So what we're going to do is we're going to escape input, throw in an OR, a condition which is always equal to true, and comment out the rest of the statement. And we're logged in, and that's the key there. I've tried to keep my keys sort of more readable and a bit more short. So if you're passing data between the emulator, or sorry, the virtual machine and the web app, sometimes maybe you can't copy and paste, so it's just quick to type them out. So this is reverse engineering. We're going to skip to a challenge in this one because we've already gone over how to reverse engineer an Android app with the users in this. So we've used dex2jar to turn it into a jar file, and we're opening the jar file now, and we can see that there's a key check. Now there isn't a hard-coded key there which the user would have been looking for beforehand. So what we're going to do is we're going to identify the key check function, we're going to extract it, and we're going to add it into our own Java program. And from there we're going to run it and see what it outputs. We compile it, and there we go, there's the key. This is a follow-up from lessons previously where we would go over how to actually reverse engineer the Android app. And the first thing you're getting is simply a hard-coded string. We carry on from there, go to challenge 1. The string is hidden somewhere, it's been obfuscated. And then finally, challenge 3 there was the key wasn't technically in the app in the source code, but there was a function which would check the validity of the key, and you could use that to find out what the key was. So just to go over that, that was Insecure Data Storage 3. Insecure Data Storage. We go over all this on the web app. There's a massive explanation, and like I mean, it may look like I'm just flying through some command line interface stuff there, but it's all explained in the web app. The commands, the directories, why apps do this. It was very easy to integrate like mobile applications into Security Shepherd. All I had to do was just generate a JSP page and an insert statement for the SQL core file we had, and that was it. Back to the client-side injection issue there, that was the query we used. I noticed when I was learning Android application development, a lot of textbook examples didn't take security at all into consideration, and that was a good and bad thing. Good in that I could use those examples as examples of insecure code in my apps, but also I had to look elsewhere for examples or guidance to create secure applications. One actually good source of information was the OWASP mobile security project, particularly the top 10 mobile risks. And with them, I was able to sort of identify how my apps could be vulnerable in ways that I didn't intend. And finally, hard-coded strings as well was another thing that I based reverse engineer off.
So what we've shown you, the last presentation ran a little bit over, so we kind of squashed all that into a slightly shorter period than we originally planned. But that's just a snippet of all the topics that we do cover. Security Shepherd covers all the OWASP top 10 web application risks, and we're expanding it to cover all of the mobile risks, covering about 60% now? 60%. So we're really pushing development, but what we really want is help. If anyone would like to contribute, we'd love you to. Even if it's just ideas, what we really struggle with now is because we have about 50 levels overall across the application, starting from novice to apprentice, all the way up to it'll be challenging for you guys, the experts. Okay, it's fun for all the family, but what we really struggle with is we need more ideas. We need more bad fixes. So even if you send us an email saying I saw this awful application that was using some weird encoding thing, and that was the key to all the server encryption, or something like that. Something simple that you might see every day in your job. That's really what we need. We need fuel for our fire to build more levels, because we want to make this covers the whole spectrum. If we have any sort of .NET developers or iPhone developers, we'd love to expand the risks to cover iPhone and Windows as well, because even though the risks are the same, we want to expand our topic coverage. So please join the mailing list. We need you. Email me. It's mark.denhan@owasp.org. So that's us, guys. Have we got any questions? Yes.
Very similar project called OWASP Web Gold.
Yeah.
So my question is, why did you make another one, Web Gold, instead of supporting the existing one?
Okay, so the question was, why did you remake WebGoat? Yeah. So when I was learning security, WebGoat was kind of a really dated application, and all of the vulnerabilities in it were simulated. And I had used WebGoat in workshops, and some of the levels didn't work, some of the levels did work, and they didn't really follow a curve like Security Shepherd does. It kind of just, this is what the issue is, and this is what the issue is. It doesn't build with bad fixes. It kind of just, it's a great platform for getting to understand the concepts, but this is built to be a better version.
I'm asking because, there is a lot of open source projects, and at the same time, all of them need new developers and so on.
Yeah.
Everybody create each own new.
The real nail in the coffin for me not to have expanded WebGoat instead was that I needed a final year project for my undergrad, and I couldn't expand someone else's project, so I built this. And then after I built this, it was such a polished tool, so just fresh blood, that I released it as a project. That's really why it exists. But WebGoat's in development as well. It's if anything, it's healthy competition.
Question: does your project have opportunity to localization or translations or something like that?
Not at the moment, but we would absolutely love developers to help us do that. I'm pretty sure you just volunteered. The question was if we support multiple languages. Not yet, but I'll talk to you afterwards, okay? In the pub? Couple points? Good stuff. Any other questions? Yes. Yes. The question was, is it possible to put your own content in Security Shepherd? Yes, it absolutely is. At the moment, it's a slightly more involved process than I would like. Sean was just talking about it there. You just need to make if you have your own, let's say it's a downloadable Java file, you need to be reverse engineered, then you just need to make a JSP page that points to it and talks about it. If it's more involved, maybe it's a web application risk, there's a couple more steps that are needed, but there is wikis on our GitHub to help you do that. So email me, and I'd love to help you plug it in. And we want that process to get even easier. So feedback on that process would be great, because we want to make CTF framework that it's literally just the easiest thing to throw all your content in. Any other questions? Okay. Everyone's hungry? Lunchtime's coming up. Thanks, guys. If anyone gets a chance, please check out oas.securityshepherd.eu and have a play. You might learn something.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's quite a difficult time right after lunch, so we'll try to make this as entertaining as possible for you. So my name is Kostas. I have more than 10 years of experience in information security as a business consultant. So currently I work for Greece's biggest telco, offering security consulting services to our customers. I also happen to have an academic background. I finished my PhD 6 years ago on information security, and I keep teaching at several universities in Greece, topics like application security, information security, and I am rather sensitive about educational issues and application security.
Hello everyone, my name is Spiros. Contrary to Kostas, I don't have 10 years of experience in security. I'm still a student. Through my student years, I've worked as a freelancer. Currently, I work at CERN for their security team, and I'm an administrator. I've been involved in academic and OWASP the last few years, and I participated in Google Summer of Code as a student 3 years, and as a mentor.
So a quick poll to start. Who was here at the previous presentation about Security Shepherd? Okay, and who is involved in academia or teaching application security, either at the university level or at the professional level? Quite a few of you. So Hackademic is a rather similar concept as in OWASP and as the Shepherd project. We had similar concerns, so both of us followed an undergraduate computer science degree. We learned a lot about programming, but we didn't learn a lot about how to make secure software. So we tried to build a tool that makes learning application security easier and more fun for the students. At the same time, some fellow colleagues of us who teach application security and information security at universities in Greece faced some very important challenges. Sometimes during a semester, a professor in Greece might have a class of 300 or 400 students who have to take the course and pass the course. Now, some of them might be really interested in security. They will be the best ones in the class, but these are usually very few. A vast majority will just want to pass the class and get rid of it, and quite a few of them won't be able to even pass the class. However, at the same time, as a professor, you have to make sure that the class is interesting for everyone, the class is fun for everyone, and you get everyone's attention. So this is why we created the Hackademic. Hackademic is a tool that includes some interesting challenges, so it gives a practical perspective to teaching application security. Students can take a chance at and solve the challenges in order to learn the practical aspect of security. So instead of having just lectures and theoretical teaching of the security concepts, you also give the chance to students to see how application security works in practice. So we have a variety of topics covered from a practical perspective, which is depicted into quite a few challenges that students are called to solve while the semester goes on. And at the end of the semester, they can also get graded according to how they progressed in these challenges, how fast they solved everything, if they try to cheat or not, and some other interesting features that have to do with scoring. Hackademic started a few years back as a side project of 2 security researchers and 2 colleagues of us in Greece. Quite soon it was adopted by academia, and it started being used in several universities in Greece. Around 2011 we attended the OWASP summit in Portugal, where we discussed a lot about OWASP, education and application security. At that point, Hackademic became an OWASP project. And nowadays, we have had a lot of development by taking advantage of the Google Summer of Code project. So for 3 years now, we have participated in the Google Summer of Code project, and we had in the 1 year, 1 student in 2012, 1 student in 2013, and 3 students this year implementing modules and writing some code for Hackademic. So this has been a huge development and huge opportunity for us. At the same time, we saw Hackademic being developed and used in many countries around the world. We were quite surprised to receive email from fellow colleagues in USA, in Israel, the Middle East, places like Indonesia, telling us that we are using Hackademic in class, it has been a huge success, thank you, and also contributing by giving us some additional challenges or bug fixes and suggestions to improve Hackademic. So we have found out that this is also very useful for some other colleagues around the globe. Now, we tried to build an ecosystem around Hackademic. We will talk about it more in the end of the presentation. And in this ecosystem, the concept is for everyone to contribute challenges. Now, there are a lot of challenges frameworks on the internet, like WebGoat or other broken web applications. The problem is that we always run into is that we run out of challenges. So once the students have completed this set of challenges, you have to come up with new ones to keep the interest going. So we try to build an ecosystem around Hackademic so that anyone can contribute with challenges. So we built a mechanism that a user or someone from the community can upload his own challenge by following some rules, and then they can really quickly see this challenge being imported into Hackademic. At the same time, we need to have some rules for every challenge because Hackademic is supposed to be used in an academic environment, so there have to be some specific rules. So every challenge needs to have a myth, a story behind it to make it interesting for the students. It needs to have a goal, so you need to solve something which needs to be very specific and explicitly explained. And there is also need to be a unique solution so that the student really knows if they have solved the challenge or not, and it's very clear for them. So after using Hackademic for quite a few years now, we have found that the students loved it. We actually run questionnaires every year in class to get feedback from the students, and the vast majority, even if they had no experience with security up until then, are really enthusiastic that they can actually get their hands on and get some realistic experience on how security works in practice. So this is how Hackademic looks. Spiros will give you a tour in a few minutes, so you will have a chance to see what it's really about. We try to create a really simple interface so that everyone can use it. The result of this interface was the first deliverable of the Google Summer of Code 3 years back. We got a new interface thanks to an Indian student. The concept of Hackademic is that it's totally run in the cloud, so you don't need to install a lab, you don't need to install it in your lab. You can run it on the internet. It's hackademic.eu. You just type it in. You can create an account, log in, and start using it, either as a teacher or as a student. At the same time, we realized that in some cases, you might want to install it in a private lab. So we give the ability through an installer to automate this procedure and have it up and running in quite a few minutes. It's really simple. The requirements are just having a MySQL database and Apache web server, so it's really easy to install it and get it going. Also, we have implemented role-based access control, so apart from seeing the challenges as a student, you also have the teacher role, in which if you're a professor, you can create new classes, add students to it, make sure that you roll out challenges one by one so that you can see the students' progress, and make sure that you have taught everything in class before you introduce a new challenge. You can see how students progress through the challenges. Also, as a student, you can view your own progress and see how you're doing compared to other students in class. So it gets really competitive, and students compete to each other and make sure they get the best score. And of course, there is the administrator who has a complete overview of everything. Important feature for teachers, since this is a completely online version, if you are a teacher, you can ask us and we will create a teacher account for you. Then you can create your own classes, add students to your class, archive older classes that have now graduated, see how your students are progressing, or even add announcements and articles to your class, so you can add educational content and distribute it to your class through Hackademic. The ability to import new challenges is what I talked about before. So as a teacher, you need to have teacher privileges to do that. You can upload a new challenge as a zip file. You need to follow some guidelines which we provide. So you need to place an XML document in it describing the difficulty and giving some metadata about the challenge. You also include the code in the zip file, and then an administrator takes a look at it and approves it, and it automatically gets added as a Hackademic challenge. Now, one of the major challenges we had using academic in an academic environment was that usually vulnerable applications have a binary scoring system. So you either solve the challenge or you don't solve the challenge. Whereas in academia, in universities, you don't have a binary scoring system. You have a scoring system 1 to 10 or a percentage scoring system. So we had to find a way to give a meaningful grade to the students, which is not binary, but a percentage, for example. So we implemented a more sophisticated scoring system for academic, which takes into account a lot of variables and produces different grades for each student. So we try to see how many attempts the student has done in order to solve a challenge, how much time it took the student to solve the challenge. We try to identify attempts for cheating. For example, if a student tries to use an automated tool that was downloaded from the internet. And taking into account these variables, we give different scores to each student according to their performance. Last year, during Google Summer of Code, we created the plugin API for Hackademic, which actually gives endless possibilities to expand Hackademic and add more features. This year, we took advantage of it, and one of the students in Google Summer of Code is actually implementing plugins based on this API. For example, we have a teaching mode module plugin where the teacher can upload an entire module on Hackademic, which is not only a challenge, but also some educational content that includes articles, white papers, presentations, or a set of challenges. So you can have a single module uploaded right at once and be used immediately. And we also have exhibition mode, which is quite useful in conferences or in CTFs, where you want users to be able to quickly get access to academic challenges and start solving them and playing around. Now in GSOC 2014, our students are implementing quite a few more challenges. We got about 60 new challenges coming in September that have to do with advanced crypto, SQL injection, man-in-the-middle attacks. So we're trying to include more challenges. And a plugin that has to do with giving hints and clues to the students. So if we see that the student is really having trouble solving a challenge, there is a possibility to give a hint. And if the student chooses to read the hint, we can reduce the score and take out some points. At this point, I'd like to give the mic to Spiros, and so you can have a real look of what Hackademic looks like.
Hello. I would like the screen, please. Perfect. So, hello. This is Hackademic. Now I am logged in as a student. I have a username named Foo. And I don't have any challenges because I'm not in any class that has challenges. The only thing I have is, so this is like the start of the semester, first day. I have only a welcome to the class, and my progress report, ranking, and challenges are all empty. Progress report, ranking, and challenges. Now I'm in this class here with a very meaningful name of monkeys typing on the keyboard has two challenges, challenge 1 and challenge 2. These are just random names I put for development purposes. I have two challenges.
This means that the teacher who owns this class has assigned two challenges at this class at this point.
So I can try the challenge. I don't know if you can read it. It's not really important. It's just a script, a scenario around the challenge. It basically says that our hackers identified a human organ black market masquerading as a company, and you have to hack the company and get some emails so as we can save the victims. It's not very important, but we found out that students like this. They see it more as a game and less as some formal university work. So it's more likely they will go back and try it again, or even try other ways to solve the challenge. Of course, this is not possible. So I can try the challenge. It opens a new tab, and okay, this is a challenge. This is the first very basic one. We haven't put anything very fancy, and it's out of the scope of the talk to actually show how it's solved. But yeah, this is a challenge. So this is the user, and this is the admin menu. As you can see, we have everything here. An admin can add articles, of course, manage whatever they add, can manage users, classes, and as of last year, we have a very nifty menu manager where I can rearrange my menus. And this options menu, which is the plugin manager menu and theme manager. Actually, on top of the other features that Kostas said we have a student developing a custom theme, another custom theme, because our current one is not really very good, and as part of your thesis. And the teaching modules plugin, it's here, so I can manage the modules. I've created the module Advanced Crypto. I use it for development purposes. Once you upload the module, you can go here. The module had 2 articles and 2 challenges. They get automatically assigned. Then you can go to classes and assign the module in a class. So let's say have this class. Okay, it's out of the screen. Here, the black thing, you can there is the module name, but okay, for some reason the projector won't show it. No problem. And okay, we have assigned the module to the class, and now the student has all the challenges, all the articles, everything. This way, what I didn't show, and I won't show today because it's still in development version, is that in order to create a module, all you have to do is create, where is it? Anyway, in order to create a module, all you have to do is create a zip file with all your content and an XML file detailing what's the structure of the zip file. So if you want to create a whole course, you dump your articles, your reading material inside the folder. You dump the challenges inside the folder. You zip the whole thing. You put an XML file describing where I can find this article and this challenge. You upload it through the web page, and you have a module. And your students have the whole course. So you don't need to upload every week the week material. Also, you can schedule when everything will be made available to students. So it's more like Coursera functionality, which is very good and very nifty for professors and teachers who want to manage a class and they don't have time, because that's the usual thing in Greece. Oh, yeah. So another good thing we have is, where's my class? Here is it. Where's my global class? Here is it. So another good thing we have is the scoring system that Kostas mentioned. In our current, in the usual scoring system, you have a binary format. So everyone either solved the challenge or they didn't, which for universities is not very good, because students are here to learn, not necessarily achieve something. So most students, maybe they should get the point if they tried really hard, or maybe they should not get the point if they tried 300 times over an hour, because maybe they were just typing random things. also, maybe a student, actually, let me show you what we check for. Can you see this, the text? Perfect. So, these are the current triggers. We can extend this through the API. So you can write a very small plugin that adds triggers, and or maybe subtracts triggers. But right now, you can have a penalty or a bonus for maximum attempts. You can have a penalty or a bonus for students that solve the challenge past some time limit. So let's say 1 week. Also, the same thing for maximum attempts per minute. Some professors really liked that students were writing their own scripts to test the challenge, even though the challenges are solved by manual input, at least the ones we have. But really liked the thing that many students were thinking like actual penetration testers. Others, they didn't, so we have penalties or bonuses for that. We have a bonus for experimentation. There is no penalty for that because, okay, you can't give a penalty for experimenting. We have this thing here, which are some known user agents, which if we find in the request that goes to the challenge, we can subtract points. And we have this thing that says pretty much that if you find many challenges solved in the first attempt, that means that someone is cheating. Someone got the solutions from someone else, and they should be disqualified or get a penalty. These are our current triggers so far. They can be manipulated per class and per challenge. So, for example, if you have a very tough challenge, you can have different triggers for it. Or if you have a very easy one, you want students to solve it not more than 10 attempts. And that's a scoring system. Should I give you back the screen?
Yeah, sure.
Here you go.
Okay, so some of the things we're currently working on, you're gonna see them happening in the near future. First of all, documentation. It's something we lack. We have so many automations in academic, like the possibility to import new challenges, but these are not very well documented at this point. So if you want to add new challenges, you have to contact us and we will give you the guide on how you need to do it. So we have to work on documentation and the user's guide. We also have a semi-automated procedure. If you are a teacher and you want to use academic, again, you need to send us an email and we will create an account for you. But there is no actual user guide on how you treat scoring, how you need to configure scoring and so on. So we need to work a bit on the documentation things. We have a solutions guide for teachers that do not want to go through all the challenges and see how they're solved. So this is already available. Again, you have to ping us to give it to you. Spyros wants to implement a challenge sandbox. You can talk about it a bit.
Yeah, actually, we have a very cool feature. The guy in the yellow MacBook behind you is implementing it. We have a Python sandbox for challenges. Usually, our challenges are so far are just plain pattern matching. So you give some XSS input. We have a very simple pattern matching that says that, okay, this would be executed as JavaScript, so it's probably correct, so the user probably solved it. But because the probability thing is not very good for any project, we are implementing a sandbox. That is a set of Python scripts that sit around the challenge. And whenever the challenge wants to do anything, like write on the disk or call any database input, or yeah, things like that for first. And second, we will see how we will expand it. The challenge calls our API, and it gets some safe functionality. So if you want to insert something in a database that's, that has an SQL injection, you don't ruin our database, but you get a small flat file database to play with, and when your session is over, the database goes away. And same for file system access, and yeah.
One of the other things we were working on was to add teaching content like articles and teaching modules in Hackademic. An hour ago I found out that the Shepherd project has already done that, so I'll cross that off the list. There's no point to do it again. There's already a project that has done it in a very successful way. We are trying to engage further with the community to add more challenges in Hackademic. At the same time, we are sharing our challenges with other projects. We have already done that in the past, and we keep doing it because I think there's value in sharing those challenges among the community. Everything in Hackademic is in open source license, so anyone can use it anyway. And also we are trying to integrate the questionnaires that we are distributing to the students right now, and which are offline questionnaires, printed papers. We're trying to integrate that into the web interface so that we have a consolidated view of the answers and we can run statistics and statistical analysis. At the same time, the questionnaires can be used as an exam tool. So if you want to do proper exam with multiple choice questions, you will have the ability to do that using Hackademic. And also, quite recently, we found out that some companies in Greece and also overseas are using Hackademic during their recruitment process. So if they want to hire a pen tester and they want to test their skills, they will deploy Hackademic and ask them to solve some challenges. So we were asked that if we have any vision to make Hackademic a bit more enterprise-oriented, for example, to implement a reporting mechanism that tracks the progress of students, or use Hackademic to test the abilities of the pen testing team, or to spread security awareness among the developers. So we are still brainstorming, trying to find out ideas that can make Hackademic a more appealing as a corporate tool. Well, the vision is we had actually during the project summit on Monday, we had a session about education. And the vision we have in OWASP for education and also in Hackademic is to embrace a lot of stakeholders in the application security community to build an ecosystem around application security education. In this ecosystem, we vision that professionals in the community contribute material that is up to date, that is relevant to what happens in the real world. Teachers are able to consume this material in one way or another, either as a challenge, as a know-how, and deliver this to the students in order to make application security more fun and more also realistic for the students, so that at the end of the day, a student, whether we're talking about a developer or a security professional, goes out to the market and is much more aware, much more ready, either to develop secure software or to do pen testing, security assessments, and so on. In order to do that, we need something like the OWASP Academies concept, or Hackademic, or the OWASP educational project, which can bridge all these different stakeholders, bring together professionals, bring together universities, bring together students, so that we can all work towards this goal. Last but not least, we have quite a few contributors to the Hackademic project, which are either come from the Google Summer of Code initiative, which are on the left. These students have contributed code to the Hackademic project in the Google Summer of Code. What we have found out in the Google Summer of Code was that most of these students keep contact even after the program is over, and actually quite a few of them still contribute code or do some admin tasks on the web server we have, because this is a live web server and we need administrators to run everyday tasks. And we also have a community in Greece, which again, some of them are students in Greek universities or professors that have contributed one way or another to Hackademic. I think we will finish much, much earlier. Thanks. So that's it. If you have any questions, or if you want us to go through more features of Hackademic in the lab, we can do that.
You guys have point notions.
Well, yeah, we have used the question was what happens if the student tries to attack the platform instead of the challenge, and if we have any countermeasures or any way to detect that. First of all, we have used the ESAPI project and some other libraries to make sure that the Hackademic platform is not attacked. We don't have any sophisticated measure in place to notify us if someone is attacking Hackademic. Right now, Hackademic is hosted on the Greek Academic Cloud Service, which has some security protection in place by default. The concept is that this is an open source project. It's open to everyone. It's a project that invites people to hack it. So if someone finds a vulnerability, please report it to us and we'll try to fix it. There's no point in hacking it. There's nothing to gain from that. We had one or two attempts to break Hackademic, but it has been resolved really quickly.
Yeah, and also we were getting logs from that. So the students, there was, I think, only one student who managed to actually do something with admin privileges, but minor in the backend. So we got the logs, we saw how they did it, we fixed it, and I think the student also got an A in the course.
At the same time, if you are volunteering to do a security review or to implement a feature, you're more than welcome to do that. Any other questions? Yes, please. The question was if we are thinking about to integrate Hackademic with WebGoat.
Well, we thought about it, actually, but there are some things, some issues with that. First, WebGoat is a real vulnerable application. So we need the sandbox in order to run WebGoat as a challenge. Whereas Hackademic challenges are either supposed to be pseudo-vulnerable or be vulnerable in a way that doesn't affect the rest of the server. For now, we only accept pseudo-vulnerable applications because we haven't found something that's vulnerable in a way that doesn't affect the rest of the service. So, yeah, once we will have a sandbox, definitely we will integrate with WebGoat. And I think there is a WebGoat PHP project. So, yeah, maybe we will use that. But so far, we can't.
It's PHP based, but if I may add. Yeah.
So in order to create a challenge, actually,
right
okay,
now,
I need my computer. In order to create a challenge, in order to create a challenge, what you have to do, all we want is a GET request to the server or a POST request to the server that notifies the backend who is solving which challenge and for which class, so we can score. And afterwards, once you have a successful or a failed attempt, you also report the same thing by the same mechanism with a request. That's the whole thing. So you can have a challenge in any language you want. You can have, yeah, so as long as it can be launched through a web server and it can report the score back to the backend. For now, our challenges are PHP, but you can have anything.
If I may add to that, because I can share your frustration behind your question, that there are so many tools, vulnerable applications out there, like WebGoat or Hackademic or Shepherd. Why do you have so many vulnerable applications, and what's the use of having so many vulnerable applications? Well, the concept behind Hackademic was to implement a tool that the professor can use instantly, that they do not need to install a lab or maintain a lab. They can use it online. So that was the concept behind that. And that the second goal was to have challenges that seem interesting. They have a myth, a scenario behind that, which is not available in every application. But apart from that, as I said in the beginning, our goal is to share the challenges among similar projects. We're not trying to compete each other, or we're trying to complete each other, actually. So again, everything is open source. We're sharing our challenges. And yes, we can import WebGoat's challenges through the sandbox, for example. Yeah, I know. Integrate with Moodle, you mean? Yeah, that would be a nice idea. Moodle is a more generic e-learning system, yeah, e-learning platform. Yeah, that would be a good idea. No, not right now. We don't have something like that.
For reporting success and failures, yes.
Moodle, you can give a video and some, and then they can have a questionnaire, but you can also give them tasks, applications, example web code.
Yeah, we don't have something like that right now, but if you need it, we can try and build it for you. So you can get, yeah, no, seriously. We can get in touch afterwards. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, the question was what levels of students are using Hackademic, is it beginner, intermediate, and so on. Right now we have challenges for all levels of student. We have taken enough care to start with beginners challenges like the one that Spiros showed you, which is just information gathering, viewing the source of the document and finding out where the password is located. And it scales up to really complex challenges where you have to combine different vulnerabilities in order to solve the challenge. This way we keep all students interested. Even if you're a beginner, you can start going and solve some challenges so that you get enthusiastic about it. And at the same time, if you're an advanced student, you can strike out and get the highest score.
Also, for example, for Google Summer of Code, we have some challenges ready, but not yet in the production version because they were ready last week, which are advanced RSA attacks. So we have from really freshman year to maybe master level.
Any other questions, please? Yeah, we have an installer for that. So you can use the installer and deploy it internally in a LAMP server or anything that has Apache, MySQL. By the way, if you're trying to hit hackademic.eu, it's not functional at the moment. We're trying to upgrade the server, but it will be in a week or so. If there are any more questions, so thank you very much for attending.
Test, test. Okay. Okay. So Martin is the team lead for web application security research at SAP, and I'm a PhD student in this team. And Martin and I are working in the field of security, and we are heavily looking into topics of web security, and especially into topics like cross-site scripting, clickjacking, cross-domain communication. So everything that happens in the browser and everything that happens with HTML5. And we do that in 2 projects, namely WebSend and Struce, whereas WebSend just finished. So currently we're only running Struce. And we are visiting conferences a lot, and on all the conferences there are different talks about HTML5. And on security conferences you can often see HTML5 insecurity talks, or hacking with HTML5, or new vulnerabilities in HTML5 feature X. And there's some kind of preconception that HTML5 is somehow insecure. And a lot of developers also think that. And we think that this perception is unfortunate, because HTML5 APIs are probably for the first time functionalities or new browser features that come with a very well-defined security model in mind. And to overcome this preconception of this insecurity, we created this talk. And in this talk, we would like to compare HTML5 features with their legacy counterparts. So we look at the features, check which use cases. Oh, with luck. This might work. Ah, great. No, it's off. No, does not. Oh, no. Great. So I got a laser pointer. So the goal of this talk is to compare HTML5 features with their legacy counterparts. So we would like to see how certain use cases were done before HTML5 and how they can be done with HTML5 and how the security looks like in these cases. And what we would like to do is we would like to keep score between HTML5 and the legacy features. So let's have a short look on the agenda. So in the beginning, I would like to give a short technical introduction into the topic, so explain the basic security concepts that we have in the browser and how authentication in web browsers work. And then we will have sort of an HTML5 deathmatch against legacy features. And we will have 4 rounds. So we first speak about client-side cross-domain communication. Then we will talk about in-browser communication. Then about client-side persistency. And in the end, we will talk about click checking. And in the end, we will also have a conclusion. So, but let's start at the beginning with the technical background. So if we talk about HTML5, we first need to define what HTML5 actually means, because the term has some different notions depending on who you're talking to. And here I have a good picture that shows the current state or the state of HTML5 1 year ago, and it shows basically the complete picture. So what we see here is we see certain different bubbles, and each of these bubbles is one specific technology. And if we look at this picture, we also see 3 different bigger circles. So we see the inner circle, we see an outer circle that is in blue, and we see the biggest circle in light green, I guess. And here we see what HTML5 actually is. So in the middle, so this circle here, this one, this shows the initial HTML5 specification that was created by the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. This specification was then handed over to the W3C, which slightly extended this version. And if we are talking about HTML5 strictly, we normally need to stick to this set of technologies in the middle of here. And then we have the outer circle, and the outer circle contains a lot of different technologies that are not belonging to the HTML5 specifications, but are somehow related to HTML5. And most of the people who speak about HTML5 actually mean the whole picture. So HTML5 is just a buzzword for all the new technologies that are coming into the browser. So everything that is new and that offers an API or enhances the browser's functionalities is called HTML5. And in this talk, we would like to stick to this term. So we would like to see HTML5 as a buzzword that contains all the new technology and not only the things that are covered in the core specification. Before we start with the technical things, we first need to introduce how security in web browsers work. And the most basic thing that we need to explain is the basic web application paradigm and how authentication in such a paradigm works. So in general, in the web, we have two entities, the client and the server. And the server is some host on the internet that has a domain name associated with it. So here, example.org. And the client comes in the form of a browser. And the browser, if the user wants to visit a certain website, he specifies the URL and presses enter. And then the browser sends an HTTP request. The server processes it, returns an HTTP response, and the browser renders HTML. That's pretty easy. And now authentication comes into play. So if we would like to create sophisticated web application, we need some form of login or state tracking in the browser. And this state tracking happens implicitly. So the browser manages all the authentication state for us. So in the beginning, we always have some initialization phase. So for example, we go to a website, we register at a website, and then we log in. And upon the login, we receive some authentication credentials. And these authentication credentials could for example, be a session cookie, could be a HTTP basic authentication credential, or it could be a client-side SSL certificate. And as soon as we have established a session with the website and authenticated ourselves, the browser manages everything. So the browser automatically attaches authentication credentials to all the requests that target a certain website. So if we are registered at example.org and logged into example.org, the browser will always attach cookies to all HTTP requests that leave the browser and target example.org. And this is very important, and this has a lot of implications for security, because when you think about the case where an attacker is able to create an HTTP request within our browser. So if he is able to create an HTTP request to example.org, and the browser would attach authentication credentials to the request, and if the attacker would be able to read the response of this request, he could basically leak private data from example.org. And this is exactly the attacker model that we are talking about in this talk. So in this talk, we're talking about the web attacker, and this is not somebody that is able to execute code on your machine, but it is somebody that is able to create requests in your browser. So for example, by sending you a link via email, or by luring you onto a website that he controls or where he exploited a vulnerability. So the web attacker is able to display some content and to create HTTP requests in your browser. And on a side note, we will also talk about the network attacker. So this is an attacker that sits in the network and is able to intercept or change your network traffic. But this is only a minor thing in this presentation. So what I just said is that web browsers handle the authentication implicitly for us. And therefore, we somehow need to prevent that an attacker is able to create an HTTP request to the application and read the response. And this is what the same origin policy is for. And the same origin policy is the most basic security policy that we have implemented in modern browsers. And more specifically, the same origin policy prevents two entities communicating with each other in the browser if they are from a different origin. So only two entities that are coming from the same origin are allowed to speak to each other in the browser. And the origin is defined by the protocol, the port, and the host that is used to retrieve an object or a communicating party. So for example, a JavaScript from example.org is not allowed to talk to facebook.com and read your private messages at Facebook. And this is what the same origin policy is about. So here we see an example. So we have a document, and this document somehow would like to initiate a request, and the request goes to http://example.com/b. And in this case, we see that the protocol is the same, the host is the same, and only the path component is the same, but the path component is not part of the origin. Therefore, in this case, the browser would grant access and give access to this document. Another example is here. Here we see a website from http://example.org would like to access a website on www.example.com. I said org. And in this case, we have a host mismatch. So here we have the host example.com, and here we have the host www.example.com. And therefore, the browser prevents these two sites from communicating each other. And this also hosts for different protocols and different ports. And this is the main security policy that we have, and this prevents an attacker from sending HTTP requests to another website and read this response. So from preventing evil.com to access your private Facebook messages at facebook.com. And now I would like to have a look at the case where we do not have a same origin policy. So I assume same origin policy would not exist. What could the attacker do? So what is the same origin policy for? And in this case, we assume we have a very simple example. So we have two servers, kittenpics.org, and we have a server webmail.com. And on the client side, we have a browser, and in the front of the browser, we have a user. And the user is logged into webmail.com and receives an email. And in this email, the attacker writes, well, I have a nice website for you with lots of kitten pics, so you should click on this link. And the user would click on this link and load HTML from kittenpics.org. And what he would see is very nice kitten pics, so he's very happy. But what he cannot see is a JavaScript coming also from kittenpics.org. And this JavaScript could do malicious things. So we assume the same origin policy does not exist. So this JavaScript could simply initiate a request to webmail.com. The browser would attach authentication credentials in the form of cookies, and then the response would be returned to the JavaScript, and the JavaScript could read your email and send it back to the attacker. So this is the case when we do not have the same origin policy. So what the attacker is able to do in this case, if he would not have this policy, is he could leak sensitive information. He could read your email from webmail.com, but he could also conduct state-changing actions. So for example, he could instruct webmail.com to send an email in your name. And if we take these two capabilities together, we merely end up with session hijacking capabilities. So an attacker could impersonate you and could do things in your name and read all the stuff. And therefore, it's very good that we have the same origin policy, and the same origin policy protects us from this security threat. So now let's have a look at HTML5 and the new HTML5 APIs. And if we look at them and dig a little bit into the specifications, we see that a lot of HTML5 APIs are currently weakening the same origin policy. So they create ways to work around the same origin policy. So at first, I think a lot of you would ask, so is HTML5 a bad thing? So same origin policy protects us from session hijacking capabilities for attackers, and there are HTML5 APIs that weaken this protection against this session hijacking. And well, the short answer is no, it is not bad. And the long answer is no, it is not bad, because the ways that developers used before are way worse. So we should stick to new APIs with security models created specifically to counter such attacks. And now we will see how that looks like. So now we will have a look into and compare different HTML5 and legacy features. And first, I would like to look into client-side cross-domain communication. And here, the problem is the following. So we have a developer, and the developer says, well, I would like to open up my site, would like to create an API for my site, so I would like to offer a cross-domain data sharing or data providing service. So I would like to provide data to somebody else, to another domain, and this data is somehow dependent on the authentication state. So it is important that there's some kind of user authentication involved in it. And if we look at the same origin policy forbids this case, because in the problem statement we see that it's a cross-domain data providing service. So same origin policy would say, no, this is not allowed because cross-domain, the host is different, I block such a request in the browser. And well, developers are intelligent, and they found ways to work around these restrictions in the browser. And there are basically two ways to do so, and this is JSON-P and Flash-based cross-domain requests. And we will now look into these two cases and look into the security. So let's first see what JSON-P is. So as I told you, the same origin policy manages all the communication in the browser, But there's one thing where the same origin policy does not hold, and this is HTML tags. So for example, you can use an iframe to frame a cross-domain resource. There, the same origin policy does not intercept this request. And you can also include cross-domain scripts. So you can open a script tag in your website and embed a cross-domain script. And JSONP uses this functionality to circumvent the same origin policy. And JSONP is basically an endpoint that creates a JavaScript for you that calls a certain method. And I have a picture here. It works in the following way. So we have a website, and this website first creates some functionality, a function. And then we see a real-world example of a script. And this script is the Flickr API. So here you say, OK, I would like to have a new script. And within this script, I provide a URL. And this URL, I hand over the name of this function, of this process JSON function. And then Flickr dynamically generates a script for me that calls this function. So this script tag loads this script at this URL and then simply executes it. And in the script, we will see a call to this function process JSON, and the parameter of this function will be given to this function. And in this way, I can get data from Flickr within my website and process it. And if we look at the security of this, there are two major security concerns that we see here. So the first thing is that you should only use JSONP for public data, because you cannot control who is the one that uses your script. So you offer such an API, you create such a service that creates a script with the JSONP in it, but you cannot control which party will include this script in its website. So it could be used by example.org, but it could also be included by evil.com. So you do not have any access control. All the data that you share in a JSONP is basically public. And the second point, this is also very, very security critical, is you basically execute a foreign script in your website. So in this case, we executed a script coming from flickr.org within our domain. That means that we basically grant the other party to execute code in our context. And this is a very, very bad thing. But let's first look, before we compare this to HTML5, we will have a look at the second technique. And the second technique was introduced in Flash. And Flash introduced the possibilities to conduct cross-domain requests by opting out of the same origin policy. So a website is able to say, well, I don't want to be protected by the same origin policy, please share some data. And how this works, we will see now. So in the Flash case, we have two servers. One is called b.net, and the other one is c.net. And we again have a browser and a user in front of the browser. And the user visits b.com, and b.com somehow would like to consume data that is provided by c.net, and that is protected by the same origin policy. So basically, via JavaScript, this is not possible. But what b.net is able to do, so the first thing that c.net has to do is to set up a policy for the Flash file. So c.net sets this policy and said, I would like to opt out of the same origin policy for b.net. So I would allow b.net to access data on my domain. And then b.net is able to include a Flash applet into its sites that is hosted by b.net and is executed in the context of b.net. And this Flash applet is able to do cross-domain requests in a secure fashion. And it does so if the website would like to initiate a request to b.net, the Flash plugin actually downloads the policy of c.net and checks whether b.net is contained in this policy. So it creates a request and gets the policy, checks if the policy is valid, and if b.net is allowed to conduct requests towards c.net. And if it is allowed, it will conduct the request and attach the cookies to it. So then it can get user authenticated data from c.net. And here's how such a policy looks like. So this is a very simple cross-domain policy, and it contains two entries, basically. So it says, well, allow access from google.com and allow access from facebook.com. So in this case, the site will say, I don't want to use same origin policy for those two sites. They are allowed to send cross-domain requests to me and receive the corresponding responses. And this is a quite secure policy. The problem is here that you can do this. What you can do is you can put a wildcard into this field and say, well, I would like to grant access to all other websites on the web. And this is not really a security problem per se, because if you only host public data, this is okay. You can do that. But this is not okay, and this is a security problem if you host private data, for example, the user's name or credit card information on your website. So we were interested in this, and we conducted a study. So we were interested in how common is it that people put wildcards in their cross-domain policy files. And we crawled the top 1 million Alexa domains, and basically we found about 80,000 cross-domain policies, and about 40% of those 80,000 policies, namely 31,000 policies, contained a general wildcard. And this was related to 2.8% of all the analyzed sites. So 2.8% of all the sites on the web say we would like to opt out of the same origin policy. And this is still not a security problem per se, because if they are only hosting public data, and therefore we digged in a little bit deeper, and we have some statistics here. So here we see a graph, and on the y-axis we see the percentage of sites that actually have a policy or have a wildcard, and on the x-axis we see the Alexa rank. And what we see here in the blue curve is the number of sites that offer cross-domain policies. And what we see is that there's a huge peak at the beginning. So the more popular sites are using that heavily. And then we have a red curve here. And the red curve shows the number of policies that contain a wildcard. And what we see is that the curves are, they are rather running in parallel. So we cannot say that there's some kind, so untrustworthy sites or not so popular sites are using that more insecurely, but all of the sites are using that in the same fashion. And what we then did, we inspected these sites and tried to look for hints that there is not only public data on these domains. So what we did, we were looking for login forms on the start pages, and we also checked whether there are some session cookies in place. And we correlated this data with the other data, and these are the sites that have a wildcard policy and at the same time have some kind of login or some kind of session cookie or session data in it. And these are still a lot of sites. So 2.8% or 2.5% approximately have this. So this is a real problem. And now let's have a look at the HTML5 way of doing cross-domain requests. And the HTML5 way of doing this is cross-origin resource sharing. This is a rather new concept, and this extends the old browser's XML HTTP request object to allow cross-domain requests. And the system is very similar to the one provided by Flash. So the site that receives the request has to whitelist the site that conducts the request to access the data. But the implementation is a little bit different. So Flash uses this policy file, and CORS uses HTTP headers to conduct this. And now let's shortly compare the security. So CORS is basically the same as the Flash model. So it provides the same security guarantees, but with two differences. So CORS also allows wildcards in its policies, but the difference is, as soon as you specify a wildcard in your domain, the browser will not send any cookies to this site. So you are not able to provide a wildcard and at the same time shoot in your foot and share all your private data to the public. So if you provide a wildcard, it's totally secure. And if you only whitelist a few sites, it's also secure. This is the one major difference. And the second major difference is that you have a much finer control about the access control. So in Flash, you can only whitelist another domain to access all your data on your website. And perhaps you have a file that's called API.php that you would like to share, and you have a private profile.php that you don't like to share. You cannot easily do it. You can do it with Flash, but it's much more difficult. And in CORS, you have a much finer control about your access controls. And here's also a short slide about the usage of CORS, so how widespread is CORS, and this is already implemented. And this is a very old picture, I guess it's more than a year old, and we see in the browsers, in the current browsers a year ago, CORS was implemented in all versions except Opera Mini. And I guess the market share of Opera Mini is not that big. Okay, so let's have a look at the score, and who thinks that the HTML5 feature is more secure than the legacy one? Only 3, 4 people? So I think so too. So I guess the first point goes to HTML5. Now let's have a look at the second round, at in-browser communication. And let's again look at the problem statement. So we have a developer, and the developer says, well, I have a website, and this website frames some other websites. And I would like to communicate with this frame. So somehow I have this website, and I would somehow exchange data. And then the same origin policy says, no, this is not allowed because this is a cross-domain resource in this frame, and I don't allow access to this frame. So you are not allowed to exchange data. And developers are intelligent, so they say, well, I do it anyways. And there are 2 different techniques that can be used to create such a use case. And this is hash identifier parsing and the window name property. So let's first talk about hash identifier parsing. This is a very obscure technique to transfer data between 2 frames that are on cross-domain, on different domains. And it works as follows. So we have a site, and this site has a frame to another domain, and it would like to communicate. And it is not able to access the content or the URL of the frame, but what it is able to do, it is able to redirect this frame to another URL. And the same holds for the frame. So the frame is able to redirect the page it is framed in. And here the hash identifiers come into play. And the hash identifiers are the things that you can see in URLs after the hash sign. And if you reload a URL where only the hash sign or only the fragment of the URL changes, there is no reload happening in the browser, but just the fragment is changed. So what the 2 sites can do is they can redirect each other to the same URL, but only with a changed hash identifier. And then listen to the hash identifier. So they just do an interval, and then every second they query the hash and see whether the hash has changed. And in this way, they can transfer information with each other. So as soon as the top frame wants to send information to the frame. And the second technique is the window name attribute. And the window name attribute is a DOM property that is somewhat strange because it's the only property in the DOM that is not protected by the same origin policy. So the window name attribute can be set across domain boundaries, and it can be read across domain boundaries. The only thing that you need is a window handle in your JavaScript of that window where you would like to extract the name. And if you open a site as a pop-up, or if you frame a site, you will be able to get such a window handle. So what you can do is you can set the name of the other window. The other window can extract the value, then write another value into the name, and you can extract the thing of the window name attribute. And this is, for instance, used in the Dojo framework to enable cross-domain communication in older browsers. And in these 2 technologies, we have 2 major security problems. And these are authenticity and confidentiality. So authenticity in the sense that we are not able to control who put the information there. So if a site is called and a hash identifier is passed, we are not able to tell who sent this. Is this evil.com who sent this specific hash identifier, or was it the legitimate site at example.org? And the same holds for window.name. We can simply extract the name or the value of the name attribute, but we are not able to tell who put it into the name attribute. And the second problem is confidentiality. So window name is readable across domain boundaries, and the value stays even after a navigation. So for example, if you have a site and put some confidential information into your name attribute, and then the attacker is able to redirect the same window to his site, he's able to extract the values from the name attribute. So this is very bad because information can be lost and be accessed by third parties. Now let's have a look at the HTML5 way of doing things. And the HTML5 way of cross-frame communication is the post message API. And this is a rather new API that allows the sending of messages from one frame or pop-up to the other. And this works in this case. So as soon as you have a window handle, here we can see this is the window handle, and you can simply call the post message function, then pass a message and tell the function a target origin. And this is important for security. We'll talk about this later. And then you will send this message to this window. And this window then has to listen for messages. So messages are not received automatically, but the page needs to add an event handler for the message event. And as soon as a message arrives, this handler function is called. And then here we see the handler function. And the handler function gets an event object passed to it. And this event object contains information about the origin of the message. So we can see this here. We can make a security check and say, if event.origin equals our trusted site, then we process this message, otherwise we drop it. And here we can see that the post message gives you 3 guarantees. So the first is confidentiality, and this is achieved by adding this target origin here. If you provide a target origin, for example, you would like to send a message to example.org, then you provide example.org in this case. But if the attacker, for example, managed to redirect this frame to evil.com, the browser will notice that the frame that is actually loaded, evil.com, is different from the target origin you provided. And therefore, the browser will not send the message to this frame. So therefore, we can guarantee that the message only arrives at the site that is intended to receive the message. The second property is authenticity, and authenticity is achieved by this event.origin attribute. So whenever we receive a message, we can check where it is coming from. And if this is a trusted site, we can process the message, and if it's not a trusted site, we won't process this message. And the third one is integrity, and integrity ensures that as long as we do not have cross-site scripting attackers, but then we have other problems on our domain, the message cannot be intercepted or altered by third parties. So now let's have a look at the score again, and I think this round clearly goes to the HTML5 post message API. So it's 2-0 for HTML5. So now let's talk about local persistent state. And let's have a look again at the problem statement. A developer says, well, I would like to create an application that permanently stores data on the client's computer. And then, well, this is somewhat constructed. The same origin policy says, no, this is not allowed. Files are only accessible via file URLs, and we are in HTTP, so we are not allowed to do this. And, well, developers are intelligent, so developers say, well, we do it anyways. And a technique that can be used for storing data on the client's machines are cookie hacks. And this is quite easy. So cookies are stored on the client's machine and are sent to the server at each request. But if we want to store a data on the machine, we can simply set a cookie and put our data in there. And well, this works quite well, but a problem is that cookies are very small, so you cannot put a lot of data in there. And the second thing that is not very good with cookie hacks is that you have a lot of network overhead. So if you put a cookie into a URL that is available, you send out your data over the network all the time. So let's talk about the security of cookies. And if we store data in cookies, we have to know that cookies adhere to a significantly more lax same origin policy. So they do not adhere to port, protocol, and host, but mostly only to the host. And even the host, even this is not really true. For example, if you have a cross-site scripting on a subdomain, you can access the cookies of a father domain. So cookies are not really protected by the same origin policy. And the second problem is that a network attacker could force your application to send out such a cookie containing confidential information. So let's assume you set a cookie, then a network attacker could inject a frame into your HTTP communication, could make your browser create an HTTP request to a certain URL for which the cookie was set, and then the cookie is sent over the network, and the network attacker could extract the cookie. So let's again have a look at the HTML5 way of keeping local persistent state, and this is the Web Storage API. And this is a new API that is provided to JavaScript, and this API allows you to store key value pairs within the browser of the user. So you can simply use the local storage, which is one sub-storage. There's also the session storage, and you can use local storage to simply say, store the value bar under the key foo. Then you can close the website, can close the browser. Weeks later, you can open the browser again, go to the same website, and then the same website can do local storage get item, and then provide this key foo here, and it will receive the value bar in its test variable. So this is a way how data can be stored in local storage, and the local storage strictly adheres to the same origin policy. So each website gets an own storage area assigned to it, each origin even. So one website is not able to access data of another website. And therefore, let's have a look at the score again. And I guess this round also clearly goes to the HTML5 web storage API. Okay, so now we covered a few functionalities that are used by applications to provide certain use, or to create certain use cases, or to implement certain use cases. And now I would like to also talk about specific security features. So normally I would like to talk about two things, about clickjacking and about cross-site scripting, but I left out cross-site scripting because of timing reasons. So we will only talk about clickjacking protection. And we'll first have a look at what clickjacking is and how legacy protections against clickjacking work. So clickjacking or UI redressing is an attack where an attacker tries to steal clicks of a user. And how this works is the following. So an attacker has its website, evil.com, and what he does is he frames a site he wants to attack within an iframe. Then he somehow hides the iframe, for example, by making it invisible, by making it very small, only 1 pixel large, or by covering with other elements. And then he somehow tricks the user into clicking on his website. And shortly before clicks arrive, the attacker moves the iframe under the mouse of the user. And then the user clicks, and instead of clicking on the attacker's page, the click goes to the hidden iframe. And therefore it clicks some elements on the hidden iframe. And if you have your administration panel of your website and there is a delete the whole application button and you hit it, you might be deleting your application without wanting it. And a legacy protection that is used to counter such threats are JavaScript frame busters. So the idea is that we would like to prevent this first step, this framing cross-domain content. And we can see a very naive and broken implementation here. So here we simply have a small JavaScript, and in this JavaScript we check if the parent frame is different from the own frame. And if we are not framed, this is the same, so the check will not be executed. But if we are framed, the parent is different from our own frame, and therefore a redirect is conducted from parent location to self location. So basically, we redirect the top frame or the site that frames us to our own location, and effectively busting out of the frame and loading our page as the main page. And this JavaScript implementation is seriously flawed because there are a lot of different ways to circumvent it. So basically there are two ways. The first way is to prevent the JavaScript from executing. So one attack that was used was misusing cross-site scripting filters. So cross-site scripting filters sometimes deactivate certain JavaScripts if they think they are injected by an evil attacker. So what an attacker does is he puts the framebuster into the URL. That this makes the cross-site scripting filters think this framebuster is injected, and says, well, I deactivate this. This might be an attack. And then the frame buster does not run, and you can frame the site and do your click checking thing. The second technique to prevent JavaScript execution was using HTML5 sandboxed iframes. So in sandboxed iframes, a way to somehow sandbox content, for example, provided by user, and you can use a frame and say, well, this is sandbox, don't execute JavaScript in this frame. And then the frame buster is not executed, and again, you can conduct your click checking attack. And the second possibility that you can do is you can prevent the redirect. So in this case, in this frame buster here, we see there is a redirect happening. And there are 3 different techniques how we can stop redirects in a browser. The one is quite interesting, the 204 flushing. It was simply an attacker can basically flush the buffer that the browser has to store all the redirects that he can do by sending a lot of 204s. So 204 is an HTTP response code that says basically says do nothing. So the attacker conducted a lot of 204s. The browser does a lot of requests, but always does nothing. And then somehow forgot that he needs to redirect this page where the frame buster is on. And then there are other techniques like double framing, or you can simply ask the user nicely. So you can simply ask, would you really like to leave this website? And if the user presses no, the redirect is canceled. So this JavaScript implementation is really flawed that we saw here. And there are ways to create secure frame busters, but the knowledge about this is not very widespread. And most of the frame busters look like this one, and not like secure ones. So let's look at the HTML5 way of doing this. And here we use the buzzword HTML5. So X-frame options is not really an HTML5 feature, but we say HTML5 is everything that is new within the browsers. And X-frame options is an approach that was introduced by Microsoft. And this is an HTTP response header that you can specify for a page. And in this HTTP response header, you can specify whether a page is allowed to be framed or not. And if a browser receives such a page that has such a header attached to it, it will enforce the behavior that you specified. So if you say framing is forbidden, the browser won't frame this page at all, but simply show a white empty page. And the big advantage is that this is not a JavaScript solution, so you do not have to rely on certain properties of the language, or you do not have to rely that JavaScript is actually activated, and therefore it's much harder to circumvent. So therefore, let's look at the score again. I think here also the X-frame options header wins, and therefore it's 4-0 for HTML5. So now let me shortly draw a conclusion. So what we saw in this talk is that modern browser features are not there for fun. They are there for a reason. So somebody thought about it, and there were needs by developers that preceded them. And these modern browser APIs were introduced to realize certain cases, which were already realized before, but with a much better security model in mind. So the JavaScript solution and the hacks that we just saw, they do not have a security model at all. At least Flash has one, but it's also not very good. And these APIs are, for the first time, really designed with security in mind. And therefore, they are not as bad as their preconception might be. And often, they are even superior on a functional level. So they can do more, and they can store more data, or give finer access control than the legacy features. With this, I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, you are free to ask. Yes?
Regarding the comparison by cookies,
Yes, you can protect the cookie with the HTTP-only flags, but only against a web attacker. For example, you cannot protect the cookie against a network attacker that is in your network. He will still be able to read it. And yeah, cross-site scripting for local storage is a problem, and you should somehow protect against it. And yeah, but there is no real good solution. But local storage is much better suited for storing data than for cookies. Cookies are not made for storing data and are not made for storing sensitive data. But local storage is made for data at least, and if you store sensitive data, you should have some kind of policy, and you can also extend local storage to have certain security properties. So if you like to have encryption, so we thought the JavaScript encryption talk a few hours ago, you could use this much better than with cookies. Other questions? Yes? Okay.
By using HTTP only flag, you by definition, like by its user, you can no longer use cookies to stop browser because you cannot query.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Sure.
Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, the comment was that if you use the HTTP only flag, and that's correct, that you cannot access the data anymore on the client side. So if you want to process it on the client side, you have a problem. Other questions? Okay, then thank you very much.
again, okay? Because I have only this one, so I have to disappoint you. This is not going to happen. No other exciting stuff. But maybe some exciting results from the survey that we did with security managers and the things we might have learned, or we think we have learned from them about how you can manage your information security, and also learn a little bit about what others do and see in the field currently happening. Maybe a quick question. Who of you is a security manager here in the room? 1, 2, 3. A little bit? Okay, half, kind of. So this is for the people who raised their hands, and for these who didn't raise their hands but who have a manager and you want to maybe explain why application security is important to your manager. This slide is just a quick one why I'm in the room. So I've done for OWASP, we have launched this CISO survey project about a year ago. I also work a lot with CISOs and advise them in my day job. I mean, I have to earn a living. Good. So before I go into the survey, we have 2 projects that are interesting for Chief Information Security Officers. One is the CISO Guide that has been, the key author for that was Marco Morana. These 2 projects are like sister projects. So the team is quite overlapping, and what we learn in the one, we put in the next, and vice versa. And the other one is the CISO survey report, which we see on the top. I would say if you look at it, the guide is like a strategic part where you know how to do things, and the CISO survey report is the tactical intelligence about what kind of things you might want to do or what's currently hot among other security managers. The methodology we had was basically we developed a survey, we sent it out to a larger community. There's always a question about bias, about selection bias when you send this to managers, and we received over 100 replies. We sent it not only within the OWASP community. In fact, most of the people we addressed were outside of the OWASP community. So although still there is a certain bias because it's biased by the people we can reach, it is not kind of an inward-looking survey that was only about OWASP people. The opposite would be true. So we sent that out, and we followed by some selective personal interviews, and then we collected, compiled all of this, and this is the result that you're going to see now. We are currently in phase 3, which is basically we are revising the questions we did a year ago, and then we're going to send it out again. Go to phase 1 again. Good. So, cyber attacks ahead. But the question is, from where are they coming from? And one of the things we ask people is, do you see rather more external threats or internal ones? You might remember that actually a couple of years ago, most security managers were quite concerned about the insider threat. So we found that an interesting question, and quite interesting for me, like 85% saw the main threat, so external threats on the rise, increasing quite dramatically. While for internal threats, this is pretty stable. So there's a certain shift in the perception where your threats are coming from. A second thing we looked at is also, what's the main area of risk? I mean, if you look at organizations today, what do they have? I mean, you have firewalls, antivirus, anti-malware, and then you have some application security investments. Personally, I'm sometimes stunned by the fact that actually, I sometimes have the feeling there's more money spent here than in application security. I'm not sure whether that kind of resonates with what you experience. But it seems like that the main areas of risk, managers recognize that actually this is now moving towards application security. So if you are kind of thinking about what you should do, You should probably take a look at your balance between these two areas because at least, why is this? Oh, sorry. I should be more gentle with my mouse. Because this is, why is this? This shouldn't move automatically. Okay. Because this is definitely more important currently as a only ask them what's the situation right now, but we were also wondering, okay, how is this evolving over time? So do we see like, oh, this is kind of stable or is something increasing? And again, here we asked, blue is increase, red is same, and yellow is decrease. So for application security, they see quite a change in threats increasing. So 2/3 of the managers saw that actually application security threats are increasing. While for infrastructure-related threats, this is more, the majority was more like, okay, this is fairly stable. By the way, if you have questions, you can also ask them during the presentation, so we don't have to wait. Or if you disagree, I'm fine with that too. Yes?
Good.
You disagree?
No, not quite. How many surveys have you actually sent out?
We sent out, well, hundreds, and the question is more what we received back. And, or?
I'm trying to work out whether the 100 is actually.
Yes. No, we sent out about maybe 1,000 and we got back about 100.
Okay.
So.
Was the survey targeted or we are just sending out field by rather targeting the companies?
The question was whether we targeted specific companies or whether we just sent something out into the internet ether. Is that the question?
Yes.
We did not target specific companies, but we targeted specifically chief information security officers. So there is a number of conferences that specifically target this group. And we had presentations there. We had personal networks in these areas, so we leveraged that. Not only me, but there's a group of people. We also sent this out through OWASP. We also sent this out to large industry organizations and asked, okay, could you send this to your CISO and ask him whether he could reply? Okay, brilliant. Thanks a lot for the questions. That makes it much more interesting. So I would say for statistical significance, actually I feel quite confident with that one because the standard deviation is, well, I think this is still quite okay, maybe standard deviation 5%. Yeah, well, beyond that, of course, we also asked them, what do you see as the 5 sources of risk? So kind of first we looked at external, internal, application versus infrastructure, and then we thought, okay, what's actually your problem? Yeah? And interestingly, when I talk in my business with managers, often you hear, oh, I don't have money, yada, yada, yada. Yeah? So I was very curious whether that would be number 1. As you can see, it was not number 1. Lack of budget is only number 4. So their number 1 with quite significant distance was lack of awareness of security issues. And then some source code, inadequate testing, and then of course budget and staffing. So these are the things they see as their top 5 sources of risk. Yes, please.
Would you say?
We did not have a second slot where you could say lack of understanding. So I could imagine that many people might have seen them as the same. So the question was, did we distinguish between lack of understanding and lack of awareness? Yeah, and no, we did not distinguish. So these are actually the answers people could choose. And there was, of course, it was not only 5, there was a list of about 15 possible choices. I'm sorry?
Lack of understanding wasn't one of them.
No, lack of understanding was not one of them. Though from a manager perspective, I mean, I work with these guys also in daily life. I think they probably see this as the same. Yeah, I know it's not the same, obviously, yeah, but people may perceive it.
I guess our experience is that
Yes, yes. So this lack of awareness, would imply it's more, do people understand there's a problem? That's awareness. Yeah, but we did not ask for, after they are aware of it, do they understand what they are doing? Yeah, so we first asked them, okay, what's kind of the sources of your risk? What's your problem? And now we are thinking about, okay, what are you doing about it? So what is your, what do you invest? Where do you invest? Where do you put your money? And we asked them first, okay, what aspects of your annual investment are going in infrastructure and in application security? And we didn't put them in financial direct relationship, but we first wondered, okay, which one is actually increasing? Because organizations may be very different. I mean, some have probably much more need for infrastructure, but we were more interested in the trend. And that I found reasonably interesting, that actually application security, they see there's more risks from applications, and they also see they want to do more investment in application security. Compared to infrastructure security is more stable, and equally is the investment more stable. So it's kind of reinforcing what we saw before. It's like the investment is the answer to the risk. The investment is the answer to the threats. And of course, then we ask, okay, so if you have your investment plans, what are your top priorities? So where do you want to put your money? And maybe where do you want to talk with your manager whether you should put your money there? And there actually, again, quite strong was security awareness and training. So this actually, in this case, includes understanding. And that was quite significantly clear as position number 1 in the report. Security development lifecycle, testing, of course, application layer vulnerability management stuff, and code review. So relatively common, but I found it, for example, quite encouraging from my personal view that awareness was number 1 of their priorities where they're going to invest going forward into the future. And we also asked them, okay, so probably you have something like a roadmap or a strategy. Actually, most people didn't. Or they had something and they didn't thought it's still adequate. So only about 1 in 4 believe their current application security strategy adequately addresses new risks like mobile, bring your own device, Web 2.0, and something like that. Which I found a little bit, I mean, you could, people might want to modernize or kind of review their strategy. And another thing we looked at is how long is the time horizon for your strategy, for your roadmap. There were some quite exciting outliers, like 3 months, or, I mean, this is very short planning, if you imagine. You do a plan 3 months and then you do a plan again. And another interesting outlier were like 5 years. I mean, in 5 years, I have no idea where the world's going to be in 5 years in terms of technology. But you saw quite a strong center of gravity in the range of 1 year or 2 years. So I would say the median, as you can see, is 1 year. And you have quite some people who do 2 years. We found this in so far interesting because we try to correlate this also with whether you have a better chance of getting investments. And I'm speaking about correlation, not causality. So we are not sure whether one thing leads to the other, but we could see, we looked at what gave people a better chance for making investments, for increasing investment in application security. We looked at do they have a CISO? What's kind of the level of the person? Do they have maybe different dependencies on their strategy, whether it's higher or lower in application or infrastructure, and all these things did not show significant changes. Even when we looked for whether they had a security breach, we didn't find a significant indicator. I mean, there's often this anecdotal evidence that you encounter that people say, oh, we had a breach and now we have to invest more. So we didn't see a significant statistical evidence for that. But that might be due to we don't have enough data yet. However, we saw a small benefit on, which was significant statistically, if you have a 2-year strategy, that you have a better chance of getting an increase in security investment. And we found that interesting, and we have a hypothesis why this is the case. The hypothesis is if you go into a normal budget cycle, you go in and your manager says, well, you know what, for this year the budget is X, Y, Z. And you can start to negotiate, but basically you can't really move a lot. So the counter move from the CISO perspective is then to say, well, you know what, okay, I can see that we can't put it in this year, but we can actually already put it in year 2. And because we have the strategy of 2 years, so we already plan it for year 2. We already budgeted this last year, that we're going to have that this year. So you're coming in with an advantageous position in the budget negotiation. I had that conversation with a couple of CISOs, and they said, well, yeah, that might be the case, but we have not verified that based on statistical data. I mean, we see at the moment there's a correlation, and that is one of the explanations we have. So here, for example, you see this is basically a data set for just 2 years. This is for increase, this is for decrease, so you're quite resistant against decreases of your security investment. While if you go for the whole population, which would be blue, you see that, yeah, you have maybe a 10% better chance of getting higher investments, of increasing your investments, which is not too bad if you're a CISO and you desperately need some money. Yeah. Another thing is, of course, we also, yes, sorry, there's a question.
So, did you have a follow-up question?
No, we did not ask the development teams. Or do you mean whether we've had a follow-up question with the CISO?
I mean, some industries,
I'm sorry, I didn't get your point. So you mean whether there was investment outside of the view of the CISO?
normal R&D budget to invest.
Yeah, we did not distinguish between these two areas. So we asked the CISO, does your organization invest more? In the hope that the CISO would have some visibility into what others do. That might not be the case, but yeah. On the other hand, the chance is good that he has some idea, because usually you have to justify security investments, and quite heavily. Organization. And as I said before, from a statistical correlation, we didn't find much. However, it was quite funny. We asked the whole population, after a breach, do you invest more? Do you spend more after a breach? 30% said yes, and the others said, well, actually no. We're not going to change. But when we kind of narrowed down the population and only looked at the people who actually had a breach, then over half recognized, yes, we're going to spend more. Probably because they felt the pain and went through the process. So they know how painful a breach can be and what's the typical consequence. Why do I find this useful? It might be an indicator that security managers are underestimating the effect of a breach on an organization. It might be that, yes, you haven't seen a breach yet, so you think, well, of course we wouldn't change because we are comfortable with what we are doing, but the moment you had a breach, you suddenly wise up, so you learn. So it might be then there's an indicator for the people who haven't been breached yet, or who just don't know yet, that maybe you're under-investing. And if you talk with your managers, maybe that's a conversation you want to have. Okay, so that was about investing. Now we are also looking about, okay, how do you manage your organizations? What kind of things are you doing? How do you build security in, or is just everybody driving by and kind of passing around your security controls and just ignoring your organization? Or for example, one of the key questions we had was, do you use an application security management system? Which is a little bit, or maturity model. This is a little bit inspired because at OWASP we have OpenSAM, and I personally also believe if you want to write a good security program, you should know where you are. Because only if you know where you are and you basically have an understanding, then you can write a good roadmap where you want to be. A little bit surprising to me was if you look at, we had yes and fully formally implemented, yes without verification, and currently in process. If you take all these three together, it's only 25%. So that means 75% are not using a maturity model, don't benchmark themselves, and basically are not really formally or kind of looking in a structured way at where they are, at the own quality of their security systems. However, there is one kind of glimmer of hope at the horizon, and that's these guys. 40% were saying, no, we don't have it, but we're considering doing it in the next 12 months. So it will be interesting to see whether that's actually true. I mean, you can consider a lot, yeah? But I have still some hope in these guys that they may move here. And that we see an uptick in people actually looking inside, analyzing where they are, and then having a structured approach in improving their security. So what other challenges do people see? Again, I was kind of expecting, oh, budget is so problematic. But quite clearly it was that availability of skilled resources was the key challenge of improving your security programs, of delivering and improving security for an organization. So yeah, budget is on number 4, but it was very clear that people don't have the skilled resources to actually get the stuff on the road. Yeah, there's money, but it's kind of, you don't have the resources you want to use. Yes, please.
They're in order.
Yes. That's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you have a rough idea of exactly how much above the rest of them? Was it a very, very clear?
It was not only just ahead of number 2. So this was a clear ranking, especially the first 3. Mm-hmm. Actually, yeah, the first 3 was quite clear. These 2 were, you could have done the scoring a little bit different, then you might have had a different result. So to give you some insight, we use a scoring for this because people can rate between 1 and 5. And we basically weighted number 5 more than just linearly above number 4. But we tried 3 different scoring schemes, like weight 1 maybe double, 1 50% more and something. And this order was consistent across different weighting schemes. So it's quite stable. Except on number 4 and 5, they were very close to each other. But these are quite clear. By the way, the whole report is public, of course, and open and free, and you can download it, of course. And the slides will be available afterwards. I find this interesting because, I mean, we are here at the university, so I hope that availability of skilled resources, I mean, this is the place, okay? This is the time. And equally for us as an industry, it shows that we really have to improve and teach people more about this. Skilled resources does not only mean pen testers, that means developers, testers who are aware of security. This ranking is slightly different. So your question actually would apply to this ranking. We asked them, okay, which of the OWASP, not give them a list of 160 projects that we have at OWASP, because kind of No brain would really feel comfortable in going through that list and choose 5 and rank them. However, it was absolutely clear that the OWASP top 10 was leading by far. Okay, this was kind of totally clear, unquestionable. While the other 4 were kind of on the same level. So it's like if you would build a tower, this is like the top of the tower, and these are about halfway. And then you have a number of other topics which are maybe 1/4 of the tower. Yes, please.
And testing in the last one or not?
Testing guide was in the list, yes.
Oh.
Testing guide was in the list, but it's
Was
not.
in the list, but not in this top 5.
Yeah, it did not make it to the top 5. Yes.
What about application security verification?
Yes.
It was on the list?
Yes. Yes, they were on the list. Yes. So they were thinking about, okay, what is useful from our perspective? That doesn't necessarily mean it's the perspective of the development manager, of the testing manager. For example, this one is good from a manager perspective because it gives them secure coding policies. And CISOs tend to think in policies and governance. Yeah, development guide is maybe, yeah, you can think about. OWASP top 10, yeah, awareness tool. And obviously you also have a bias that people didn't know everything, okay? You have a lot of people who just don't know this stuff, and then, yeah, they can't really judge. Another thing we asked, this is more kind of internally in OWASP, but I find it also worthwhile to share. We asked, what do you find useful from OWASP? So what do you expect? What kind of, what significance does OWASP material have for you? And it was quite clear, awareness is very useful for them. Code development guidelines, policy, testing, so that would include testing guide. However, for example, going to conferences, yeah, is useful, but not as useful as the awareness material. So yeah, we are happy to be here at the conference, but well, yeah. What else? Yeah, 2 more things. As part of, we were also wondering what is actually part of an information security management program. So what do CISOs see as part of their role, and what do they tend to just ignore? And I mean, it's kind of obvious, you have requirements, risk management, most people kind of 3 and 4. I was even surprised that it's only 75%. The red one is what's planned to be in there, and then no plans to implement is the green one. So I was even surprised that it's only 80% or 78% in these 2 areas. However, what I found quite astonishing is use of as SDLC. Only 48%, only half of people see this as part of their information security management. I mean, personally, I thought, well, actually, everybody should have that. I mean, but yeah. Yeah, I know I'm wrong. I know. The lady in the front is kind of shaking her head. Yes, I know. I'm an idealist. I'm a naive person. However, so this was quite interesting to kind of understand, okay, what are others doing? And for example, threat modeling is really not in play. And we can preach, but yeah, it is not really widely adopted. Yes?
Would you say that's more because
I think these are 2 questions. One is SDLC, the other one is threat modeling.
I'm seeing there's a very big sort of trend towards
Yes.
more frontline development in the lower part.
Yes.
And I'm worried about it purely because CISO and then concentrating on the strategy.
So the question for the live stream is the CISO maybe only looking at strategic priorities while totally ignoring the work, the real work to basically people and don't even care and don't specify in their information security programs. From the data, I mean, there's some indication. We did not investigate deeper whether that's the source. From my personal experience, and I've been working with a lot of CISOs, like hundreds, actually, no, I don't think that's the case. It could be, but I don't think, because I think most CISOs would know if you're using a secure development lifecycle. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, they basically, they go in, that would be a good, so the point was whether they don't have a structured approach to security management, and this is more, you do this because you kind of have to, and maybe your colleague told you to, but you don't look at all the whole value chain of security.
But these top results are patients only, for example, management or security training.
I'll be careful, the question was about information security management, so this was not only application security.
For example, SDLC or threat modeling are application specific.
Yes, though some organizations...
They are, as CISOs, they are not aware of
application-specific risks. Yeah, the point might be that CISOs are not yet aware of application-specific threats. In some organizations, SDLC includes external purchasing and suppliers, so which would then again point you that actually you should have that higher, but you don't. I've seen a number, sorry. Yes. Yes, that might be the case. Yeah.
That's only really a short term.
Yeah. How do we implement the policy? You can say, I want everybody to write secure code, but then you have to show them how.
This is the sort of thing I can see startup doing in the first couple of years.
Yeah.
But when they become an established company where the CISO
Yeah, I think, I mean, there is some truth in different things, and there's a lot of speculation you can do, obviously. I hope we will get a much larger data set with the next survey, and maybe can drill down a little bit. My personal experience, this is kind of just really anecdotal, is that actually still a number of organizations are in the process of getting their SDLC in some way better. And it's totally stunning for me when I go in and work with these companies that their SDLC is kind of more basic and doesn't really include security problems. And then you kind of see there's a lot of opportunity to improve, yeah? So, yeah. Sorry that I don't have a better answer. It's just, I present you the data as I have it. Actually, at the end, there might be, I would also very much welcome ideas from you about what other questions we should ask. Because asking the right question is quite important to get a good answer. Another one was also, we were wondering about what frameworks do people use. So for example, is ISO 27001 widely used? Which you can say it is. It's close to 50% are actually having that in use in their organization, which is not surprising. I mean, if you talk with people, it's fairly common. Then PCI DSS, well, yeah, if you touch credit card data, probably you had to go through this painful process. ETIL, NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technology of the US government, COBIT, CMMI, which is a maturity model, ISF, BSIM, and you know what, then it kind of got a little bit depressing for me because OpenSAM is the OWASP maturity model, And personally, I'm a big fan because it's so easy. I mean, compared to some of the other models, you kind of, in them, you have to read like 200 pages and write 100 at least to get started. With OpenSem, you read like 30, 40 pages and are done in a day. So I'm kind of, well, I think we have a marketing, a promotion problem here. Still, I hope, you know, I'm an idealist, I'm an optimist, so I hope we can maybe work on that. Yes, sir.
I see the data. A lot of us have invested in vSim or OSIM. How do you interpret this slide?
Oh, okay. I mean, first of all, I would say what I interpret is definitely ISO 27001 is well established.
Right.
So if you're going in an organization that doesn't have anything, that seems to be useful to some degree, or people require it. And for the others here, BSIM and so on, CMMI, actually I think this is, how would you say, the race is still open. Sorry, yes? Yes.
So it's not like OpenSem is more or less reduced to it.
Sure. Yes.
So that are quite different in scope. Wrong impression on it. Like there are frameworks in use, but you can't targets.
Yes.
There are things that are the
Yeah.
same, but quite different parts of it that are not.
That was not an exclusive choice, just to be clear. You could tick all of them if you wanted to. So, I mean, you can be very much right. It could, for example, another indicator could be that most organizations are reasonably okay with the basics. You know, getting ISO, getting PCI DSS, kind of doing your base homework. But they haven't really dabbled into maturity models or application security yet.
It's the same.
Yes, yes. It kind of, it fits with, they have not a structured approach, or their structured approach is not sophisticated enough, not mature enough. That, yeah, the data kind of supports itself, yeah. Yes?
So I think this slide is similar to talk about areas and but then goes into areas that are below the radar for him because they're more tactical implementation. That slide is a similar challenge. It starts off asking him about things he knows. 2001, but things that he probably
Yes, I would. So the point was of the gentleman in the front. I'm just for the mic. Was that the CISO maybe is not going into the tactical doing things, rather on the governance area.
Yeah, exactly. So there may be code review going on.
Yeah.
Maybe an SDLC. Large organisation might not. Doesn't mark it as currently in use.
So the CISO might not know that you do code review and you do it anyway. I'm not so sure about whether there's, well, I mean, there's stuff going on that the CISO doesn't know, for sure. It's more usually the stuff that you don't want to tell him. I mean, the good news tend to make it. The bad news, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hypothesis we could, and speculation. I mean, it's consistent, yeah. You're right, the two data sets are consistent in that regard. One thing maybe from our conversation now would be to say application security hasn't made it yet on the desk of the CISO. I mean, they want to, I mean, at the very beginning of the presentation, you saw they know we have to invest more in application security. So they know that. But it seems it hasn't trickled down on actually doing stuff. Okay, so one last one was we were also asking, okay, do you actually kind of look at quality and effectiveness? Do you assess your own quality of your security programs? And I'm sorry that I think the characters are too small on the screen. So some of them, actually quite a number of them, do at least some internal self-assessment. We did not quantify whether that's kind of, it happens once in a lifetime or once a year or whatever. But yeah, we wanted to be a little bit open in that. A number of them still have external assessment. And maybe for that it might be useful to be aware that I would say this was more larger organizations who were submitting to that survey. So for example, we did have quite a large part of the population was very large corporations, and only very few were smaller organizations. Code review, assessments, and well, there's quite some people who just don't do assessments at all. So yeah, we implement stuff and then we don't measure. Good, or not so good. Let me see. Oh, that. Yeah, and that is then whether you do that externally, so verification of the security of external partners. So if you buy stuff from someone else, do you actually verify what their security posture is? Because you use their software, so they are part of your risk, of your security problems. Some of them do, by your organization's application security or procurement functions. Some rely on self-assessment by the partner. So basically you ask them, please assess yourself and tell me what you think. Yeah. Some use independent external assessment. So that would be like an audit. And then some just trust people. Yeah, like about 1 in 4 trusts. They say, well, if we trust our suppliers, we don't do any security assessment and we don't ask them. So I find this quite interesting because if you think about how deep people are integrated with their suppliers today, this could be a blind spot for organizations. Yes?
This is with regard.
This is actually in general, so infrastructure and application. So the question was about verification of security of external partners, providers and contractors. You don't believe that answer?
No, I think they might have answered it thinking.
Why do you not believe that data?
Because it's core
you say it is core to the CISO community to verify the security of your suppliers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's about
I can only tell you what we received. Yeah, if you like, you can actually have access to the. Yeah, we should revise. Maybe we should clarify the question, and I'm actually very much looking forward to feedback and input, which will be on the next slide, if you want. So first, before the next slide, I just wanted to give attribution. So we had a number of people who wrote the report, and then we had a lot of helping hands who helped us write the questionnaire, translate it into different languages, send it across different countries and regions. And here's the link to the two documents, the guide and the survey. And yeah, that's the call for volunteers. So we are currently in the process. There will be a CISO guide version 2. And of course, we are sending out the next CISO survey. We hope to do that in July, so we don't have much time to add a lot. We're currently in the process of revising the questionnaire, but if you have ideas, they would be very much welcome. If you like to take part in the project, absolutely. We would love that. If you don't want to take active part, but if you want to be kept up to date, then, for example, if you want to receive the next release of the CISO survey, then you can register here at this URL, and we will send you the questionnaire and only information about the next CISO survey release. So that way you will get an active information. Yep. And yeah, questions, kind of the questions I have to you. What kind of information do you think would be useful? So what kind of questions should we ask this time for 2014? And also, maybe to trigger you, if you could ask 1,000 CISOs, because I hope we get that this year, one question, what would it be? What would you want to know? Or any questions from you, of course, to me. So, please. We have 2 more minutes, I think. Yes?
Last in response. How do we get them from no? I think when they look, my experience is
Mm-hmm.
and when they saw BSIM, they get incredibly overwhelmed.
Yes.
Right? They say this is the 117 effective habits of highly effective people instead of the 7.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I know it's not meant to be a shortcut, but
Yeah.
I think there's a chasm between no structure and I would love to see us look for like.
Yeah, I mean, what OWASP has with OpenSAM in this case is kind of a small agile structure.
Right.
You don't have to do the 117th good habits for security management. You can have actually just 7. And
But we have that already. I guess my point is, how do we better advertise that to the people who act?
I don't know. Yes.
The number one issue.
The lack of skills? Yes. Actually, that is something that we are looking at OWASP right now. So the OWASP board decided beginning of this year that as a strategic goal for OWASP will be to tackle that, to develop and roll out development training, secure development training in a wider area. So kind of provide training material for free, maybe even do video training and so on. So this is one of the strategic goals for OWASP. So we very much see that as something we can tackle. With the promotion, yes, it would be nice to do it, but I'm not sure, I don't know yet the best answer how to tackle it. Okay, people are leaving, so I'm probably over time. Oh, I'm still okay.
Just about.
Yeah, just about.
Have you tried to analyze this data, comparing different types of organizations, for example, bank versus software vendor, or versus application as a service vendor?
The question is whether we split the data and sliced it depending on organization type. The data set was not big enough to slice it and still have statistical significance. So if we get this year more people, then hopefully we can do so. But in this case, it wouldn't be prudent to do so. Then, yeah, thank you very much for your attendance, for your questions. Please join the mailing list. Thanks a lot. Yes.
interesting to see whether or not those who deal with credit card data have better application development than those who don't. My name is Garrett Williams. I'm going to be talking about the PCI, DSS and secure applications. I am a senior consultant for a company, but basically what I'm here today is talking about one of the bugbears that I have as a QSA and QSAs have in general, is that so we go into companies to actually discuss about credit card data and the protection of it, and people write software, and we've got to actually make sure they've written it securely. So one of the things I'm actually asking to the community really is, how can you demonstrate to QSAs whether you've got a secure application development environment and the competencies of your developers and your testers? So can your organizations actually demonstrate that to an auditor? How would you go about doing that? What I'm going to be looking at is very specific. It's about applications, really about cardholder data. But quite a lot of the practices that the PCI industry are looking for actually do apply to a lot of other development as well. So what I want to look at is the PCI requirements. From the point of view of those who develop applications, you need to understand what the requirements are. So I'm going to quickly go through some of those. I'm also going to explain what is a QSA am I looking for, which actually is evidence that you are doing things. That's not just a policy document saying, oh yeah, we've got a secure development environment. I want to see evidence it is secure, because if I don't see it as an auditor, I will fail. And I'm going to look through some of the things that I've found and make some notes about key practices I find that help organizations. So really going to go through some of the things about software development, what I'm expecting to see in terms of secure development. Now, I'm not a programmer, although I can write Hello World in about 10 or 15 different languages. Quite often that is secure because there's no input. But like most auditors, we're not experts on software development. So there's a double challenge here. Can you explain to someone who's not an expert in software development that you've done things correctly? It's an interesting problem for a lot of organizations when they're going for the PCI Data Security Standard certification. So really what I'm looking at is protection of cardholder data. That could be within web applications, it can be within applications such as point of sales. But it's not just the protection of the cardholder data, but it's also about the protection of the cardholder data environments. And one of the things where I have a lot of problems when I audit is people go, yes, well, we don't actually handle credit card data, we use a third-party website. And when you look at the security of their website that handles the redirect, it is totally useless. Any hacker could have got in and changed the redirect to the insecurePaymentProcessing.org that the Eastern Europeans are running, and actually redirect people to a fake payment processor. So it's not just writing applications that handle the cardholder data correctly, but it's also about writing applications that make sure any handover, anything that can affect the security of the cardholder data environment is also done properly. And that falls in with scope of the PCI DSS. So it applies to all the system components in and connected, the actual people, the developers as well, the processes, the development lifecycle environment, and the technologies that store, process, or transmit cardholder data. And as an auditor, I don't set the scope, I just agree it, whether it's right or wrong.
So again, I look at what web applications do and how they handle the data and the handoff, how they go from a shopping basket to a payment processor. And quite a lot of things are going to be in scope in terms of payment processing, where the actual secure programming needs to take place. So web hosting, payment processors, point-of-sale applications, payment call centers, the software they use there, software anywhere within the ecosphere of the payment card industry and the merchants, etc., is going to be in scope. In fact, one thing that's probably not in scope is the actual client who has the credit card details in the first place. But there again, client-side applications can affect the security. So if they've been delivered from your website, they need to be considered. And in particular with the new requirements with the PCI DSS in version 3, one of which is about third-party adverts being delivered to e-commerce websites. And there's already been talks today about the security of the what is in I can't remember the exact terminology. It's about the same origin domain problem and bypassing that. And that is a problem. If you can actually infect an advert, and there's been cases of that, and that's been served on an e-commerce website, is there a possibility that can be used to actually capture the cardholder data? So it has to take into account the way that the websites and everything are written. So I want to see, as a QSA, that everything's been considered when it comes to you delivering secure applications that companies are using to actually for the e-commerce and for normal merchants as well. And it's surprising where you can actually find cardholder data. It's not just within the payment processing bit. I've seen it in all sorts of applications as a unique identifier. And if it's a PAN is there, it falls in scope, and you've got to show that it's actually been securely coded. So that actually the scope of the PCI DSS is quite wide, often wider than people think. And when it comes to actually doing the audits, it's actually trying to make sure that those who developed that software have done it to the actual requirements of the data security standard. The one thing I'm not going to worry too much about is something called the Payment Applications Data Security Standard, because that's tested and verified in labs by third parties before it's deployed. I'm more concerned about if you operate, or your company operates a website that's using your software that you've developed, can you show that you've actually secured it? And you may be a service provider, you may be a merchant, but there are various rules for applications, and quite a lot of applications do fall outside the PA-DSS scheme. And when they fall outside that, they fall into the scope of the PCI DSS audit of a merchant, demonstrate that you are up to date with the current knowledge about vulnerabilities. So some of the things that Tobias was discussing earlier on, what the CISO knew, actually applies to what I'm looking for when I'm doing an audit. There doesn't appear to be many requirements about software in the PCI DSS, but there's 5 main ones. There's a number of sub-requirements. There's a lot of testing procedures, and it's the testing procedures that are not done properly. I have more confidence actually in software programmers being able to write code properly than I am in actually them providing the evidence that they have done so. So there are a number of requirements, and at the high level, this seemed to be quite easy. Any software developed for an e-commerce merchant or a merchant needs to be developed with best practices. So in terms of best practice, the OWASP guide is a very good industry standard. But it must incorporate information security throughout the software development lifecycle, which is why it piqued my curiosity on Tobias's slide that SDLC was so low. I was wondering if that was generic across all industries and whether it would be higher for those involved in writing software for the payment processing industry. But in addition, in terms of the best practices, there's encryption, protecting of the data. I know cryptography was mentioned this morning about JavaScript and cryptographic libraries. But in terms of encryption, they use the PCI say strong encryption. How many of you as developers know what strong encryption is? One person put their hand up. So if you're going to write an application, you're going to protect data, how strong encryption can you use? Now the PCI have defined strong encryption as being this. If you wrote an application last year, you're probably not meeting the current requirements because they changed the definition and didn't exactly tell everybody. So the requirement is through a secure development lifecycle where security is considered at the inception stage during the gathering of the requirements. There are a lot of requirements within the PCI about secure software and what it needs to do. It also includes a lot of logging of data and audit trails and protecting of audit trails. So again, all this information had to be captured at the requirement stage. This one is great. Follow change control processes. What's the standard change control process for your organizations? If someone wants to change software, what do? Request for change goes into the change process, a risk assessment. If it's accepted, it gets approved, then it's coded, tested, approved before release for development. Quite interestingly, because I also do a little bit of pen testing, which is part of the PCI DSS requirements, I quite often come across this situation with websites that we test them, there's a problem. They fix them, we test again, it's passed. 1 year later, we go back, we test again, and it fails because the problems have come back. The reason for this, when we actually start asking them, is they changed the production environment to pass the test and didn't change the development system where the code was that they used to develop the next version. So with robust change control, that shouldn't happen. So again, one of the requirements we're looking for is the way that this is all done. Address common vulnerabilities. Train developers. Pleased to see in Tobas's survey that awareness and training of developers was actually quite high at the top. One of the things as an auditor for the PCI, I have to sort of ask the developers is, do you know about secure programming techniques? At least, how many of you are actually developers? Not as many as I hoped for an OWASP conference, but all of you should at least know what secure programming is about. But can you demonstrate to somebody that you do know secure programming? How can you do that? You've got to convince an auditor that you do know about it, not only that you knew about it 4 years ago, that you also know about all the new threats and vulnerabilities that have been found in the last 5 minutes. Okay, the last month. And do you develop applications on secure coding guidelines? So these are the things that the PCI are actually asking. And then they throw in, for public-facing web applications, they need to be tested, possibly put a web application firewall in front of it to protect it as well. And then write all your policies to cover all that as well. Your CISO will know about the policies. Your development teams, leaders, the R&D will know about the coding practices. So when I actually looked into this more detail, because I do a lot of audits, I found some key practices that organisations were doing. One, the ones that passed were the ones that had a secure development lifecycle. They were building security in. So that was a key practice that I looked for. I need to reworded this one, but I did it in a bit of a hurry. Require developers to understand how cardholder data is handled in memory. I should actually say in the environment, including the memory. Because the one key thing these days, applications are attacked, systems are attacked. A lot of the big breaches in cardholder data in stores comes from the point of sales equipment. Card details are entered into the PIN entry device. The till receives them, doesn't store them on a hard drive, it immediately encrypts them, but it does that in memory. So how can you handle cardholder data, sensitive data, in memory to stop it being intercepted or being scraped? The knowledge of actually how the systems work and how you can prevent people bypassing a lot of the controls. Separation of development, testing and production. It's easy to say that you do this, but can you prove you got that segregation? And if you do have a problem with your production system, does your changes go then reflected back into the actual design and the development environment? And the need to remove test account credentials. It's the standard thing with a lot of applications, a lot of information security, changing the default username and passwords. A lot of organisations have standard test accounts, which they use in testing processes. If they don't remove them and deploy them into the production environment, attackers will actually find those easy accounts and passwords and use them to get in. And the other one is about live data. You're doing your testing in an environment. I've quite often seen tested servers on the internet to enable them to be tested through a public access. People forget that the test data they've used has been anonymized data from the actual live database. And I've seen the situations where people have actually used live credit card numbers, even though they've actually changed the username, the cardholder name. They didn't change the actual credit card number. And you only need the credit card holder number, the PAN number, and a credential such as the PIN or the CVV on the back to actually use that card. And they've been kept correct. For those who work in the credit card industry, there are credit card numbers that are invalid. All the payment brands have these sets of numbers that will never be used on a production card. They will never be accepted or authenticated as a proper payment card. And they're the ones that should be used for actually doing the testing. Change of control I mentioned. Is it reviewed? Has it been authorized? More importantly, when an auditor comes in 9 months afterwards and there is a change request, is there a manager's signature on it to actually say it was approved before it was actually put in place? It's the evidence behind the development. Are the software developers trained in secure coding? I think the question was actually asked earlier on today, at the very beginning of the session, about MSc courses in secure programming. And they said they didn't think there were any in the UK. But how are developers going to be trained? I do know some universities actually do secure programming. The Royal Holloway do, and some other ones around the UK. But how many developers actually do it? I know some very large companies put their new developers through, Believe it or not, Microsoft do actually train their developers in secure coding. Siemens do. But for the rest of the companies, how do you train someone? And how do you then prove they have been trained? Testing of applications to ensure they do not suffer from known vulnerabilities. Well, that's straightforward. A lot of the talks I've heard today have all been about testing and the training of testers. I haven't been to all the sessions, I haven't been to all the rooms, but I've seen and heard a lot of talks about testing the testers, or training the testers, with various models and such like. What about training the developers? That needs to be covered. And they also publicly facing web applications. Those who put the web application firewalls in front of their applications are the ones that will normally survive most of the attacks. So when I actually look at the requirements and the key practices, there are two things I actually look for. I actually look for process maturity. So as an auditor, I want to see the policies, the procedures, I want to see history that they're all been there, that in terms of the secure development lifecycle, in the requirements there was security considered. In the testing, security was considered. In the coding, security was considered. So I group a lot of the work I do into process maturity and then the competencies of both developers and testers. And that's what I'm looking for when I'm actually doing an audit which involves secure applications is, have they got the policies and processes in place? Do they have the people trained? And how can companies show me that they've done that? Yes, the PCI itself is actually quite poor. I know I'm a qualified security assessor, but I do admit, as somebody who works with the PCI DSS, it is not the best standard for secure web applications. It is not the best standard for securing sensitive data like payment cards. There are so many holes in it that an advanced attacker can get to the data. But it is a minimum standard that the payment card industry wants the companies to accept. You as consumers will hope that all these people that develop the software are protecting your cardholders to the minimum cardholder data to the minimum standard as well. So though they actually don't test for software other than just a few cases, it is important that they get it right. But part of the problem in actually the PCI and the secure software applications is the QSAs. QSAs don't necessarily know about software development. If you're working for a company that's been audited, you've got to bear in mind that the QSAs come from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of different technical knowledge. There's a wide field that they've got to audit, from physical controls through policies to networks to secure software. They're not going to be experts in everything. One way, that makes it easier to pull the wool over their eyes. But the other thing is, a QSA should actually want to be convinced that you're doing things right. So how can you explain that you've protected against cross-site scripting to somebody who doesn't understand what cross-site scripting is? So I do appreciate for some of those people who undergo the PCI DSS that it's not necessarily the fault of the developers, but quite often the difficulties with the QSA as well. Does the QSA actually understand what secure software is? Does he understand the vulnerabilities? And the only thing you can do is refer to best practice. And to be honest, I've actually known about OWASP, been involved in some of the little things, kept an eye on them for the last sort of 10, 15 years that I've been doing information security. I recognise OWASP is one of the best sources for information on securing software. I also know a lot of hackers who actually take the tools that OWASP develop and use them as well as part of their arsenal to attack websites. It's a two-edged sword, but there are some of the best practices around come from OWASP. There are lots of other organisations, SANS, CERT, Secure Coding, the ISC Squared, who are here. They have they actually have secure coding certifications as well and best practice. So I expect to see best practices being put in place. So for the first key practice, I want to see formal mature design methodologies, specific policies and practices, and evidence that they're actually being used. Techie people have one big problem generally. They don't like writing. They don't like writing policies. They don't like filling out forms to say they've done something. But unfortunately, you've got to do this to show the evidence that you've actually done the job correctly. I also look for the competence. Have your developers done a course? Yes, we did the ISC Squared one, we've done the SANS one. Great. When did you do it? 4 years ago. Have you kept up to date? What's the continuous professional development? Did you attend the OWASP AppSec EU 2014? Yes, good. That shows you're actually trying to keep up to date. The continuous professional development side, the evidence that you are maintaining your knowledge about vulnerabilities. The big one I find is about the segregation of development, testing and production. Testers, well, developers are not the best people to test. I think that's generally sort of a principle that everyone's aware of. Developers normally only test the cases they know that work or know that don't work. They don't test the cases they don't know about. So testing is specialised. So I want competence of the testers. I want specific policies and procedures. I want to see physical and logical segregation of the environments and formal sign-off and evidence that managers have done so. And again, I want evidence that all the test credentials have been removed. And policies that prohibit live data. So I want to see where you got the data from. Make sure it's not from a live data set, that you've not accidentally used live pans. Change control. I want to see evidence that change control has been used, it's been signed off. I also want to see, for those cases where changes have to be done urgently, that they've not been forgotten about, but the change request has been done retrospectively. Because sometimes changes do need to occur quickly. But that should also fall within this, the actual design change process and should be caught up with. Competence of developers, CPD methodologies. Developers are trained and developing on secure good coding guidelines. There is a lot of evidence that can be obtained around that. And also to ensure they do not suffer from known vulnerabilities. So again, the segregation of testers, the methodology, and the testing tools themselves. And again, the evidence for actually public-facing web application needs to be gathered. So in terms of secure applications and a PCI-DSS audit, it's not just a question of actually ticking that you've met the individual requirements. It's actually providing the documentation that you have actually met that requirement. So, going from the conception of a software through to the final product, we have the secure development lifecycle that's been talked about, with security going in at each of the different phases. That can only occur if you've got the competencies of the project managers, the developers, the testers themselves as well. So you've got the core competencies that are required from the people who are doing the job. But you also need the capability maturity model approach. Are your policies, procedures, work instructions robust and are being followed? So when I talk about the secure development cycle, I also see it in terms of a secure, solid process that's managed, well-defined. So in terms of the capability maturity models, that's going to be a level 3 at a minimum, the defined stage. And I expect to see that the people writing the applications are knowledgeable and keeping up to date. Competence can be demonstrated quite often. The one thing I was disappointed about is, and I'm not an expert on the 160 OWASP projects, is I'm not aware currently of an OWASP project to deal with the competencies of developers and testers. I did find one, but it was marked up as depreciated on the actual website. So again, I was sort of throwing out to the communities, if you're going to develop secure applications, you're going to need to demonstrate that to auditors, and things such as an OWASP certification and continuous development would be a good way of doing so. There are other projects that are useful, the OpenSAM that's been mentioned. There are lots of different maturity models that can be used, but there are open source ones that can be used as well. But a maturity model is required to make sure a secure development lifecycle is followed every time. Developers' guides are available from OWASP, code review guides, secure coding practices, testing guides are all available. Even from OWASP, there's actually a PCI guide to actually how to scope to make sure you cover everything that's required as well. So in terms of its standards, the OWASP have done a really good job, apart from one critical area, in my point of view, which is actually proving the competency of the developers and testers. So coming to this at the end, I think I was supposed to finish about 50. Yeah. I'm actually looking to see that developers are trained and that you can demonstrate that they've been trained. Not only they've been trained, but they've kept up to date. Good practice is not often documented or evidence generated. So I, as a QSA, as an auditor, would expect to see the documentation. If you go on a conference, etc., a training course, I want to see the evidence of continuous professional development if I'm going to sign off to say that developers are aware of good practice. I'm also aware, and I do push it with the PCI as well, that QSAs must understand software development if they're going to audit it. So there is that situation with the other side of the coin. QSAs must understand about some of these problems in order to be able to verify what has been said. There are specialist QSAs for the PADSS, but there's not much advice from the payment card industry about how does an auditor make sure software developers for merchants are actually doing things correctly. There are a number of issues that need to be done there. So I've outlined some of the problems. I've outlined there's some key practices that auditors are looking for. There are solutions. There are lots of information available from really good sources about developing secure applications. Where the problem comes is often the processes side, the documentation side, the evidence side, to be able to demonstrate at an annual audit that this has occurred across the whole year. But basically, as I said at the beginning, my question is for those who are working for organisations that are going to undergo an audit, can you demonstrate, or how would you demonstrate that your developers are following good practice? Is there an easy way of doing it? This is probably what makes the payment card industry audits very painful for both parties when it comes to looking at software. So I'm going to leave it there. Quite happy to take questions. Any questions? Yes, at the back. As I said, with test data, the question was about developers using appropriate test data so that they can actually make sure it works with all cases. So they might effectively need to use live data to make sure there's no problems. And there the requirement is that you don't use live data, but the payment card brands have a series of PAN numbers that will pass every verification test, other than the fact you can't purchase anything with them because there's no money on them. So they do actually have test data that will actually meet all the requirements that you talked about in terms of being able to test thoroughly with valid PANs that will meet every single verification technique that will apply to PANs to make sure they're okay. It's just that they will never be used for actually making a payment. Does that answer your question? In terms of the way that the PCI is written, that should not happen. You could bring the live data into into a special environment. If you do that, you're supposed to change the PANs so that they no longer are valid PANs. But it is a problem, and providing there are sufficient controls to make sure there's no problems, a compensating control could be used to get around the requirement, the fact that in one particular circumstance, a developer had to access a live data. Okay? I understand where you're coming from. It's not supposed to happen, but it will happen, yes. It's supposed to minimize the effect. Any other questions? Yes?
Yeah, you were discussing about what you expect from the developers.
Yes.
To convince you. I want to talk about something different. What do you expect from the yearly penetration test that must perform when a company that's undergoing PCI audit? What level of effort is enough to convince you that it's been done a proper penetration test?
What would convince me that a proper penetration test has been done as part of the testing?
Requirement doesn't really specify what a proper penetration test is. It just says that it should be performed yearly, but I don't think it actually specifies you must be do kind of pen testing on the
They haven't specified exactly what the penetration test is, but it is actually a full penetration test where someone tries to gain ownership or access to the systems. It is not a vulnerability scan, it is not a vulnerability assessment. They specify a penetration test by suitably qualified people who would be CREST, Tiger Scheme, Check, CEH because that's allowed, the Certified Ethical Hacker one. But there has to be evidence of what the tester did. So the QSA has to have access to the report and, if necessary, to the raw data that the pen tester has done. So it comes down to what the QSA's experience of what a pen test is. Okay, so you are right, they don't specify completely, but what they have done in version 3 is said that merchants must write a methodology that has to be followed.
So that's in the new version.
That's in the new version. One more question. So, who's got the heart? The guy at the red back, sorry, hand up slightly longer. Yeah.
You mentioned, with regard to development training, you mentioned a few things specific. Aware of certain dedications, conferences such as this.
Yeah.
You didn't really specify what you would find acceptable. If we had a policy that said we would send out developers to the tickets that they went, and that there were a policy document and evidence that they went, would you accept that? What have you accepted in the past as evidence that developers?
What I've accepted is evidence that there is a policy for training, that there is evidence that training has been carried out, and then I actually talk to the developers and ask them questions. I'm not an expert in software development, but I do, unlike some QSAs, I do actually understand what some of the vulnerabilities are, and I can often tell from a question and answer session that whether or not they've actually underdone the training, etc.
So someone can have a policy that says we send them to courses like this regularly, at least annually, we provide evidence that they've done that.
Yeah.
We would ask them some common.
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah. Under the testing requirements, because there was a lot more testing requirements than sub-requirements, the testing requirement is gather the evidence and then interview the developers. So there is the verification there, because I've worked for companies on the other side where I've been audited, and I know how easy it is to generate paperwork in the 1 month before the annual audit. We've all been there. But when you start interviewing people as well, that's when those type of schemes fail, because people just tend to be a little bit too honest in front of an auditor.
Highlights a little bit your said about varying expertise.
Yes.
But depending on what, because you can have evidence of the training, but depending on who the QSA is, their experience, and what they ask. Because from
Yeah.
my reading of the docs, you don't prescribe questions that a QSA would ask.
There is no prescribed questions.
Satisfy the QSA.
Yes.
Depending on the experience of that QSA,
Yeah.
the bar is going to vary.
Yes. And that's why I'm also speaking to the SSC about how good the QSA training is about this as well. That's it. I think we've run out of time now. Thank you very much.
All right, so thanks everyone for being here despite the good weather. And I know that I'm the last guy of the day and I'm standing between you and dinner. Luckily enough, dinner will be served at 7:30, so we have just about 2 hours for this talk. I'm just kidding, it's just gonna go. So I tend to overrun, however, so luckily enough, please, if the science doesn't work, just do something physical, don't be too harsh. So what I'm gonna be talking to you about is a bit about mobile security and something that I've started to be doing, and we started to be doing at Royal Holloway a little while ago, to try to understand this new slew of threat. I mean, is it a new threat? Is it something that we can deal with? Is it something novel? What are we dealing with? And so I'm trying to understand, I hope you guys, the takeaway points is actually try to understand how to deal with this problem. So a bit of introduction by myself. So I'm originally from Italy, so I studied at University of Milan, and then during my PhD, I just went abroad, because Italy is messed up, it's still messed up, it was messed up back then. So I had the chance to work with really good people, so all the praise to them, and all the shame to me for all the mistakes I can make today. So I spent quite a bit some time at Stony Brook University, then I got a postdoc position offered at UC Santa Barbara, and I stayed there roughly 2 years, a bit less than 2 years. Then I moved at Vrije University in Amsterdam as a postdoc again. I spent 2 years there. And I've always been working in system security and malware analysis and detection. So this is sort of my expertise, what I'm trying to do, basically, in different levels, okay? And since January 2012, I joined, so actually I came here to the UK. I'm currently a senior lecturer in the information security group at Royal Holloway, University of London. So I know that I was told that I should have just one slide for, introduction myself, and this is just one slide. The next thing is more like an icebreaker, right? Talk about Royal Holloway. This is not Royal Holloway. Now, for those of you who are not from the UK, this is Windsor Castle. And of course, I don't live here. It's not my residence. This is very bit pricey. So this, on the other hand, is Royal Holloway. This is the founder's building. So it's a pretty Victorian-style building. My office is not here. Of course, I'm a computer scientist, so you have crappy office in crappy building going over there. It's all right. It's all right. You're focused on doing research, right? And this is not Royal Holloway. This is Hogwarts, right? Because people said, Royal Holloway, resembles Hogwarts. I don't know whether this is true, but I was told this, and I just wanted to have a slide. That's it. So let's talk about Android now. Why Android? These stats are a bit dated. I believe September 2013. So numbers have actually grown since then. But with more than 1 billion Android-activated devices, it is sure nowadays that mobile platforms have become ubiquitous, right? Everyone has a mobile platform, right? Tablet or mobile phone. Mobile marketplaces actually drive the entire ecosystem of the mobile environment. We have, I believe, at that time in September 2013, something like more than 1 million installed applications. I mean, now numbers have grown, and more than $9 billion of US dollars in revenues. And those applications are very easy to use, very nice user interface. You use it for pretty much everything. So they're just substitute surrogates for traditional computing environment. So you do banking transactions, you store your sensitive information there. We just got very nice talk in the morning about people who said, data stored locally, it shouldn't be stored locally, but it is stored locally, and all sort of ways that you can use the devices, pretty much for everything, right? And of course, it's a very wealthy ecosystem, so it's very easy to get your app out there. So a few talk before, I remember that there were a few comparisons between iOS and Android marketplaces, so iOS, the App Store, and Google Play. I'm not going to go into the differences of whether it's easier to get onto Android marketplace, well, it is. But basically, so it's very easy. So that's why people just write an application and then they just hope for the best. Maybe can make a few quid out of it, right? And it's good. So everyone can do it. It's just very different business model. Very big numbers of revenue. And of course, the bad guys are just going after this. I'm still in line right here. Yes, I shouldn't go over there, because otherwise for a camera. So this is also what attracted the bad guys. And of course, numbers do not look so scary yet. Because if you look at traditional malware, traditional viruses, or whatever call it, malwares, generic terms, I believe vendors nowadays have something like 130 million, 150 million unique samples in their databases. Now, if you look at these numbers, or way, 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 way below. So this is a figure that comes from Trend Labs. It's a pretty recent figure. Things change. I mean, numbers change from vendors to vendors, but the order of magnitude is still the same. So we're around 2.1 million, 2.5 million of unique Android malware samples in the databases overall. So not staggering numbers, but they're growing very fast. And it's probably the time to start thinking doing things right, instead, probably learn from our past. So we've been stuck with signature-based detection for a while, and then suddenly we realized, well, no, we cannot deal with that anymore. And of course, the AV industry is doing a lot more than just signature-based detection. But maybe we can do something proactively now that we have this low number on mobile devices as well. In terms of what kind of threat this malware poses, well, the ranks varies depending on the period where you look at the trends, but mostly basically you have adwares, so massive adwares that are pushed on your devices. You have premium service abusers, so premium SMS or premium calls, although recent versions of Android are trying to mitigate that issue by blocking those. Information can be stolen. And then you have applications that are just fake applications, pretend to be other applications, then download other applications. And you have, of course, other applications that try to exploit the system, Android system itself. It's just a broad categories of things that are happening there. So before getting into a bit more detail of what we're trying to do, let's talk a bit about Android. I mean, this has been touched already many times today, so I'll go very quickly. And that's why I just titled the slides, the not so short introduction to Android. For you guys that are fan with LaTeX, I'm sure, I hope you guys have picked that up, because I really spend a lot of time for that. No, I'm just kidding. So Android is just a modified Linux kernel. So if you're familiar with Linux, it's good. So there's a little bit more than that, of course. And Android applications are sandbox, so they run in their own address space. And they run on top of Dalvik VM, so on top of a Java-like virtual machine, okay? Of course, as in Java, you have also Java native interface. So although you write code in Java mostly, you can write code in C++ and access the JNI interface and execute native code. So already here, we sort of have, when you think about doing analysis of this app, you sort of have to think about what you're going to be looking at. You're going to be looking at binary code, native code, or you're going to be looking at Java-like bytecode, or a combination of the two. Well, it depends on what you have to do, and there are pros and cons in doing both. And there are different techniques to doing that. But let's just keep it that for a point. The applications also are logically divided in different components. You have activities, services, broadcast receivers, and I forgot, content providers. So activities, think just about anything that is a graphical user interface associated, that is an activity. A service, if you're familiar with the Unix environment with Linux, it's a daemon. Just think about a process that runs on the background and provides a service, like the name suggests. For instance, if you want to send an SMS, then you have to contact the ISMS service to send out the SMS. There is permission checks that's going on, but it's basically what happens. So I'm just trying to simplify things. Of course, there are a lot of details. Broadcast receivers, instead, they basically react upon the receipt of a particular message. For instance, when the boot is completed, when an SMS is received. And of course, you have to tell the system that you want to interact with this event, for instance, and we'll see how you tell the system, but it's been shown also today. Remember Andrew, when he had spoken about intent, he has shown a lot of examples of how you can declare these things. And then you have content provider that we're not going to be talking about this in the talk, but they're basically storage agnostic access control, ACL control abstraction to access data. So it's just a repository that you have APIs and permissions that you can store your data there. So the security model is actually quite interesting because, in a way, the design tried to enforce what is known as a principle of least authority. So by default, application shouldn't be able to do anything, any harm to any other application or to itself, themselves in a way. That's why, well, again, we have sandboxing. Every app has its own user ID and group ID. Of course, this is the simplification. You can have application with the same user ID, but simplicity just assumes that every app runs with their own user ID, so if it comes from different developers, for instance. And you have system-wide discretionary access control enforced in some cases. So if you want to access a file, that's the classic Linux discretionary access control checks that are in place. If you want to open a network communication, then you need to request a permission, but that associates your application with a specific groups that is allowed to create sockets to communicate over the network. On the other hand, for more Android-specific action, you need to request permissions. And permissions are enforced throughout the system. Some permissions are enforced, of course, in the address space of the application that requests the permission, but it's not too safe, of course, and this is replicated, of course, the check in the stub of the service that carries out the permission for yourself. But of course, permission must be requested up front, and you need to agree to the permission, the most dangerous one. You need to agree before the application is installed. And of course, any application that runs on the system is subjected to the same permission model, to the same security model, regardless of whether it's something that starts in Java or goes natively. Intents, we've seen intents this morning, and they're basically abstract representation of an operation to be performed. It's an action, so you want to do something, you want to send an SMS, you represent that action as an intent that you send to a service, for instance. You can send intent also through your application. Remember, takeaway for this morning, always be explicit when you send intent, never be implicit. If you haven't followed Andrew's talk, we can talk offline, but there are reasons always to be explicit and always say to whomever you're sending the intent to. But it's basically what it creates, the possibility to do inter-process communication, because the whole system relies heavily on inter-process communication and remote procedure call invocation. Because you have these applications that are, just imagine this application that are sandboxed, and if you don't have a method to communicate with the rest of the application or with the system, then you're just confined to your own environment. So IPC is very important in the system, and we'll see it actually plays a critical role in the analysis that we want to do. So another thing that comes with Android applications is the manifest files that just describe some resources that the app might use. And for instance, you can use the Android manifest to declare the permission that the application requests. In this case, you have a fictional application that requests the permission to receive SMS, send SMS, and access the internet. And here below, you can see, for instance, that an application is registering itself to the system to react to SMS received event. And in this particular case, there is a class that is called SMS receiver that will be instantiated by the system, and a specific method will be invoked that basically it's the method that will be delivered the message, the incoming message. And this delivery will come through an intent. So we have said that basically IPC and RPC is very important. Inter-process communication, remote procedure call invocation is very important. How does it look like, from a perspective of a user space application? From a perspective of a user space application, it's very simple. So this mechanism is implemented in kernel, but instead of relying on the classic IPC mechanism that Linux uses, Google has decided to implement Open Binders as a specific version of a fast and efficient IPC mechanism, IPC and remote procedure call mechanism. That's called Open Binder, and the specific implementation is called Binder. So the way that it looks is like a virtual device, Dev Binder, where applications just open the device. They want to perform this inter-process communication. They open the device and they issue IOCTL calls. So system call. It's just a system call. And this is also another key point, okay? And then, of course, we're interested in just capturing a few of these messages. Now, this is, not sure about the color. Yeah, I'm sorry about the color. So they look slightly better on my monitor. So not, to be honest, they don't look too good on my monitor as well. But basically, so there was just an attempt to outline a bit of research that's going on malware, Android malware analysis. It's a very hot topic, so everyone is doing it. When industry is doing it, and the academic environment, academia is doing a lot of research in that. And you have all sort of different approaches that have been proposed so far. Some of them are just focusing on static analysis, others are just focusing on dynamic analysis, others are just a hybrid of the two. Some people are just doing, they rewrite the APK to enforce policies in specific points where you can get pop-ups, for instance, whenever something is happening, something fishy is happening. So I'm going to be focusing on a bit more on dynamic analysis, because this is what we're doing. with all the limitation of dynamic analysis, of course, and those are the challenges we'll be focusing on in the future, and I will highlight on those. But basically, if you look at static analysis, well, the advantage of using static analysis is that potentially you can see the whole behavior, because you analyze statically, the whole application doesn't depend on any input. The problem is that application can be obfuscated, and it might be hard. So now malware, specifically malware, they're starting to add a sort of a bit of anti-static analysis trick. So it becomes a bit harder to follow always statically whatever is happening in the application. Also, if you have dynamic code, then it's a problem because it's dynamic code, so you don't see it in the application. And if you start executing native code, well, you go back to the problems that we've always been having with dynamic code, with static analysis of binaries. So it can be very, very tricky. And on the other hand, on Java, you also have reflections. So there's a way to inspect at runtimes objects and call and build methods invocation at runtime. So that's another thing that statically, it's quite tricky to get it right all the time. But there are pros for static analysis, of course. On the other hand, for dynamic analysis, well, you basically is the dual aspect of static analysis. So you don't see the whole application. So whatever you see is just a slice of the execution that depends on the input that you provide. And this is quite challenging because Android applications have many different entry points. It's not just the main activity like classic applications have. For instance, another entry point is when an application registers itself for a broadcast receiver event. That is another entry point. Sorry, just missed that. I was just wondering. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a shy guy. No. So whatever happened is that, so for dynamic analysis, on the other hand, that it depends on what you want to do and where do you want to run your analysis. So you want either to run it on the device, or again, like many people are doing, practitioners and other researchers are doing, just building dynamic analysis systems to perform large-scale analysis of malicious software. Now, the way that you do this usually is that you set up an emulator or a hypervisor, and you have to do virtual machine introspection to reconstruct the operating system semantics to understand whatever is happening dynamically. Like collect, for instance, function calls eventually, or system calls. Now, with Android, whatever people have proposed so far is slightly a bit different, because if you look at this from an emulator point of view, you have a first layer of virtual machine introspection that allows you to understand from the emulator the operating system semantics, abstractions, processes that are running, because from within the emulator you don't understand, you don't have the concept of processes. But then also remember the application runs within a virtual machine, the Dalvik virtual machine. So you have to perform another layer of virtual machine introspection to understand the Android or Java or Dalvik VM specific semantics, okay? So doing a two-layer virtual machine introspection is quite complicated because you have to keep in sync all the action that are happening there and the action that are happening still at the layer of the operating system, or still when you have native code that is invoked. And at the same time, we have many versions of Android, so that are keep on getting out frequently. And chances are that the internal representation of, so while the operating system interface might stay stable, it's very unlikely that it changes very much. The internal representation of the Dalvik VM changes quite frequently. In fact, for instance, nowadays, Google have announced a new runtime system called ART, which is completely different from the Dalvik VM, okay? So if you do that kind of analysis, it's tricky. So it's more like, you're doing a one-off analysis, and then it's a bit problematic to understand whether you can rely on, build on the result of this analysis to perform large-scale detection. So what we try to ask ourselves is that, on the other hand, the literature is really quite full of research done on characterization of processes by doing dynamic analysis. And the way that you characterize a process usually is by monitoring the system call that a process performs. And you have various levels of granularity. You can look at the function calls or methods invocation in Java, or you can look at the system calls, because system call is just the lowest interaction possible that you need to have with the system to carry out things. So to perform actions, you need to do that. Now, what we try to ask ourselves is that, instead of looking at the device really as the system as something completely new, and then just keep on looking after the new Dalvik VM, the new ART system. So can we just step back for a second and then understand, can we actually do system called trace analysis here? Or is it something that we cannot do it? So, because that would be quite interesting, because at that point you can collect the information and quite, with a low overhead on the device as well. So you can do it within an emulator to perform large-scale analysis, but also you can do it on the device. You collect the information that you need, and then you send the information off for offload analysis. So the point is that it's clear that if I see the system calls, I do see the traditional, whatever I call the operating system, the OS-specific actions, like creating a file, opening a socket, creating a process. Now the question is, what happens if the application sends an SMS, access the contact list, make a phone call, access the location, and so forth and so on? How do these operations are realized? So basically, this is what we try to do with CopperDroid, with this system that we've been developing in the past year. And this is just the very beginning, of course. It's not the end of the story. So we tried to come up with something that says, let's try to see whether we can reconstruct the whole behavior just by looking at system call. So we want to observe operating system semantic, but also Android-specific behaviors just by looking at system calls, without digging into the details of Dalvik VM or ART, for instance, because they keep on changing, and we want something that is more stable that can actually work across different versions. So don't take me wrong here. I'm not saying that doing Dalvik VM introspection is wrong. It depends on what you have to do. So if you want to do large-scale analysis, I believe that you need to have something that works across different versions and without spending a lot of effort to keep on updating the system because a new thing is just getting out. If you, on the other hand, want to have, want to spend time because you need to do manual analysis, of course, go for more information, as many information as possible. So those approaches are complementary. So what we've done here is that, we try to characterize the behavior of the whole complex behavior just by looking at system calls. Well, the system is up and running. It's copperdroid.isg.rhul.ac.uk. It's whatever you have online is outdated with whatever we are doing at the moment. So whatever it is online runs, it's an emulator that runs a gingerbread image, so it's quite dated. But we're just finalizing, we redesigned the system, we're finalizing it, and it supports all the versions now. So it works pretty nicely, but it's not ready to be deployed yet. So just to talk about the architecture, it's very simple. So the architecture is just traditional. You have the emulator, you have we've taken the Android emulator, which is based on QEMU, which is an open source CPU emulator. We modified it just a tiny bit to add the instrumentation code that allows us to collect system call information. That's it. Well, that's it. It's a bit challenging because there are a few parts that requires a bit of challenge. But then all the information is basically transferred out, and we perform analysis there. Because not only we collect the system calls, so basically from the system call trace, we just want to provide a higher level semantic behavior information so that it's easier to deal with the data. Because otherwise, sometimes you have a sequence of open, read, write system calls. We're not really interested in all those low-level details. We do have them, but we're not really interested. We're actually interested in the fact that you are creating a file. So that is the action. Now, whether you create a file because you execute 10 write system call or 100, we're not really interested into it, although the information is there. And the communication between the emulator and the framework, the analysis framework, happens through the remote serial protocol because newer version of recent versions of QEMU come with a GDB server stub in it, so we just rely on that. That was a bet. We thought at the very beginning it was a nice design decision. It turned out to be very bad because it's slow. It's a remote serial protocol, so it's serial, so it just sends 1 byte at a time, so it was very bad. That's why we have redesigned everything. So, but just to give you an idea that the only part that we have modified is a tiny bit of the CPU emulator. Everything that runs on top of that is vanilla Android image, so we don't modify anything in the system. So there were a few points where we needed to understand how to trap system calls, and we didn't have any experience on ARM, so we have experience with x86 architectures, but basically, so now I'm just skipping a few of details here, but because they're not very interesting. So whatever we have at the very end is, it's just a sequence of system calls. So you say, good, you're doing all this effort in the emulator to have strays, right? Well, you know, hold on a second. Well, not even yet here, because here, okay, this is the part that associate already a system call with a specific process. So all the information between square brackets are, you know, the addresses, virtual memory address of where the PD starts and the PID of the process and the name of the process. So, and that to do that, we need to do virtual machine introspection. But basically, whatever we have here is, yes, it's basically at this stage strace that runs within an emulator, okay? But now the juicy part is still missing, because whatever you observe here is just, you know, the classic operating system semantic actions, so creating a file and things like that. What we're interested in is again, capturing also the Android-specific behaviors. So before, of course, you know, we collect system calls, we need to associate a system call with a thread, because otherwise you're not able to track the behavior of a thread, of a particular thread or a process. And to do this, we just do a classic virtual machine introspection. So we're relying on data structures that have been unchanged for many years. So it is very unlikely that those will change in the future, okay? So the way that we do it, sorry again for the color, but basically we just rely on the fact that, you know, the way that the Linux kernel works. So whenever you enter kernel end, so in kernel space, you have a kernel stack associated with a calling process. And the kernel stack has by default 2 pages. So 8K of memory, virtual memory in total. So at the top part of that page, there is an address, and that address points to the thread info structure. Then we read that address, we follow the structure. Within the thread infrastructure, there is a pointer, so another memory address, that points to the task structure. We follow that address, and then we find basically all the information we need to understand for the process. So the PID, the thread group ID, the process name. It's truncated at this stage. It's OK for us. So, so this is how we do it. Of course, it's not just the mere following pointers. We need to use the right API calls, because those pointers are addresses that are valid within the guest operating system that runs on top of the emulator. So we just need to use the right QEMU API call to read those addresses. Now, the real interesting part comes here when you have inter-process communication, right? So let me just walk you through a very simple phishing application to understand, you know, what happens when there is an inter-process communication going on. Let's assume that you want to send an SMS. 15 minutes, right? So let's assume that you want to send an SMS. You need to get a handle of the SMS manager, and then you just invoke SMS text message to send the message, basically. And here there's all embedded the magic, so all the permission checks and the fact that actually send text message is a remote procedure call. So you call it like as if we're in your address space, but it's actually something that you're invoking on the ISMS service. So if you unroll this down here, you have to locate first the ISMS service, and these already issue a binder, so an inter-process communication on the system, so a system call, okay? I haven't shown this here to simplify the slide. But basically, you keep on going ahead, sorry, and basically, the part that is actually very interesting for us is the last line, where basically you are effectively issuing the IPC, the final IPC, where you want to send the message, okay? And whatever happens, so without looking at the details, you'll see a few keywords there, parcel. We'll just get back to that concept. But basically, a parcel is just a marshaled blob of data, okay? Because you have an object in your address space, and you want to send this object in another address space, okay? If you just send and the object has references to memories. If you send the object right away, it doesn't work, because of course the addresses don't make any sense in the other context, in the other process context. So what you have to do is just to marshal, to serialize the object. The way that you do it is just by using parcels. So by basically implementing an interface called parcelable. There are other ways, but we'll see this one for the time being. So what happens is that when you have this transaction, everything is just issued through one system call, IOCTL call, and this is another thing that we observe, because we observe all the system call, right? Unfortunately, whatever we see is this. So in IOCTL, a file descriptor, a command, and a blob of data. So, well, not very interesting, because again, it looks like strace can do this. So what we would like to see is actually this. So we would like actually to understand that, oh, this is a communication with the ISMS service. You want to invoke the method send text, and that is the information, like the destination number, and the blob of message that you want to send out. Now, the way that it works is that for a first part, it's quite trivial, okay? So you just need to parse a few data structures. So when you do see the IOCTL code, you just need to parse a few data structures. The first one is called binder write read data structure. That contains a few fields. One of them is actually a write buffer. It contains, that points basically to a sequence of binder commands and binder transaction. We're interested in the transaction. Binder is used also for other things, but in the system, we're interested in the transaction. So we do this parsing, and then we reach the transaction. At this point, there is another data structure. It's called binder transaction data. And basically, by parsing again this data structure, we're able to retrieve all the information, okay? Now, the tricky part, I mean, here is quite simple because all the parameter here, there are primitive types. So you have strings and integer, okay? Or basic type or primitive type. So something that you can easily deal with because there are functions that are offered by the SDK, by the system to read those information. So you can use read int, read string, to actually read out this parceled information, the information that are marshaled, okay? The problem is that sometimes, or often, you have complex objects that are sent over, okay? So you need to unmarshal this object if you want to understand what's going on. There are two options here. Either you write the code to unmarshal everything. The problem is that there are, the last time that I checked, that there were more than 300 Android complex objects that are involved in IPC calls. And so you don't really want to write all the code. I mean, as a researcher, you want something that is a bit more scientific and also less error prone. And also because the next version of Android might just add more objects and we don't have time just to keep up with that. So we just want something that can do it, maybe work automatically. So whatever we came up with, it's actually quite simple yet effective. So we came up with the concept of an oracle. So basically, whenever we have something we don't know anything about, we just ask an oracle. So an oracle is just, in our case, it's another emulator. In this case, it's just shown in line, but all the analysis happens offline. So it's just another emulator. This time is a vanilla emulator that runs an Android image, the same Android image that you run in the other emulator. And it runs an application that just received the blob of data. It received also the signature of the method that you have, that you are analyzing. And you know that because you're relying on the Android interface description language, because this is IPC invocation, so you have the signature of the method. And basically, we just ask the system to deal with the problem. So we use Java Reflection. We locate a field that's called creator that knows how to unmarshal the data automatically. This is in one case. It's a bit more complicated than the way that I depicted it. So basically, there are three different ways that you can marshal and unmarshal data. Okay? So one is by using the primitive types. In that case, you just use the API, but there are a very limited number of primitive types, so it's not a problem. Then in the other case is when you have this creator field. So through Java Reflection, you try to locate the creator field in the blob of data that you know what type is it because you have a signature of the method. If the creator field exists, then you invoke the creator because it knows how to unmarshal all the blob of data for you. So that is just automatically done. And there's another case. Basically where you don't really have a creator field, and you don't even send the whole blob of message in the IOCTL call. And so you send either references to memory or a file descriptor to be sent to the remote party that needs to remap the shared resource, okay? And this is done for two reasons. So one, for interfaces where you don't really have an object, but you have a template, for instance. And in the other case is also to create, when you have intra-process communication, so you still use IOCTL call, but instead of having the IDL descriptor, because you don't have really a communication with the remote party, you use binders and use references to the other space of the process, okay? So whatever happens is that if it is an IPC invocation, it's very simple to do it automatically because you just need to locate the creator field and you invoke that, and all the magic happens there. If this is not the case, then you have to basically fetch the information that you have in the memory address space and dump it to be analyzed later on. So this is just an example because it gets a bit complicated when you look at the complex objects. This is just an example of how it works when you have to deal with primitive types. So very, very simple. So whatever is, we receive as an input, the Oracle receive as an input the signature of the method that you need to analyze, which basically is all the types, and then the blob of data. And basically the first type is an int, and then we use the right function to the right API to read this int that is marshaled. Read int. In this case, it's just, it's marshaled very easily because it's just a little endian notation of that number is an hexadecimal. You know that an int on the architecture is 4 bytes long, so you know where the other objects or the other type starts. So 4 bytes ahead. When you have a string, it's the same thing. There are a few things that you need to know about. And this is everything is taken care of by the read string API. You just the first byte encodes how many, what is the length of your string, and then you have Unicode representation of the string in there. And you keep on doing this for all the basically for all the primitive types. Again, whenever you don't have a primitive type and you have an object, then the first things you want to do to understand whether the object has been marshaled or serialized by the system to perform this IPC invocation. And the way that you do it, basically, there are a few things that you do with reflection, but the most important one is that you need to locate this creator field. And the creator field is something that the developer had created that knows how to marshal and unmarshal the application. Okay? If the creator field is missing, then it means that you need to resort to the other techniques, which is basically to look at the reference. Reference is just the memory address that is in the address space of the process to retrieve the object and to dump the object to be analyzed later on. So one other thing that we do is, and this is useful for two reasons, is just to acquire a higher level semantic of the profile that you have that you are analyzing, but also it is useful because, as I mentioned before, if you're not dealing with AIDL objects or objects that are involved in IPC invocation, and the call is not intra-process, then the other case is that you have a file descriptor that is shared. It's shared through a virtual device called dev ashmem, ASHMEM. And to do that, basically, we need to understand what is the file descriptor that refers to that shared memory. And there are a few system calls involved, because there is an open system call, and there is an open system call, there is an IOSTL call, and there are a few mmap system calls. The problem is that we need to relate all those together, because we need to understand that all those are operating on the same resources, and therefore that is the file descriptor we need to use to retrieve the information from. So whatever we do is just, because it's just data flow analysis, but it's a coarse-grained one because we don't perform any taint tracking, any taint information, because our level of granularity is just system calls. So we don't know anything that happens between two system calls, okay? So the value-based data flow analysis doesn't work well in general, but it works quite well when you have file system-related system calls or network-related system calls. So whatever we do is just we represent the system call as a graph where each node is a system call, and you have just an edge between two system calls if they depend on each other, which means that there is one system call, they define a variable that is used by another system call, okay? And this way, it's possible to basically track related system call and then to replace all of them with a higher level semantic action. Like the example that I've made before, instead of having in the final report open, read, write, all those system calls, we just replace all of them with file system access and the resource that was accessed or the file that was created. The same thing happened for network communication and a few other things. Okay, so this is just an example that is cut there. Sorry. But basically, the open system call define a file descriptor 0x13 that is used in other system call, the one highlighted. And by representing everything with graphs and the relation of dependency, you're able just to connect all the things together, the related one together. This one is, how much time do I have? 3 minutes. 3 minutes, whoa, very good, very good. This is very simple. So dynamic analysis has limitations that basically you execute only, you observe only whatever you execute. It seems, like a very simple sentence, but it is actually true. If you don't provide the right input, you don't explore other paths. So there are challenges there. It's an open research. There are approaches to deal with this, but they are quite computationally intensive. So what we're trying to understand is actually, can we improve a little bit qualitatively, at least, the code coverage or the behavior that we discover with a very simple approach. So a lot of information are provided in the manifest. So if you remember before, an application might register itself to be a broadcast receiver for SMS, okay? And in that case, we inject SMSs. So we try to see what happens when application registers for those events, right? And there are a few others like boot complete and things like that. So what we observe is, excuse me, what we observe is that by just doing this very, very simple stimulation technique, it's more like, a fuzzy-like technique, but we're still able to discover, on average, 25% additional behaviors on more than 60% of the samples we have analyzed. And we have analyzed 2,900 samples that are coming from different repositories. Excuse me. Just to provide a very, very simple example, if you see SMS replicator there overlapping with the OWASP logo, so if you execute the application as is, you don't observe any behavior, because the behavior of that particular malware is just to replicate SMSs. So incoming SMSs are replicated out. So if you just execute it and observe the behavior this way, you don't see anything. But if you stimulate the application with that very simple approach, you still observe 4 additional, no, it's actually 6 additional behavior. So not only SMS that are sent, but also file system accesses and network communication. So it doesn't provide any guarantee. It's just a low-hanging fruit effort. So we just wanted to do a little bit more since we heard it. But of course, this has cause for room for improvement because it's not just the end. In terms of behavior, these are the behaviors that we have observed. So some of them are traditional behavior that you can observe on a traditional system, like network access end, okay? And other are just, specific to the mobile environment, accessing personal information, contact, SMS, location, so forth and so on. This is a very quick breakdown of things that happened on a data set provided by McAfee, I believe around 1,300 malware, Android malware. And you can see how the stimulation improved in some cases, like for accessing personal information, we observed over all the samples, 40% of samples that accessed personal information. By doing the simple stimulation, this increased to 66%, and so forth and so on. So there are a few breakdowns here, but I don't have time for a demo even, I believe. But you can go online, so you can see whatever the output looks like. So the behavior is there. And the takeaway is just basically, that's the first effort that we're doing. Still, a lot of work has been done, needs to be done. And so our goal is just to share data, so to share the data of our analysis. So we're planning probably to make the whole system available open source. Not now, because we're heavily working on it, but maybe in a year's time. But the whole analysis is there, and you can submit sample, you can receive back the behavioral output. At this time, you don't have all the details of the system called trace with all the information collected, but we will make available that as well. So the idea is actually to build on top of this, because now that you're able to reconstruct the whole behavior just by looking at system call, then you can rely on machine learning, for instance, being used quite successfully to analyze the slew number of events and understand, whether something is malicious or not. You can enforce policies because you know where things are happening. And there are a few other things that you can do, but I don't have time to talk about this, but they're here, and probably there will be slides available also. This is part also of a project. I'm hiring 2 postdocs, so if you know good people that want to do something, contact me. Very last things, thank you all. There is a conference in a few weeks at Royal Holloway. It's called DINVA. It's a good program. I promise just to be very quick on that. So this is the conference, this is thank you, this is conference, this is thank you. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any questions?
I'll be around tomorrow as well, and at the dinner this evening. So we'll just have a few beer, 3 more, 4 or 5.
Any questions at all?
We can go online. Is it? Here? Oh yes, now it's all screwed up, but. I just wanted to show this one. Okay, this one is I don't remember the sample, so the label that is received is TaskKiller Pro. But basically what it does is that it accesses a few information. If you look here, like the device ID a few times, but then it creates, so exploit D is one of the well-known exploits that were running around a year ago or something to exploit Android systems. And so you can see the behavior. So the exploit is actually created at runtime. You have the file, you can download the file, and you can see all the steps required in the exploit. You can see that there is a privilege escalation here when the exploit, I mean, it's a vulnerable image because it's a gingerbread image, and the exploit worked on gingerbread images. So you can see basically the whole behavior here. And again, you have this is I mean, the website, should I say, sucks a bit. So we're working on. I mean, it's on a priority list of to-do things, but it's one of the latest one because we just want to deploy the new analysis that basically is able to provide a lot more accurate information on that. But basically, you can have the whole. This is the whole behavior for 10 minutes of execution. You do see both low-level behavior, like all related system call a high-level behavior, Android-specific behaviors here, and or network access here. You don't have any network access, I believe. Oh yes. You have a few network access. This is just a random sample, of course. It might not be too interesting, but yeah, basically, everything is here. So all the information are here. Sorry, it was a quick demo because I know that it's sort of tie break.
Any other questions at all? No, thank you very much.
Thanks.